This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Oh, dog it. North America is in shambles. Brazil and LATAM are on top. Loud one. It's absolute pandemonium in the streets. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in the beautiful, majestic, and sunny Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, the bald man yelling at you right now. We're joined by the recently aged elder Dryad who's with us here today. And then we have Myrna from the block joining us here today. How you feeling?
I feel pretty from the block.
We're ready for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not ready.
I was feeling good, and then
what do you mean? You're wiser.
And now I
everything.
You're just a wise man. You know, just a wise 80-year-old man. All right, now here we go. So, folks, if you missed week 1, boy, you missed a bit of a doozy because the current standings might seem like a little bit of a practical joke. North America went 1-6, so absolute dumpster region. Obviously, goes without saying. No, but really, when we look at what's happening here, coming into today, we've got some great matches. Hey, NA's going to win no matter what, because Cloud9's playing against Envy. So, yeah, look at that.
That sounds like
we get a win.
opium for you.
Yeah.
And then, of course, later on, we have Furia taking on Evil Geniuses. But, folks, good teams, they lose. It happens, okay? Every now and then you're gonna drop a game, all right? But for a few of our squads, taking one more loss might seriously put their chances of making playoffs in jeopardy, which is really, really scary. So let's take a look at some of those teams who are in a bit of a blender right now. First up, it's G2. Now, this is a squad that has never lost a match back-to-back, but they could very well end that today when they face off against Leviatán.
Yeah, I think it's kind of insane seeing how G2, they've almost never been able to play badly in Americas. It feels like they had the idea of how to win and the formula down to a key, but they're struggling. That last game, it looked a little bit rough. We saw a little bit of a weird roll situation with VALORANT on the harbor, and then today they're playing against Lev, which we saw last week. They're insane fragging power, and so it's gonna be kind of interesting to see what their next matchup is, and if they go 0-2, it's a little bit of a struggle because yes, their strength of schedule might be good for them, but like, where do you stand as like the team? I mean,
you never know.
It's okay.
I feel like things are changing right now.
Yeah, Loud fragging power, Lev fragging power. I think Envy and Cloud9, they might be able to get over, but I think they need to lock in.
It's a toughie for sure. Well, let's continue this forward, right? Because they're not the only ones that need to lock in, right? Our world champions, NRG, they also have a difficult road that is going to be ahead of them here. Mata and the boys, Dan, need a lot to happen here. And I think, though, that the pathway here could be feasible for them, given who is next on, who's on the docket down the line. But those first 2 matches are going to be so pivotal for this NRG lineup.
And I think NRG, they should be fine. They have Crew, they have 100 Thieves next, and even though we've seen them in close series between them, I just feel like NRG, they had a great game. It was just Furia that was simply superior in that week 1, but I think NRG, they usually have this. They have this slow start where we start to question, are they going to be the same energy?
Yeah, they
is it going to be different?
Things out and
they improve, they change, they fix everything that was going wrong, and I think they should be good.
And they're also one of the teams, too. We talked about it extensively about meta changes and whatnot. They're one of the teams I think for sure benefited from it, but how that, kind of comes to fruition, I think is going to be a thing.
I actually think they didn't do that good of a job adapting to that.
No, adapting
it's
to
a
it,
little
sure.
bit of a struggle.
Yeah, no, for sure. I would say like adapting to it.
I don't know, NRG.
Yeah, adapting to it maybe, but I do think over time, to Dan's point, is the team that should stabilize. But on the other side, you have the Sentinels. Now, this is a roster that needs this rebuild to work out, or else it is going to be another global miss for this team. Jerwin's coming into the lineup this time around, so there is some hope here.
Yeah, everybody is just being so negative because of week 1, but they didn't have Jerwin playing. Jerwin is now here. He is one of the greatest players in challengers that we've seen for quite some time. And I think even if they didn't get the chance to play week 1, this is a team that you shouldn't have maybe the highest expectations, but you should think that they are going to be fine. I think everybody's kind of hate watching recently, and I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, but you know, I do want to say real fast, I actually randomly just happened to stumble across FNS's stream where he was actually talking about the Sentinels lineup. And one of the things that he mentioned, and I think actually makes a lot of sense, he was talking about, like, look at the players on the team. How, like, can this team be the one that takes you to an international? When you look at the names on paper, it is going to be very difficult for Sentinels because you have some experience there, but you also have a lot of inexperience that is certainly going to
I think it's rough, and I think especially with the amount of kind of pressure that they have from the community as well, it's one of those big things. And for me, the biggest thing for Sentinels, I'm not hate watching, I swear, but look at their schedule coming up. They have 100 Thieves, they have EG, Furia, and NRG, and for me, I just don't think that they're up there yet. And losing those first earlier games that should have been a little bit on the simpler side for them is a little bit of a red flag for me, so I'm just worried on that front.
Yeah, it most definitely stung. That much is for certain. But look, folks, there's going to be a ton of new faces on stage today, and there's new faces on this stage throughout. So let's get to know them a little bit better with the simple game: 2 truths and a lie.
Yes. I feel like I'm going to be good at this one.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
well, we'll see. The famous last
so.
words.
Are you a good
All
liar?
right. So imagine you end up just being trash. That'd be kind of hilarious.
No, that would never happen.
That'll never happen. Let's see. All right, so you guys know the rules, right? I'm going to read some statements. 2 are going to be true, but you got to spot the lie. Chat, of course, as always, you can play along with us, only if you're on your best behavior. So here's the first one. 2 truths and a lie. What do we have? It's going to pop up here, as a matter of fact. There it is. All right, so Kuala Lumpur has 3 sisters. Poppin's hometown is Bloomington, Minnesota, and Rossi listens to classical music on game day. Okay, miss, I'm going to get every answer right. What do you got?
You go first.
I think the first one is a lie.
I think it's the second one.
Wait, really? I think it's the third one.
Oh, well, let's see who's wrong.
You guys.
Let's see who's wrong.
Who's the best liar?
Oh, no way.
Because I'm pretty sure Bloomington isn't a town in Minnesota, but I could be, I don't know.
Wow, everyone in Bloomington, Minnesota.
I know, right? Then
now.
people in Bloomington,
That's
Minnesota
crazy.
are just in shambles.
You just eradicated it.
All right, let's see our next. Watch it. Our next one, we got Exter has benched 315 pounds as his personal best. That's small stuff. I've done more. Now, Alam was born in Kyrgyzstan, and Nerve wanted to be an astronaut when he grew up. Okay, Alam, I believe, is true.
315 is crazy.
315?
I feel like it's impossible.
No, he could bench. I
think
Exter could probably do it.
I think so. I guess being an astronaut, I feel like that's such an... Everybody wanted to be an astronaut.
I mean, not me. No, I wanted to be an accountant. But outside of that, let's see what the right
I'm
answer
doubting 315.
Doubting 315.
It's
I'm
probably
doubting
like
astronaut with you.
314.
It's astronaut. There it is. Okay. All right. Well done. Well done.
I'm just a truth teller.
Funny enough, I knew about Alam because I was doing some research for an interview that we're going to do later on. So
You cheated.
Hey, I'm the best. All right. Next up, here are 2 truths about Cloud9. Okay. Now, here it is. They're supposed to be regular. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I stand corrected. We're done with the game. I heard the music in my background thinking we're still doing the game. We're not doing the game anywhere. We're moving on. Let's talk about Cloud9 because this is a team that's supposed to be regular season demons. But instead, look, this team has all the potential in the world, but that last match was just not what C9 was looking for.
They usually have Lev's number every single time they play them, but we saw a Lev that was very dominant. At Cloud9, that felt like they were a little bit lost every single time. Even though they changed their roles, and this is something that can work out for Oxy and Penny, the openings were just not going their way. They were going for the same kind of approach that we saw on Pro with these constant 4-1s. They're very readable, and I just don't think this is a Cloud9 that can win if they keep doing the same things.
I think the Oxy change makes a little bit of sense. I do agree that their openings weren't the best, but at the same time, I felt like this was a C9 that was a lot more aggressive. My issue with them was their mid to late round. There were so many rounds where they had numbers advantage, and they just couldn't capitalize almost every single time. time. They were losing those numbers rounds. They were just getting out-fragged at some point. And like, it's clear that there is some sort of chaos in that communication in order to make them play the way that they're playing.
It seems like they're relying a lot on what happens right at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah.
If it's this 4-1, if Penny finds an opening right away, or if they're going for an aggressive push and they're able to get some of the trades early on. If it is in that fast fight, I think it gets really messy for them.
Yeah, no, it's definitely scary.
No, I mean, and Coach Imi as well had a lot of frustration about what had happened. I mean, we saw him in a couple of the interviews. He even mentioned as well, Myrna, a couple times talking about how, you know, when we have those advantages, right, we need to win. We need to pick up those advantages. Elizabeth had an opportunity to catch up with Coach Imi earlier on today to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
You're the coach of Cloud9, Imi. Now, you expressed frustration about the game, your team, on social media after last week. What have we done to course correct for this week?
I mean, we played the match on the Sunday. Now we have a match on a Friday. So we've only had 3 scrim days, so it was just about getting our confidence back. I don't want to say last week was a bad day, because I hate that excuse, but okay, it was a horrific day. But so hopefully today is going to be a good day, you know?
I believe. Have a good day.
He's hoping for a good day. Well, one person's most definitely going to put a smile on his face, and that is Oxy, because he really has always been the standout on this team. And of course, seeing Oxy, you know, rock it on Neon, like just be this versatile weapon that this team can take advantage of, he's really going to need to stand out today. But I always feel like that's the same thing we're saying each and every week coming into a Cloud9 match.
Every single time we talk about Oxy, he's really good. He gets the openings. But actually, I want to say something different. I don't think Oxy was able to do as much last week. He was, alongside Aspas, the duelist that got the least amount of opening kills, only getting 5.
Wow.
And Aspas, well, Aspas has second in his team. He doesn't need to. The second is going to be the Neon. But for Oxy, you have Penny on the other side, who is playing that chamber. He's not going to find the openings every single time. There's a lot of pressure on Oxy for this aggressive plays that we've talked about. But if the team is not setting him up, even himself being good individually is not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he managed to get them out onto site. We've seen before when Penny was on the Neon, he did a lot of that same thing. When Demon 1 was subbing in, he was just running into site on Pearl and not getting the frags, but everyone else was able to take the space. And so I feel like they were trying to do something similar with putting Oxy on Neon. He's really fast. He's got really good mechanics.
Yeah.
I think, yes, he didn't get the most opening kills, but he was managing to get that space. But for me, the issue lied in everything else after that. And I do think that maybe, like you're saying, the Oxy Penny switch might have a little bit of a play into that. I think Oxy on the chamber was really good, and he managed to get into a lot of those clutch situations. And so for me, I'm wondering what the discussion behind Penny and Oxy switching roles was, because I think that it's pretty obvious that there's something wrong there.
And look, maybe they need a little bit more time to cook it, right? We'll see. We'll see what happens today. But let's take a look at the other side of the stage here, because you have Envy, our Ascension squad. Now, at kickoff, they got run over by this C9 roster with Demon 1 subbing in, of all things, which I think is a little bit of irony there. But then they were all like, you know what? Let's go ahead and sign this guy. Why the hell not? And they picked up Demon 1 instead. And while they haven't quite gotten the results that they've needed, you still at the very least have a ton of experience on that team. And we know the skill is there, but when does it start getting put together, Dryad?
Both Cloud9 and Envy, you see they've had the same amount of time with Demon 1, and I don't know how much time we have, because we say, okay, things didn't work out the way that they wanted to. Amy was just talking about how they got maybe a little bit unlucky. It was a bad day for them. But for Demon 1, I don't know how I feel about what they have them play. Demon 1 was incredible when he was playing for Cloud9 because they had him on the chamber, on the jet. But now they have him a little bit more on the Astra, on the Viper. And even though he can play whatever he wants and he's going to frag out, his playstyle is very, I want to go in, I want to get the kills.
100%. And I think that just applies to Envy as a team as a whole, that they haven't found their kind of identity now that this Yoru switch is gone, now that we have this big hole in our kind of playstyle. It's so hard. And I feel like for C9, they did a good job of playing around Demon 1. But for Envy, now it's like they're trying to force Demon 1 into this role that they haven't really fleshed out yet.
And you got to kind of call a spade here. You got a lot of just different personalities on this team. Now they're not even need to figure out how to make it to playoffs. They got to figure out how to work together, make this thing happen in a very short amount of time, Dan.
And you have Rossi as well, who's IGLing, and that is not something that they made public right at the beginning. And that also makes you wonder how much did everything change, because when this team ascended, when they started doing good, when they were unstoppable in challengers, that was because Poppin was IGLing. They had a very specific style. Now that changes with Rossi IGLing, and I think it's a little...
It's clear this is not the NV team that ascended.
Not working out.
Very different.
There's something not working out. They're trying to change stuff, and they just aren't there yet.
Well,
That's
and a big part of that, though, if we kind of keep the conversation going, you've got to talk about Exter, right? Because you know, he was the guy who, you know, this is the Yoru, like the guy who only played Yoru. But we are seeing how that one-trick style of approach, and not to you know, belittle him, but that is what it was. He was playing just one character. It is certainly coming to bite him in the butt right now.
Last year, when he was playing for challengers, there were times where the double duelist wasn't meta, and he was still forcing that Yoru because he was just that good, and he was getting away with it. But this time around, he realizes, I really do have to change, but it is such a massive difference. Exter has 4,081 rounds on Yoru, and the next agent that he has played the most is only 63 rounds.
That's insane.
It's just a slight difference.
Just a little tiny difference between rounds.
Just a little one trick. I get it.
Tiny difference. Small numbers, really, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. I mean, my goodness gracious. What a roller coaster this young man has been put through. But for now, though, we have an opportunity to catch up with Exter. Elizabeth had a chance to catch up with him earlier on today.
Here with Exter from Envy. Now we've seen a lot less Yoru, especially last week. What are your thoughts on the current state of the agent? Is he playable?
In ranked, 100%. Love playing Yoru in ranked, but in matches it's a lot different.
Well, in the future, this stage or even stage 2, can we expect to see you on Yoru at any time?
It's hard to say, honestly. It's not really my decision, but who knows? Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. Best of luck today.
All right, we'll talk more about what Exter said in a second, but it is time for our skirmish side selection. We've got a 1v1 duel. This one's going to be between Penny and Rossi, but Myrna, let's talk about what Exter said in that interview just a second ago with Elizabeth there, because, yeah, it sounded like, you know, it's not the situation he wanted to be in.
Yeah, I think you can definitely tell that he's trying to find his own identity in that. And I'm just going to speak over Rossi. Oh my God, they're so funny. But I think that the biggest thing for me is them putting him on the harbor, on the veto.
Yeah.
I want to see him on like an aggressive KO, Asuna style, using that flash to kind of support the rest of his team, but get a lot of those picks.
Think so?
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot to it.
I think something long range.
And that guy right there, Rossi, is going to need to find a way to kind of extract that out of Exter when the game happens. So far, so good though for him. Looking pretty okay, able to get a kill on that one. Rossi's a yapper. That's one thing I noticed.
Oh, he is. He
said I have my phone in my pocket, said debuff. There's no way.
He is a yapper. The whole time they were recording this, we were literally hearing everything he was saying. It was just great.
Oh my God, bro, we're whiffing bad.
I like that he reacts every time. I love it.
No, honestly, it's me. You can tell he streams because.
Jesus. I feel like I'm all over you too.
I feel like I'm hitting you, but I'm not.
Me in every ranked game ever.
Yeah. Sometimes I think I'm shooting cotton candy in hopes and dreams and nothing's connecting.
First of 5.
Oh, clean. Rossi gets the win.
Hey, come on.
All right. So Rossi gets the dub, and that will give Envy the advantage in the side selection there. But yeah, I mean, look, the pressure's on for all these teams because we're here. It may not feel like it because the season kind of just started, but it's kind of where the stakes are right now and how competitive this region has been in order to make it to Masters London. Let's take a look at some of the predictions from the broadcast team because we had some choice predictions here. Dryad, the only one who went for Envy.
It's just me.
No one believes in EG?
It's you against all of us, so.
Dan, it's you against the world. Why Envy?
And I'm going to win. First of all, I think people are underrating a little bit of what Loud did to get that win against Envy. Also, I think Envy, I know that there's a lot of personalities out there. I know it can be a little chaotic. We have a lot of questions, but something that they're good at is shutting down players right away. They're really good individually. And I think that is something that when there's a team like that that goes against Cloud9, things get really messy. So I think you know,
Weren't
Kesnet,
you just saying that
Demon
Exter
One.
needs to
I didn't
switch
talk
it
about
up?
Kesnet, Demon One.
Oh, okay.
So about everything else.
yeah,
Around
yeah.
it.
No, we're
No,
good.
but you know what though? I can see the perspective. I can see the perspective because I think like when you look at the players on Envy and when those guns get hot, like it will be very hard to stop them, you know? But you need that to happen.
C9 just lost because of fragging power.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
feels like, and Envy does have that. For me,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking.
So now you guys
No,
are
no, 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 no. I
I
don't
said
believe a word you're
roles.
saying.
I never said there's a problem with fragging
In
power.
my world, you're a gosh darn liar.
But I think C9, they do a really good job of adapting and knowing where they went wrong. And I saw Emir earlier, he looked pissed. Like he yelled at everyone for sure. So they're back in shape.
Yeah,
They're
it was
fine.
the yelling that really got everyone back in order there. Now you can tell Myrna as a coach, ooh, watch out for her. Just all the yelling. No, seriously, folks, we have a great show lined up for you all today. Cloud9 and Envy are ready to take the stage, so VCT America starts right now.
C9, they're the team we've played the most out of any other team.
There's a lot of rivalry. Rossi's been on the team before. Demon One, our team played with Demon One. Honestly, what I'm thinking about is what Exter's playing. I want to know what Exter's playing.
Feels like we're pretty scrappy and kind of like still on the run it down wave. C9 is like pretty scrappy too. Like we're two like really scrappy teams. There'll probably be like a lot of clutch moments or like a lot of crazy stuff happening.
Lucho que esta vez no lo logra, pero Darker dice que no hicieron la puerta. Ahora es Kesney, da 11 de vida en contra de Virti. Ahí está.
Kesnet is their spearhead of the team, and I think he'll be running down, and I'll be doing the same.
Oxy and Zalz is here. Blow is hiding in the corner, but they're just being taken out.
So I know how they like to play. I know how they like to move in. If they bring Exter back to the Euro, I know what he does on Euro, so I will be able to take him out.
All right, let's go ahead and welcome your first team to the stage. Put your hands together for Cloud9.
Cloud9, they have so much to prove that last week. They say it might have been a bad day. I talked a lot about them losing numbers, but this is a team that prides themselves on being able to be structured, but also be able to be scrappy like we just saw in that video. They're so good at getting a lot of these roles down. They have so many of these flexible players that are able to play every single role. But C9, they're known for being good in this stage of the competition. So they really need to step it back in and make sure they get that title unlocked.
And of course, Coach Imi, he's going to be there to try and keep the boys in line. Look for Zelsis as well to be that motivational leader in the server. But now let's bring out their opponents. Here is Envy.
Envy, they're just one of those teams that have a lot of potential when you look at the players individually, but they haven't been able to show up on stage. I think today is going to be that day where everything changes. It's a team that you have a Demon One that already knows the other side of Cloud9, not only how they call, but also how they play. He's going to have a read on that. We know the history as well between Rossi and Cloud9, and on top of that, you have a Kesnet that individually has always been incredible and was incredible in that series against Loud. I feel like it's a lot of small mistakes that they could have fixed in the past couple of days for an Envy to take the win today.
Yeah, both teams are in a very similar spot. You even heard Exter talk about it in the hype video leading into this, right? We're both scrappy teams. We're both going to try and make it work, right? You know, and I think like one thing I will say is I'm fine giving Envy a little bit of that grace there because, you know, they're figuring it out, kind of building the plane in the air as they go. Cloud9's been at this for a hot minute now, and it is still a little crazy that we're still talking about this team being a scrappy squad, given the experience this team has together.
Oh yeah, experience, and you expect there to be a lot of structure, especially with that coach, right? But, I mean, they picked split C9. I think this makes a lot of sense. They have a 100% win rate on this map so far this year. They've played this so many times. It's their bread and butter, so I think this makes sense. If they lose this map, then they have no excuse to say that last week was a bad day because their split has been really good. Their mid-round reads have been so good, inserting people into ropes, into mail, and just being super annoying and not only focusing on executes.
But also, last time they played it, it was against Envy, and it was when Demon 1 was part of the team. So part of that success on Split that we've seen this year is because of that, Demon 1 that is going to be on the other side. It's also a map that we haven't seen for any of the two squads, and I'm wondering what is going to happen with Penny and Noxy, as we talked about. They've been switching up a little bit. They are able to play the double duelist, the chamber. Can we see it? I don't know.
I think I saw Neon.
I
think I saw
I
Neon.
think the moment that those two kind of get down what it is that they want to do and how they want to approach this game, I think that's when we start to see the C9 team really begin to put it together. But again, it just boils back to that same question where it's like kind of wild that we're still having this conversation.
Yeah.
Granted, major patch came out, so it did throw a lot of things for a loop. That's the reason why a lot of these teams are still in this scrappy perspective.
I think the meta change is the biggest reason for a little bit of their struggles, and also they have a lot of flexible players, and so does Envy. But I think for C9, they're so flexible that it makes sense for them to be able to rotate through these. But Oxy back on the Neon, and like you said, Zeppa on Sky. This was one of the players that when we were talking about the meta change, we were like,
it's gotta work.
It's gotta work for Zeppa. Zeppa and
He's so
Ethan.
back.
He's
so back.
He was dropping 30s on Sky before the buff.
And I like that composition as well.
Yeah.
I like the Verizon play too. I mean, interesting double duelist though. Demon 1 on the Jet. Dan, your thoughts?
I really like this. They played double duelist on Breeze last week, and even though they didn't win it, this is what they should be playing. You have Demon 1, you have Kesnet on your team, put them on double duelist.
Might as well.
Yeah.
And then this map is perfect.
Yeah. Wow, that's scary.
Yeah, that is very scary. That's going to be very fun to watch. Let's see how this all unfolds and get into our first map of the weekend. Let's have everybody casters. You know them. You love them. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. We're going to dive into Envy versus Cloud9. Two teams here that suffered losses back in week 1. Now, one of them has a chance to turn it around, and with a pretty short stage 1, you need to get this one on the board, Mimi.
Yeah, there are already big implications for playoffs here. Both of these squads still have G2 and MIBR waiting. If you're going into those games down 0-2, your chance of making to the playoffs get real difficult.
It absolutely is going to be tough for these two teams. We're going to be starting things off on Split for Envy and for Cloud9. It's time for the match start, presented by Samsung OLED as we gear up to this pistol round.
Interesting compositional match here, going for that Vice on Cloud9, which is so good against the Neon. But Envy instead playing this triple dive comp, which I think will do well to bypass that utility.
You'll need to be a little bit more proactive on the defense side, and with a wall like this, it's not working out at all. Oxy with 2 quick snaps on the kills. Wall didn't even really come into play there for Envy.
Yeah, that's the Oxy you expect, though. He said his last match was the worst one he's played in 3 years. Already looking confident early as Envy expecting an A hit, rotate all 3 that direction.
Yeah, it's a hotter start from C9 this time around. Just choosing to slow down for the time being. Waiting to see, because you'd expect Envy down numbers to step back into some space, get some sort of fight going. That's what Cloud9 are waiting for. Penny's going to find the first player here, and Poppin does nothing to shut him down.
Seeing that one player, Cloud9 make a great call here. They pivot directly towards B, and this will be a free site, a free plant, and a great look on the pistol already.
Yeah, not really sure where Rossi and Exter are supposed to go from here. Now they finally hear the spike's been planted on the other side of the map. Maybe a ghost they can find, trying to hunt down wherever Penny wound up, but he's already left and moved back into mid.
One of the biggest struggles last week for Cloud9 was their team fighting for me. When they were getting, when they were holding sites against flood retakes, or on their attack when they were going for hard executes, I feel like they really got dragged into the chaos and lost in those fights. Against Envy, a team that wants those same kind of brawls, I like to see a Cloud9 that is taking a bit of a slower start to this game, that is looking to avoid full committing into those hard execs for the most part.
Yeah, very nice from them, even if Exter gets a couple kills on the retreat. Cloud9 take the pistol round, and Mimi, you know, you talk about them winning out in the early team fault brawl over mid, but also we see Penny getting to activate on the lurks too, which is going to be critical here, I think, on Split. Wow.
Yeah, I think it was a good double swing, just much better shooting from Oxy. Neither player able to find him there. And this is the kind of composition for Envy that lives or dies on fights like that. And if that's a prelude to how those duels are going to go, it's already a bit of a worrying sign.
Yeah, because you talk compositionally, right? You don't have that passive information of a Sentinel to lock down on a site, so Envy are forced a little bit more to play for forward lines to get that information with their duelists on On a round like this, though, they're just going to be bunkering down 5 players over on the A side. As again, C9 think the solution to this map so far has just been to break apart mid.
Absolutely, and welcome to 2026 Valorant, guys. We're picking Neon, we're abusing the judge as soon as possible. Oxy's got that one in hand, and seeing nothing here on B, it's another easy plant for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a quiet approach out of C9 till we get onto the side. There's the
Neon in
spike.
the world.
Could Envy hear anything? I don't know. Again, they're on the wrong side of the world when that spike goes down, so very easy to farm up some orbs here onto Zeppa's sky.
Okay.
Oh dear. My oh my. An ace for Kesnet!
Wow, incredibly impressive. It's rare you see teams actually do that outside of Abyss, but without buying anything, just classics, I respect it.
Well, it's because we haven't seen Raze in so long, right? And you need that damaging utility
you're right.
with the vulnerability of the Viper.
Don't worry, guys, I'm going to throw my Yoru flash at the ground, but we're replaying this, okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a big power play. Now, the right-click classic shots, those are just some flavor. Not actually helping there.
I like the fist bumps at the end. Good job, guys. We did it.
Yeah.
But here's the round that matters. With everyone dying, it means no ults close for Cloud9, full rifles for Envy, and this time it's an A default for C9.
Yeah, I like switching it up, getting out of mid, and actually just sending Oxy up into ramp to clear that close corner next to the smoke. And now after creating all that noise on the A side of the map, stepping back out of the space, and I think they're going to try and fake Envy out. Envy are going to step back into ramp, try and clear this out, and if they find nothing, that's exactly what C9 would have been hoping for.
But now the re-hit is coming through.
Yeah.
The ramp re-clear at the same time, which means site is open, but Envy in a good position to flood if they can win this duel towards ramp.
Kenny, how much can he get here? Snakebite goes awry, and he is taken out. Celsius, soon to follow, hitting the floor. Envy now have to take some time. Exter not with the rest of the team. But Demon 1 just lost his dash. Vic waiting in the corner, sees the shoulder. Nice work out from Demon 1. That's 3 for him. And now a flash to try and guide the rest of Envy back into the site. Still a judge in their path. Doesn't matter for Rossi. Zeppa takes 3 of his own. And now with popping onto the spike, goes for half. Is he just gonna hold it? Is he just gonna stick it down to the wire? No! Zeppa steals it right on back.
Incredible Red Bull clutch from Zeppa to close out C9's bonus, and that one was looking good for Envy, but the way they approached it had such risk. After a successful re-clear towards ramp, you see them actually go for this isolated fight, right? Demon 1 gets this one with the help of this guy, but then the rest of his teammates fall back, and he's just taking a one-on-one here towards Hell. He's taking another one-on-one towards Sight, and that opens up Zeppa to just get that one-on-two towards Elbow and have a great chance to clutch this round.
I'm back!
He's so back.
Sir, come on!
Imi, that's a nice emotion to see out of Imi.
Yeah, rare to see the happiness from that man.
Nice shot out of Kesnet to equalize here, even just on a Sheriff. And for Cloud9 too, losing all 4 of their pistol rounds back in week 1, now not only do they win their pistol, win the bonus, and go back to that mid-control that was working on those low-buy rounds.
Early Skyle, you only see 1 towards the side of B, and Exter under a lot of pressure here now, has the only rifle left, and it's gone.
Yeah. No chance there out of Kesnet either. Back into spawn. I think those Seekers really help simplify the round for Cloud9. Oh dear. That spike has not been planted yet. Rossi abandoned up out of heaven.
The news of him being back was a little too soon. Still, it's not really any guns to be picked up here. Just classics in the hands of the Envy players. Cloud9 with 45 seconds. We'll wait and see if they can get a freebie.
Yeah, they're waiting for Vic to get a smoke reset, I think, for Heaven because the spike is out in the open. Doesn't have the dark cover yet, and that's given Rossi a chance to slip back into the site. And now as he goes for that smoke out, he doesn't have his gun ready. Doesn't matter. Penny and Oxy are there to get the kill, and do they have time for this plant? I don't think so. Still, though, 4 in a row for C9, not too bad.
Yeah, solid from them. Got real scary at the end there. What a nice timing to find with that double headshot out of the classic. To zoom out on this round, though, I think Cloud9's approach to this one, but they're doing a lot of 1-3-1, show a lot early with the Neon to pressure, and then fall back and wait for the reply.
Dirty, but we got it done.
Is a really good approach. Envy, the last time that they were playing, they really like, when they hear pressure in one part of the map, going for big, active re-clears together where they saw that. And I think Cloud9's approach is all about baiting out these big plays early and finding that weak side.
Yeah, identify where the brawl is going to be. That's going to be over on A ramps. Penny just locking it down for the time being. Trying to show a little bit more presence out of C9 on that side, while the rest of the team creeps up into mid, and just sliding in is Oxy. Kesnet tries to take another fight, but it's disjointed out of Envy. And once again, Mimi, Exter isolated on B.
Getting a kill or two here is the only way to make this round possible.
It's tough. On the other side of the smoke, Exter somehow gets it done, but there's still going to be some shots to trade him back down. Now Poppin making a mad dash to secure this kill. No chance for him either, and this was the buy round from Envy, instantly taken apart.
You see how much the Neon changes the respect that you have to give to an attacker, especially when you're playing a position like the Viper in mid, where you have to be up to Molly. When you're playing even against something like Yoru, there is just not that pace to be able to pounce on you, slide through, disrespect a Molly, and get that kill.
Yeah.
But when there is a Neon, it breaks that internal timing, and you saw how much Oxy destroyed him there to get the opener.
Because on the Yoru, you'd have to wait for that timing for the teleport
and it's
to go
also
forward.
telegraphed, right? You hear that, you see a flash, something like that. Neon, no. You just make the play.
Well, Demon 1 can still shoot. Verdict is in. But he can't see that third one, so no luck there. That's 5 in a row now out from Cloud9. No guns even saved over from Envy, but that's the play. That's just a sliding headshot, Mimi.
And it's also cool sky tech, right? Did you see how he didn't insta-pop the flash? Instead, he let it ride, and then you see the Viper starting to turn, and then the flash pops in her face as she's turning, and the Neon slide is there from Oxy to absolutely own Rossi.
Well, a timeout is going to be called. Can only assume that's going to come from the Envy side, but I do love seeing some of that sky tech as the agent sort of re-enters the agent pool, especially on a guy like Zeppa, who has literally been playing this guy for 5 years now?
All of them, every year that Sky has been an agent, I'm pretty sure. When I looked at this meta and was thinking, okay, Neon's good, Sky's good, we're moving away from Yoru. Every sign for me was saying, this is a meta for Cloud9.
Sure.
They like playing double controller. They have one of the best Sky players in our league. They have Oxy, who, I think people underrate him a little. You know, you might have seen Jaw put out his list in an interview of his top 5 Neon players. Oxy didn't make it. I'd put him in my top 3, honestly. I think he's up there, at least in terms of America's players on the roll. So disappointing to see how they played week 1, but already here, this is looking more like what we were promised.
I mean, this is just excellent. Smacking down Envy at the start. We'll see how Envy can react, because it's a very different story for Envy trying to react to the nerfs and changes that came through. Exter now piloting that Omen, for example.
Good news, with the loss bonus and Bladestorm this time, Demon 1 is all but guaranteed to get an off in his hands next round. It's going to be late, but that will be a factor.
Wow! 2,079 days, not since 2020, that Envy and C9 have done battle here. See how Envy react to this fast B hit. First time we get a look like that, and Kesnet is on site with the judge. Already gives up his position. Exter out from heaven, look at that! Envy trying to tear Cloud9 apart. Oxy left in the 1-on-2. Exter shows his face and will lead to Envy's round win.
Nearly gave a way back in there for Cloud9, but Envy shored up in the end. I want to see these kills from Exter. I think it's just classic Envy, full disrespecting that smoke. Here he is, just holding towards heaven. Has that high-low with the floating jet above, which makes it so tough to pick a target.
I also think right before that drop came in, right before the drop comes in, Kesnet's making a lot of noise on site. So I think a lot of the Cloud9 players are more worried about that than the flood out from heaven. Bad news for Cloud9 as their momentum is at least momentarily halted.
Strong mid setup for Envy.
Interesting read that Oxy's going for the Outlaw purchase. Maybe something out from the timeout. You can see that Envy actually have 3 heavy armors under that. Could have been something where Emmy's saying, hey, if we keep winning rounds and Envy are forcing up buys, it's going to be a lot of light armors, but maybe not the payoff in a round like this for C9.
Envy expected something fast towards mid. They've re-cleared B main, so now this A play is telegraphed. But their Sky is tucked into sight, and there's no one to help.
Yeah.
This is a man alone.
Good luck popping. A dog in. And now he is just completely gone. That was one of the players with light armor taken out of the equation. But as Rossi approaches on the flank, C9 don't have any space outside of the site. They're trapped in here like fish in a barrel.
So that Outlaw could do work. That's 140 damage on Kesnet.
Envy taking their time. last time rushed into this A retake.
No flash to get past his scope.
Paint shells came in, but maybe a little late. No impact there. Envy have 3 players all isolated on separate parts of the map, and systematically, they have been destroyed by Cloud9. No issues there for C9.
That round, you're seeing how the compromises of this composition really start to hurt you. The only tools you have to set up fights are what your Sky has and what your Omen has. And as soon as Poppin's dead and Paranoia is used, even if you're in a strong position in terms of your positioning, your guns, your numbers, if you don't have flashes, if you don't have smokes, if you don't actually have any tools to get back into this site, it's so difficult.
I thought Viper was the last guy. Let's go, boys.
And that used to get assuaged when you were playing with the Yoru every map and you had flashes and you didn't have to worry about that. With a comp like this, it gets difficult. And that's a money shot for Envy. They get 1 round, their loss bonus goes down, and they have to eco.
Yeah, full reset on that. So what's the plan from C9? Right now, just taking it very measured. I think with how quickly Rossi came in on the flank in the previous round, C9 are taking their time and making sure no flame business is going down into mid. And don't know quite if that dog got the spot out on Rossi, but does clear away that space.
Penny's been here alone pretty much every round.
Hello.
Here.
I do like Envy's positioning, though. 2 players up in heaven, and that being the Raze and the Viper. I was going to say they could util combo, but there's no snake bite available. We're just going to blitz on into the site. Still gets a kill with those paint shells. As backside is a bit of a conundrum right now for C9. Still not convinced that Kesnet has left the space. Finally, they clear that away. Once again, it seems Envy will have to take their time and wait for teammates to approach before they can do anything here on B.
The kills are great, but none of these weapons can actually get picked up. And again, limited tools to actually break into the site.
Kesnet already ripped the showstopper. Not long for this world. Reserved hold from C9 too. Not giving any early challenges to that Envy squad. Takes things up 7-1.
The way Oxy's playing this Neon is diabolical. If you watch his entry that round, he has a judge. He goes into a smoke and he's swapping to a shorty secondary. Throw his double pump entry here. There it is. Didn't get a kill in this round. But it may be whimsical, but it's also just so strong with those shotguns. Can do right now. 10-5 for him. And a 6-round deficit for Envy.
I think C9 might just like their chances on a B rip here. Zelsis has that steel guard in ready to go. They are going to be halted by a pit in main. Reconsider their options. As Penny finds a very early Skydog.
He's been playing this extremity very well, though. He's never far enough up that they can actually catch him, even with the scaling from the Jet and the Raze.
It has meant that orb control has basically always gone to Envy, but let's watch this fight. Very nicely done. Just barely challenging. Now that Steel Garden onto the B site. Oxy layers down a stun, puts down the fast lane too. There's players in front of him. It'll be a challenge to rip into this site, but not if Zelsis is cutting them down in main. That pinch comes in, and C9 get 2 kills for nothing. Hard to say what Envy's going to do from here. Seekers have already been thrown down. Kesnet layering down some fire. Pins the Zeppa into the corner, and now Demon 1 and Poppin have arrived. That corner player dealt with. Pressure onto the spike. And Zelsis so low, he's out of it. Demon 1 will take the round.
First round where I feel like I've seen the Jet Raze duo for Envy step up and win them one off individualism. So I think Cloud9's macro that round was better. They took early B main presence, pressure there to incite the re-push on the other extremity. Spotted 3, go for this execute. Now have a 3v5 here. But it's all down to Demon 1 and Kesnet hitting some great shots together as they scale back in.
There's a really spam kill out from Kesnet too. I think just broke the crossfire C9 had going for themselves. Hold on, guys. The spike is all the way back in base.
Hey, at least it's on the map.
Yep, Zephy's got that in his hands. It's all good. No worries there. No, spike seems to be the only thing that could slow down C9 on this attack half so far.
Back to the 1-3-1. I've noticed in a lot of these rounds, Poppin is using very early utility.
So
Already a
much.
flash, a dog gone with 20 seconds in the round. Part of the reason I think their late round retakes have been so difficult because they are dumping that kit pretty early on.
Yeah. Ends up meaning that they're, you know, usually going to... That's
There's the
another
third
Sky Flash, yeah.
He won't have another until 8 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Well, we'll see if it matters. It is just going to be a B-side defense out of Exter. Good flash to sort of set him up for 2 kills on the board. It evens things out at 3 and 3 apiece.
But remember the initiator utility. It's all gone. They don't have any tools to get back into this site
Yeah,
other than pure skill from Demon 1.
You would love to have a dog right now. We'll see if Demon's got that. Right on the other side of the wall. Envy know they have some time to work with, but still worried about B main. Can't waste too much time on that. Stepping into the smoke, Poppin chooses not to use the flash. There it goes. Penny is still alive. Worried about Evolve, and Rossi comes down for the kill. Still Zeppa alive. Has an angle here, gets that. With so little time left on the clock, Demon 1 needs to try and get that one to half. Does he have the time for it? I'm not sure. It's going to be down to the wire for Demon 1. Clock is ticking, and he has it with 0.2 of a second.
So damn close. But Demon 1 clutches up for the team. An absolutely necessary round to win.
And that is back-to-back for Demon 1 as well.
Both on B retakes, both in man disadvantages. That he steps up for this team. Cloud9 know it. They had him sub in last season when Oxy had to be out. Knew the impact he could provide.
Bro, you're here. What the?
Demon 1 stepping up here in these last couple of rounds. That's going to bring us to a Cloud9 timeout. After winning the first 5 rounds in the row, Envy have started to put something together here on the defense.
Yeah, the initial read was to go for a lot of these early 3-player pushes into mid. Pressure that space, get Rossi off the line, and then late go into split executes. The last couple rounds, they found that weakness on B and have been spamming the executes about halfway through the round onto that site. I honestly just want to see them return back to the mid control, get that space, because I think one of the biggest issues when they're playing on the site, even when their opponent has no utility, is that they're never holding on to another piece of space, be that heaven control or something else to threaten a reflank, threaten another angle.
Yeah, because it seems like C9 are at least in even numbers on those B post plants, or even ahead in numbers. There was a 5v3
it was a 5-on-3 and then a
3
3-on-3 these last 2 rounds.
Exactly, so maybe late lurk through mid from a Penny perhaps, something like that could activate to have another element going at it. We'll see what the solve for C9 is going to be. It's not going to be meeting that A main aggression with a brawl like Envy have been going for round after round. Instead, maybe back to that 1-3-1.
Yeah, I like to see it. Envy keeps using this util so early. There's a boombot already going on A main. That lets Penny walk up, and Rossi, this time he knows the threat of that Neon has to back far away.
Ironically, it's this time that Oxy isn't going full speed ahead.
I mean, look how little they've had to use to get so much space here.
Oxy can just follow the Trailblazer. But really, C9 might have ideas to pivot back into A. Envy haven't over-rotated yet, but this fight into B Heaven might force some players away. Actually calls back towards Heaven. Nice shot from Poppin. Just tears Oxy's head off. And this paralyzes Cloud9 a bit. They wanted to do some fake action back and forth in mid, now fully committing back into vents. But 2 players on ramp and the judge here. It's not going to be easy. Poppin flashed off of the corner, but calls in some assistance. Here's Demon 1 layering it down. Brilliant shots out of the duelist.
Demon 1 is looking good. That 2K is just incredible from him. And it's another round where Cloud9 is in a position where this could so easily go their way. And then it's Demon 1 individualism.
The fadeaway.
Yeah. I still like that early approach from Cloud9. I'd like to see them mirror that again with going into this mid space. Getting that pick on Rossi up towards B Heaven in the middle of that round should have been the death knell for Envy.
Blade Storm out from Demon 1. And a lot of ultimates ready to be thrown into this final round of the half. From C9 in particular. Rossi having used all of his gas there to get the cross, and it's quick from C9 into heaven. Kesnet was waiting for it, but it does not matter. Oxy now, lightning at the ready. And the rest of C9, considering their options, they're going all the way around the world. They're going back into the defender side spawn. What a round from C9. Poppin seems to have heard it, but with a judge in hand, and without C9 going into heaven, there's not anything he can do from this position.
Just have the Seekers, a chance for a one-on-one against Oxy.
Oh, this is madness.
Judge v. Judge.
Poppin knows he's under a lot of pressure. Again, Envy choosing to separate on the opposite sides of the map, but this time Penny was ready for the flank. And the rest of C9 are not going to be pushed out of here either. Oxy for 3, and C9 take a flawless finish to the first half.
A bout of heroics make it doable for Envy. But have no doubt, this was a half that Cloud9 was firmly in control of. A pistol and a bonus win into some good calling throughout sets them in an excellent position heading to their defensive half.
Fantastic start out from Cloud9. You love to see that from them bouncing back after tough week 1. We've got more on the other side of this break.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Well, after a little bit of a bounce back at the end there of the first half, Envy are within 4, and that's off the back of Demon 1 Mimi, who absolutely tore up the server in those last few rounds.
He absolutely did. And if you're just waking up from your 2021, 2022, or 2023
EG, my
coma,
favorite team.
No, they're gone.
Oh,
but guess what?
but they're still here.
You can find comfort in the double duelist. Jet Rays is back. Also more years than that. This comp has just been good for a long time on this map. But it has to be predicated on Demon 1 and Kesnet. We saw those heroics picking up towards the end of the half, like you mentioned. But here's their opportunity to show out.
Demon 1 has been afforded a Sheriff and light armor in this pistol round. See what he can do on the attack side. He's going to be solo up on the pinch into heaven. That's a nice typical path you're going to see all the time out from Envy, and they don't slow down. That's a little bit extra. Goes all the way back into fence, and more on top of it, too.
They raid bossed him, by the way.
Yeah.
They know their win condition.
Decapitation. So Oxy in the 1-on-3.
Planted.
Catches Poppin sleeping, and might have the 1-on-1 too. Demon 1 from above is there with steady hands. Nearly slips, but he holds on.
Man, if that second kill was a bit cleaner from Oxy, I think there was a world he wins that. Even still, Demon 1 delivered when they needed. They invest in him, and it grants a pistol. I love this split. Very classic this comp with the Omen Rays keeping up one side, the Jet on the other. But still effective.
I want to see the health Demon 1 had at the end to see if there was a difference. Now, okay, even without light armor, he's going to be alive there.
Let's go, W, Sheriff. W.
Nice.
But it is that Sheriff to get the kill. We saw Envy, you know, die to their own mollies last time. C9 going down with a little bit more of a fight. It'll be 2 kills for them, but 4 for Exter, and a very swift round.
Another couple seconds and they could have gotten a kill with that molly. Either way, Envy cleaned it up, and they managed to maintain the rifles through. So no harm in the end.
You know, one thing I love with this game is the fact that we had Demon 1 subbing in for Oxy back during kickoff.
We did.
Now he's playing against C9, and it happens to be both him and Oxy neck and neck in the leaderboard going into a close second half.
I do wonder what C9 would have been like if they had both of them at a time. Would have been interesting to see. I guess you get kind of an example like that with Kesnet and Demon 1 on the same team.
It's true. A whole lot of talented duelists in this server. But as you say, NV1, they hit the brakes for just a moment. Dog finds nothing. So do they leave Kesnet and Demon 1 in mid? They're just waiting for someone on C9 to step back in.
Dog re-clear towards A Heaven. Unlike similar rounds from Cloud9, Envy didn't leave an embed on the extremity, so they have to take quite a bit of time to go re-clear into B main, and they have to be worried about a long flank from A.
This just feels like vintage Kesnet, still hanging out on the lurk, on the solo play, but eventually Envy will regroup, as said. C9 have a little 1-2 setup to lock down B main. Been interrupt the timings. Kesnet was already inside of the smoke. Bad step forward, and again, Kesnet will secure another. That leaves Vic hopelessly alone in backside. I don't know if C9 will play this one out, Mimi.
I don't think so. Man, Penny got caught lacking there. He turned just at the wrong time, and I think his view model covered Kesnet as he dropped. Great double entry from him. I like Envy taking that freeze in the mid-round before committing to the re-hit. I think we saw them rush into a lot of plays in their last match they played. For C9, this is big implications. You went from, at one point, a 7-1 game to now the deficit only being 1.
That is alarming, especially considering that so much of that success from C9 was right at the start of the game, right? They were in this same position where they won the first 3 rounds, then 4, then 5. Now Envy secured their own bonus in retaliation and might even get these guns ripped out of C9's hands. Kesnet already got a couple this round, but all the utility that's been saved the entire length of the round comes in clutch to carry those 2 rifles over.
With the gun saved, there will be something in this round for Cloud9, but still, it's a huge opportunity for them to level up, and love these entries from Kesnet, picking up the gun. He was so quick on this kill on Penny. Turned just a second too late. And that's a danger of this team. No matter how much they're struggling in the team play, in the macro, in their last bout, if they can fix some of that, no one can doubt they have the individualism to pretty much beat anyone on a good day.
So C9 head into this one. Sent a couple of Buckies forward. Now into A main. Dog from the defense side, and now some utility to follow, but Envy were waiting for it. 1 for 1, I suppose, but doesn't look like C9 are able to recover anything from that.
Still, I think he'll take it on an eco round. He'll be very slow here, again, just waiting for some kind of reaggression. They don't actually have much presence on the rest of the map. Bar Pop and playing Contain.
Yeah, it's a weird round for both teams because neither of them have any control over mid whatsoever. So Poppin's worried that someone could have maybe walked down. C9 are worried about the same thing with their vent, so they fully give up A Heaven and instead bunker down 2 players on each site to try and fight through it somehow.
The issue is, even with bad guns, the longer they let this tick, I start to get slightly worried about hitting into the Vise site.
Yeah, there's a wall there, there's some thorns, there's a flash. Not to mention a Bucky right here on the opposite side. And Rossi's gone fully through A. I mean, is there...
Knife out!
What? Alive somehow. Now he's been taken down, forcing the hit into the Vise. Zeltus with 1 kill already. Wall triggered, sticks the spike on the other side, the teleport on top. It's disgusting. Throw up in your mouth. C9 take the round.
No, that's a despicable round that I have just witnessed. Even if you think you have sight, why are you walking through knife? This is... I mean, he even had a chance to get the kill regardless.
You hate to see it.
And they didn't have any presence on the rest of the map, so they're going back in blind. Guess what? There's a rifle there. There's Vise there.
I don't know what's going on there, but C9 are having some fun after a round like that, I suppose. And now Demon 1 picks up the op for attack. Will anyone challenge him in mid? Doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, look, Mimi, Envy aren't out of it. They've got the op. They've got a showstopper for Kesnet, but that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, keep selling it, because I'm feeling the same tilt they probably are watching that round.
45 degrees by now. Dog sees absolutely nothing up mid. Demon 1 reconsiders his life choices. Why did I buy this op? There's no one actually wants to fight me. C9 are playing like cowards, just playing behind their utility. Where's the fight? Look how far back C9 are playing all the way around the map. Envy have done 40 seconds and not seen a single player on C9's side.
Well, it's because they're not really putting any presence into this. You can call it a default, but they're not pushing and pulling in any way. They're just sitting there waiting. And even if you spend a minute with no info, you're still hitting a site with no info.
You're coming into 3 players and you're going to rip an Omen ult, a rocket into it as well. We'll see what Kesnet can find. That's one, but Penny is there on the other side. Still not simple for Envy. Demon 1 picked up a rifle now into the site, inching forward, but Demon 1's looking the wrong direction. Vic on 3, Vic on 4, untouchable. Come and get him.
Excellent anchoring from Vic backside there. Single-handedly closes out the round. But it didn't have to just be him. Watch the spacing on these fights. The first 2 are good, but the rest of this, one by one, out of Envy. Even earlier on, the Raze rocket is pathing after the Omen ult, and then the rest of the Omen TP and the second duelist are diving in after that. It was just very disjointed from Envy, and they were hitting into a site where, again, they didn't have any info.
Yeah, I would have hit that timeout button so quickly. Right after 2 rounds back-to-back, Envy are going to be talking about how they can probably play these early rounds with more active information, looking for more map control, because C9 are playing so passively.
What this comp excels at is early aggressive plays, freezing, and then refighting. You can think about that as like fast taking A heaven control, fast taking up mid, something like that. You freeze for the re-aggression, and then you wait. It's what they did on the pistol round.
It's the pistol round where they pinched A heaven, and the bonus that they won as well, where Kesnet was hanging out in vents for forever. That's always a good look.
No more sight hits into the Vice, please. Let's slow things, not slow things down without intent, with intent this time, of taking early space and then freezing.
Now, there's a few more problems abound than how you play the round when you just don't have the money in your bank account, unfortunately, for Envy. So it'll just be heroes up for Demon 1 and Kesnet. See what they can find.
2 pretty great heroes to have.
Definitely are. But they're eyeing up B main at present. Interesting choice. Oxy also has a Outlaw in hand. It looks like a fake B heaven dive out from Envy. There's a Paranoia sent up there too. Now double facing the line. Nice work from Kesnet. Those rifles very nearly could be the thing to get them back into the game. Exter with just a classic gets 1 kill, and C9 are kind of going at this one by one. Zeppa now into the site. And notice, I mean, this is a disaster from C9. Kesnet tore it open on the entry. Now Zelsis finds himself facing down 3 members.
2 are low, but Secrets confirm his position. If you just stack up together, it'll be tough for him to win this.
And see how Envy have taken 2 players up into B heaven as well. Great positions to work from.
Well, not just 1. But Rossi's good for it.
There you have it. Thrifty round from Envy. And, well, they can fully reset.
Yeah. And now you have to look to C9 for some of the criticism in how that one went down. Looking back on it, I mean, credit to Envy, they hit some really nice shots. This opener on Oxy especially. But then how they actually played the Flood, I think was a little misguided. You saw people coming out kind of one by one, and they were flooding into a site where they no longer had any anchor to actually go into.
I think part of it, too, with that first fight that went down is Oxy has a misread on how Envy are buying armor. Envy actually forced 2 rifles from other teammates so their duelists could buy heavy armor. So Oxy hits a shot, but it's not a kill that time around, and that's a big difference.
So 1-3-1 for Envy.
C9 haven't played very aggressively in mid, but this time Penny has tucked away in mail. good for it too, causing some distraction. Penny finds a couple, and now with neither duelist available from Envy, where do you go from here, Mimi?
It's so tough to get any space. You don't have an embed on the other side that could have activated off that pressure. And
wow. Sorry, I just saw back from spawn, Sky hits those Seekers, and with only 3 alive, that gives you perfect information.
Yep, 2 mid, 1 A main. And that triggers a B main repush.
Yeah. Well, they're heading back into Vi's, Mimi.
I don't know if I'm optimistic about their odds.
We'll see. You never know.
So that Vice is alone.
Yeah, Zelsis could get distracted with the minigame on his gun.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. This seems eerily familiar.
I do like the choice to walk heaven.
But there's a wall here, so we all have to get the timing through. Last time we failed it. This time together, nicely done. Flash up into heaven, but keep your eyes on Zelsis. Back sight, tucked into the corner, not looking the right direction. Starts to fall apart as the teleport is stuck through. Cloud9 are all out of sorts. It is a mess on this A site, but Oxy and Zeppa still have a chance if they work forward together.
I'm out of here.
Envy have no control whatsoever, trying to walk out the 3 of them together.
Player standing.
And now it's all left to Zeppa.
He's got to save. The money is not good enough.
I mean, let's just dissect what happened there, because I don't know what in the world Zelsis was looking at. Might have heard the Omen ult and whips around, but...
I think he was trying to turn a flash. I want to see back where that flash actually went, because his teammate flashed at the same time.
And of course, we had Vic sicking the ult in backside,
Yeah,
maybe thinking support was more on the way, or there would be no one guarding the planter, I don't know.
Yeah, that Kez... Or, the teammate dying. Oh, it scrambled my brain.
He was thinking something, Mimi.
Yes, I just want to see this again.
Let's see if we can grab that for you.
Yeah, Envy though, again, winning out these improbable rounds. Here it is. Flash comes through. I mean, Poppin couldn't even see him there.
Oh,
That
it's
was
his teammate's flash that
flash.
he's trying to turn. And there you go. Yeah, there were even thorns. Okay, I understand a little bit. There were thorns on the spike, which I think also is something that Zelsis was popping at that time.
So making that noise makes him think he has a window, but even then, it's such a high-risk play.
You can see some of the elements, but at the end of the day, it falls completely apart. Envy within spitting distance now. A fight over ramps. Oxy slides on into it. Demon One's gliding from above, but Oxy remains untouched for a moment. Now Vic, a sitting duck, as Envy have carved right back through this C9 hold and should have control over this A site. No smoke into heaven just yet, so there's an angle for Zelsis to look for.
Bring me the arsenal!
Maybe even just a steel garden. Try and activate quickly back into this site. C9 just found themselves in a 2-on-3 position. This time, have to get through an orb, have to get through the Viper's pit as well.
And they don't have any tools, just this molly to try and flush someone.
That'll be a help. Poppin taken very low. But he needs more. A first kill out from Penny. Penny holding the line, sees the player pop on through, and it's a one-on-one. Penny has delivered for Zelsis. But he's facing the wrong direction. And Rossi has time! Rossi for 3, and we're all tied up.
Cloud9 full scented on that A fight. And despite Oxy's heroics taking down both duelists, the trades here were just better from the other side. See him get caught on this slide through, and then Poppin with a flat, not even, just swinging through to reactivate on that one. Whew, gets a lovely play. And this second half has been so weird.
Guys, let's go!
It was Envy in a firm control. A blunder of a round opens the door. Cloud9 blunders back, and now the game is tied again.
A little bit wild, getting all the way this deep in. Envy have crawled on back. So now Emmy has to figure out how exactly to play these rounds, because for a while, the passive approach was working, but now it seems as though Envy have been able to break apart these early fights.
The issue too is it's a tough choice around the economy this round. You have 3 players enough to force into rifles, the others in a bit of a tougher spot. You likely want to save and try and play against a threat of overtime. I don't know if playing too passive is the problem though. I think that in most of these rounds, where Envy is actually getting the pick, is when Cloud9 is trying to make a play. Either that, or it's just in these kind of chaotic late rounds where they're failing.
Well, C9, they're still going to keep putting Oxy over on this A side for now. A little bit less punch behind that, as Vic has moved back onto B. Maybe some ideas to play around to mid as well. But ultimately, it is just going to be a half buy from them, putting together what they can, giving Envy a chance to take the lead for the first time all game.
Slower approach from Envy, contacting towards the smoke in mid instead. It's an early dog, gives some freedom for Oxy to rotate away.
This is good though from Envy, right? Last time they got thriftied, it was around they didn't play with any mid control, no space on the map.
Yes.
And they've given up A and B main, but that might not be the world's worst problem.
The key piece of info they're still missing is which side the Vise is on. They haven't figured that out yet, but hearing the sky flashes, seeing that pressure in mid,
I think they've got to have an idea.
that's enough for them to make a read.
Definitely. And it's a good one so far. Zeppa just has a bulldog on screens, and even now he's given up the angle.
So again, this round will fall to a retake. This time 5-on-5, as Exter has to cancel away.
Oh, hello. I'll be making my way out. Don't mind me.
I think the difference, though, is that Cloud9 have maintained heaven control. They don't need to invest huge resources to refight for that. So they have pretty much all the tools they'd want to actually fight back into the site proper.
Well, that's their Sky Flash gone. Headshot through the box, too, so now the paranoia comes in, the stun as well. Oxy is true and welly here. That's 2 kills now, but still Rossi. A problem for Cloud9. Rossi getting so active, that is wild. Trying to catch this timing, I think, with Poppin swinging onto the line. But now things get a little bit more uncomfortable. Rocket popped. So much writing on this round from Kesnet. Has to deliver, has to find it, and he will. Envy take the lead.
It has been a story of heroes for Envy. Their 2 superstars, the new additions this year in Demon1 and Kesnet, have stepped up. This time, Kesnet with this Red Bull clutch. I thought this refight towards ramp was going to be the end for Envy. Oxy getting those 2 picks, and then Rossi making this decision that I disagree with to re-swing. None of that matters, though, when Kesnet plays that so masterfully around the sign.
Right back into it. C9 now feeling the pressure truly for the first time. And Celsius has switched his setup. He's playing a little more isolated toward this A side. Can call in some reinforcements with Penny. When this wall goes down, it is trouble. Flash through, and Poppins alone on the wrong side of the Vise wall. Spotted now. As the rest of the team filters in, Celsius gets the first, and the distraction is beautiful. That push and pull between the tandem duo. As Demon1 somehow carves things a little bit back, it's still Penny holding down the fort up in heaven.
Now Exter has to make himself a hero. The man who struggled more than anyone else on this Envy roster since their ascension.
Been a good game so far, but now every angle is being held, and he teleports right into the waiting arms of Celsius. It's tied again.
This year with the initiator nerfs, with the changes to the game, we've talked so much about team fighting, how important it is to have those fundamentals down. And this is a perfect example from C9. Watch the ping pong here. Celsius swings, then he tucks, now Penny's back in. Then it's another piece of utility before they head forward. It's so difficult to deal with when those teammates are playing off each other well. Envy just gets torn apart in heaven. But they still have another buy. They still have another chance to push to match point.
C9 might have some ideas to fight over B main. This is a new look. Vic teleporting into the corner, and Envy are somewhat wary of that area of the map. Their idea is to brute force their way through mid.
Cloud9 largely giving this space. Comfortable with the hold they have towards the extremity. Make it feel like there's more presence off that Sky Flash.
Feels a little bit like that third round of the half here, except this time Demon1 and Kesnet have linked arms in vents.
I've got your trail.
And a Seeker's now popped from the attack side sends 3 over towards B. And that tells Envy so much. It means 2 on A and very likely Vi's on this side of the map too.
But it's the 2 best tools to stall. Can they hold firm?
Even one's into the side already. Slowed down for the time being. Good flash, but Team 1 can't capitalize. Here he comes, and he is out. Celsius! Who is this guy? Tears down 3 in the blink of an eye. Spike left bare.
30 seconds
And Envy are ignoring it. They have to deal with Celsius first. Exter somehow does. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, Exter has stepped up in week 2 to give his team a chance.
3 on 2 now. Kesnit posts forward. He wants this fight. Confident alongside his teammate.
Exter is in the prime position if C9 commit out from heaven. And yet they're taking their time. Doing it diligently. But time begins to affect them. Now a crossfire setup. Kesnit into the smoke. Everyone's blind. It's only Exter. 1. Not anymore. C9 will take this round. They move to match point.
And that is the round that Cloud9 needed. That is the recovery for this squad. And it doesn't come from the hands of Oxy. It doesn't come from a hero like that. Instead, it is Celsius holding it down. The stall util here, the thorns, everything was perfect. And that spray down, just too clean out of him. Exter gave his team a chance.
Nice, boys! Let's go, Penny. Let's go.
Bro, I dinked both of them.
Way to claim the credit, Penny. Okay. Trying to take that one away from Celsius. Celsius just the man like locking down in these late rounds, always locking down the site. But now, Envy tried to challenge for OT. It's quick into A this time around. Kesnit is just Goomba stomping on Oxy. Just a 1-for-1 for the time being. Zeppa stuck backside is in. Comes Celsius once more into the fray. Celsius closes in and C9 take split.
13-11 for them. Both teams had chances. Both teams made big mistakes in this game. But at the end of the day, it matters how you recover. It matters how you step up after the fact. And no one did that more than Celsius. The final 2 rounds, he delivers for Cloud9. And a map up in this series.
I mean, his defensive holds were just brilliant on that side. And it really started with that B site anchor.
Yes.
Where he gets those 3 kills in that disaster round that stopped all the momentum from Envy. It was him to stop the gas both times critically and keep this game for C9.
What a weird match, though. Bonus rounds 1 for both teams. This is a 7-1 lead at a time for Cloud9. Only for Envy to do some great work to recover and make this a hell of a map.
Exter certainly gave it a shot there towards the end as well. Definitely stepped up in that first one. We'll see if he can continue, but that's the round I was talking about out from Celsius. Brilliant work out from him. And from the rest of C9, we're gonna have more of this series coming up in just a moment, so don't you go anywhere.
And the walls drop. Oxy's huge with Zelsis for a moment, and that's a third one in an instant.
The cards, Lucio ready for a Demon 1, dropped and traded, Kesnet! Peeking too much though, because Verdi has got his eye!
Here with the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. Now that's what we're looking for from Cloud9, a map win on Split. Talk to me, what did you like about what you saw there from your team?
Just the communication was insane. Like Penny's giving big comms, Jordan's taking control of everything. Like the communication was really, really on point, and we simplified things and just made it easy for us to win. Should have been a lot cleaner, but you know, we'll take it right now.
Would you say that communication was different from last week?
Oh, completely. That's a whole different team. It's a whole different team. Whole different team.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
Cloud9 pick up the win, and Dan the Penguin just got mollywopped. All right, well, hey, that kind of felt like the beginning of that game there for Envy at the very least, because on the defensive side, it wasn't looking pretty. But then things started to stabilize a little bit. But I think it's safe to say, though, Myrna, both teams really struggling on the defensive side of the map, and you can definitely see that coming in multiple rounds.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, C9 was up, what, 7-1? And I think the main reason was we saw that Envy was just struggling on a lot of their retakes, just running through one by one, not being able to get a lot of those trades, and when they're playing on those sites, not being in those tradable positions. And then when they flipped over, we saw C9 having almost the exact same struggles. A lot of the time on their retakes, they're just flooding in, but it's not a really fast flood with the rest of your team.
What does that indicate?
I'm not sure. I think maybe that C9 previously had a plan that they were going to flood in, make sure that they get those retakes on time, but it just didn't work out with spacing and timing. And I mean, Emmy said the comms were really good. So for me, I'm like wondering, is it just spacing? Is it just a player was like, oh, I thought you're right behind me or something?
Because it felt really messy. So I think it's a little bit surprising that we heard that from him. The defense, it wasn't clean. It was going one by one as well. Sometimes it was the wrong read, but it just ends up working at the end because everything is so chaotic. This is still not the clean Cloud9 that we want to see.
I think Ender had a phrase, was it throw up in my mouth? I think was one of the phrases.
No, that.
I think that could actually give me a really good explanation as to what that was about, because it was sloppy. It was a little nasty at times. But there was one standout, and you know, we talked about him before as being one of the individuals to watch out because of the character that he'd be playing, Sky, and it was Zeppa, who did have a great attack side. Wasn't necessarily the best of circumstances. Obviously, the whole team kind of floundered on the defensive side, but we're really seeing this guy on Sky, and it's good.
I mean, it just felt like his util was always on point for me. Watching his flashes, they were so good. Everyone on the other team was constantly either having to look away or already blind. And on top of that, his mechanics are insane. He got so many multi-frags in that first half. I felt like he was the main reason why they were in so many of those rounds. When we flipped the side, again, like he was still on top of it, but we saw other players come out on top too.
Yeah, you see after that, you see Vic a little bit more. I feel like Oxy is always a consistent piece for Cloud9. But I think this guy is going to play a massive role going into Pearl, because last time that Envy was playing this, they were playing with the composition with no flashes, and they were doing a little bit of what we just saw, going one by one, sometimes getting away with it, sometimes not getting away with it. But when you have a flash to kind of slow down that individual push that we saw for Demon 1 for Kisnet, then things can change a little bit. So I think Zeppa is going to be massive for this.
Yeah, no, for sure. But now as we take a look at the other side of the field, what's going on with Envy? We have Coach Stunner standing by and a person to get us the answers. Liz, take it away.
Here with the coach of Envy, Stunner. That was close, but we're going to your map pick of Pearl next. We saw Envy struggle a lot on the defensive side. Are you worried about that moving into map 2, and how are we going to fix it if you are worried?
I think we have a bit of a switch up on this map. I'm not too worried about the defense side. We're looking pretty good in scrim, so hopefully it translates over.
I'll see you for the switch up.
My guy was ready to just GTFO. But no, real talk though.
Hey, what does that stand for?
Him saying, "Oh, we're not worried. We're gonna we have a switch up for Pearl." I hear that, and that does give me a little bit of concern, given how things kind of shook out on that defensive side.
I think this can be interesting. I think they can play a double duelist here with Demon 1. Demon 1 last week was playing the Astra, and he was playing a lot of he was by himself in a lot of the situations. And again, just like in this map of Split, he gets away with it. But in a situation where they're able to work together with Kesnet, I think that could work better for this team. For this one, it's an Envy that is going to start on the defense. You can expect a lot of the Kesnet operator. You can expect a lot of the Demon One trying to push forward, getting a lot of the angles towards A. And you can also expect the Cloud9 that just loves to run it down.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw on Split, right? Kesnet and Demon One were the reason why they even came back so much. It felt like there were so many multi-kills on their side. So I agree with you. I really want to see a double duelist come online again for this comp. Yeah. And you're talking a little bit about C9. We've seen Penny on that Chamber and Oxy back on that Neon. I think they did a good job, but I mean, if Envy are saying that they have some switch up, based on how one-sided I thought that first map was going to go, now I'm thinking maybe Envy have a little bit more tricks up their sleeves than I thought. They're cooking. They're cooking. Maybe you were right.
I mean, I was almost right, Matt.
You were almost right.
I was almost
right.
Yeah, no, I definitely would say, though, that if you're an Envy fan and you are, on pins and needles, hey, maybe you can breathe a little sigh of relief right now getting ready for Pearl, but this is still going to be a battle. A scrappy matchup sets the stage for map 2. We're going to go on a quick short break, and when we come back, you got Mimi and Ender on the other side. They'll take care of you. See you then.
Welcome back for map number 2 here. We're going to be heading into Pearl in just a moment once we get our agents all sorted for you. But honestly, Mimi, that first map ended up being a lot closer than expected, with Envy putting up a good run at the end.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been a dominant game for C9, but a couple Demon One rounds, and the second half made it close. Let's talk about comps. Big change for Envy, and this is what I was begging to see. Demon One on Chamber. Thank you.
You were literally begging.
I was literally begging.
Wow.
Cloud9 knows how good Demon One on Chamber is.
That's
on
true.
This map.
Like literally when Demon One was subbing in for C9, Imi was like, you know what? We just decided let's just put him on Chamber, and it just why wouldn't you?
I think that's great. Other changes I like. The way I don't think it was doing anything in the last time they played as compared to a Neon.
Hurtful, but true.
Great change in my mind. And another excellent change. Exter's not on Veto. He looked really uncomfortable on that role, and I think the Phoenix is good on this map. I think the Phoenix is close to the Yoru, and it brings back flashes, which they didn't have in their last comp. So very happy with these changes for Envy, and hoping for something a little stronger than their last Pearl showing.
Yeah, they are going to be starting out on the defensive side, and what I'm really curious about is, well, on defense, that's where Demon One is obviously going to be thriving on the Chamber, but because C9 had some experience playing with him directly on this map, how much are they going to be able to read around where he wants to play specifically once that operator comes into play? Are we okay?
Someone's excited.
Someone's excited. I love it.
Are you not excited?
I'm excited. I just, I hope that wasn't one of our players.
Okay, good. I am excited. So here we go. Bit of a death ball for C9 to start towards A main. As Envy was looking to trap play in mid off the Chamber.
Well, Poppin is a little bit left to his own devices here. Slithers back towards Secret. C9 have taken their time for now. Envy ready to pop on out from the smoke. There's that first Phoenix flash, sends Zelsis packing, but Oxy again to strike first, and Oxy for a couple now just rinses through this Envy lineup.
And now down to a 1-on-3 for Rossi. Tries to take a timing, but the drone is there in his face. And the setup is very strong for C9. 2 different angles to swing off the player on site.
Well, he knows where Penny is at least. Don't know if that's going to help him.
No stars.
That's a decent enough start, but immediately the counter flash, and C9 take a back-to-back opening pistol.
Yeah, real nice from them. I'm interested to see if there was some kind of util that stalled Envy out, swinging through the smoke, because you see they do that volley of utility with the molly, with the flash, and then when they actually scale through the smoke, it ends up being much later. Imagine something was holding them up there, but I think what really wins the round for C9 is not only that stall, but Oxy making the choice to fight back site as a reaction to that volley of utility and getting a pick on an isolated player there.
It was very nice. We'll see how C9 continue to play in these post plants. I think that was an angle where Envy were getting in to some round wins that even when they were down in numbers, just playing solid on the retake. Zelsis this time waiting to punish the Phoenix orb farm.
He did his job though. Got the orb, died. That's all you could hope for.
Could hope for maybe a little bit more if he had a...
Nope, that's all you could hope for. He got 2 orbs, that's his job.
Your imagination is weak. I'm not gonna lie.
3 out of 6, that's pretty good.
That's true. Do we get in our allotted? Wow, Phoenix has so few orbs to get his ult online. That's one of the reasons you pick him.
You just fulfilled the allotment.
There we go. I promise not to say that again.
I might. Last time Cloud9 played against the Phoenix, on their defense especially, I thought that one of the highlights of what was overall, I think, a pretty rough map from them was having good ideas of how to set up trap plays for the Phoenix grabbing the orb, right? Throwing in Teo utility and refighting off of hearing that orb tap. Something I'm looking to see them play around in this one as well. But it's also something that I imagine Envy was looking at in their prep. And
You're one of those demons, aren't you?
what?
Boo. I think that's a Demon 1 joke.
I don't know.
What are we doing out there? See if C9 can lock in and win another bonus. Oxy's got that judge in hand still, and he's just been sent over to make a noise on his own.
That's the do not get the orb volley of utility. And now they'll look back towards mid. Breaking this chamber trip will be a priority of pretty much every slower round from Cloud9.
This time C9 chose to just hear it and focus their attention somewhere else for now. Other things of note is Poppin did go ahead and get the round 3 Odin. That's holding down the line over on A. While Demon 1 actually steps down into B long. That's great space to take, especially right when the trigger is popped on street.
Need that back. A lot of space for Cloud9 in street, but they don't really have another direction to go. You're either walking back towards the chamber or you're walking into Exter. That's a free one for him.
Or you're running and you're jumping and you're just getting mowed down. Great shots out from Exter. It's been a big turnaround from him, and that's a flawless way to shut down C9.
It's really good to see him playing like this. I think that he was one of the most hyped players coming into 2026, and I do think it's fair to say that he was the biggest disappointment at kickoff. It was a really brutal tournament for him. But this is him playing to the level you know he can hit, the level you saw in Ascension. I think Envy's success in this stage is really going to rely on him finding this form and keeping it.
Certainly will. Has that ult online now. And C9 go back into that A showing. Have some bodies here if they wanted to fight, but take their time. Careful for Demon 1. Last round, they broke his tripwire, so this time he plays in front of it. How wary will C9 be?
He's out of TP range here.
Whoa, we are just sending it up into main. That is crazy. Kesnet delivers a kill, and Demon 1 the same in mid. This really boxes C9 onto the right-hand side of the map. So few options left to play with no other space taken on the map.
I love Demon 1 being willing to make that play off the presence from his teammates on the other side. And I also like to see them wasting no time with the Phoenix ult. That is a tool that you should be using the round you get it. You want to be refreshing that as much as possible.
Get 2-3 of those in the half, probably.
If you're getting 3, that's good. If you're doing really good, there's a world you can even get more. Can't say that on any other character.
Are C9 gonna actually go for anything? Because there's no smokes to play with.
30 seconds left.
They need to just face up one of these lines and get a kill, but that's gonna be against Demon 1, which Celsius enjoys. Molly comes down though, and that keeps C9 at bay. So 15 seconds, it's a dash over towards the B side.
I like this from Rossi, repositioning towards long, really tough angle to root him out of.
Taking his time. Spike planted. A good angle for Rossi. No one to shut him down. It's actually Kesnet.
Spike down B.
To clear away Zeppa, and that spike not to be planted and no guns to be carried over.
You see this round, one of the reasons why I was so perplexed by them choosing Waylay in their last Pearl game. I think that the value she provides on defense of being able to break rotation timings and be there faster than any other agent in the game is just so valuable to have.
Not sure.
So it's a nice one though from Envy. I like the aggressive push-pull, making plays on multiple parts of the map. That kind of proactivity, that aggression is, it seems always really been known for, but I think he's failed to channel so far in Tier 1.
Some success now, but it'll be a very early timeout sent in by Emmy. Not enough money to really play into this next round, but clearly he has some ideas now at dealing with what they just got faced down with. It's the A main fight, right?
Yep.
And then, of course, that Demon 1, where is he going to be walking? They need to be absolutely diligent because while they might have one more rifle round out of Demon 1, it's going to start being Op City once he gets the Op online. And once this econ starts building, because that's 2 rounds maybe that Envy have won, where the first was a flawless, and the last one, they lost a player.
The money's going to be good, suffice it to say. And it's a tough task for C9, because you want to contest extremities early to deny Phoenix farming orbs. But the issue is, the amount of resources you have to put into pushing him off angles means you're conceding angles either on the other extremity or in mid to the chamber. It's what makes this composition so tough to play against. So you have to make intentional choices about what space you're actually fighting for and knowing what you're giving up as a result.
That's the balance C9 will have to strike here. With just a bunch of stingers in hand. And a Bucky for Oxy. This time, working quickly into Art. Oxy going all the way. Puffin's like, really? I don't know about that one.
Yeah, NT, I suppose.
And so it comes to a screeching halt. No neon, no gas, no speed, no way to really advance forward. Especially with, that's a drone being sent out from defense spawn. And it doesn't quite have the juice to spot these 2 players, filling in right behind it.
You're perfectly happy to play mid this way when you have rifles. Just play these longer angles, contain. It's fine, we'll give that space. We keep the sights.
Yeah, I like how C9 have been able to work up here. A little bit more cautiously off of the util. And some missiles primed for backside 2. Forces Rossi out into the open, but no one swinging him from long. And, well, with Exodus holding the line right there, it is lights out. A challenge from Vic finally delivers something from Cloud9, but in 3 rounds, Mimi, Envy have lost 2 players.
Brutal stuff. They are cooking them right now. Looking confident in the fights, reacting really well to where C9's going. This one was a bit bold, just trying to get a gimmick kill with the shotgun. Late round anchoring is nice from Envy. Playing a lot more discipline this map. Not giving these fights in the mid round once they have an advantage.
Hit 80, hit 80, hit 80.
So this is now the round that the timeout was focused on. How do they find solutions? They haven't explored B yet. And luckily for them, Demon 1 has not been able to get an op up yet.
Show that attention over into A main, but we're gonna have to listen in and see how C9 deconstruct this round when we get a chance for that. So far, C9 have lost full control over A main. Might need to go back into that, but Demon 1 has stepped all the way up into A lobby. This is perfect information now from Envy. C9 really being choked out for much control at all. So it'll be up to Oxy to find a way back into that.
It's a good setup for a split on B, though. And now we do get that listen in.
Not by the box. Bread, insert, hard fighting it.
Spike down A.
I got the bomb. On the street. They might just repush. Can we just hold for a bit? Oh, it's
On the street, so you guys can just selfie.
No.
1B.
I'm going back B, man. I'm going back B.
I'm gonna leave their car at the same time. Fuck it.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
It might be for chamber back or something.
We're up here right now.
Taking that back.
Sweet. So let me listen.
Yeah, I'm coming. Probably just one more street.
Back off.
Back off.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm coming. Take your time in. They're gonna know. I'm going right now.
Now into a 2-on-4. Cloud9 losing those players in Artist. That's a big pick onto Demon 1. Now a chance at this round.
With 14 seconds left, I'm not sure. How quick can Zelsis get over there? Less than 10 seconds now. It is going to be down to the wire if there is any pressure on to the site. He's too slow. He took out his gun and lost the timing, if he ever had it to begin with. And even with Team 1 going down, you thought there might have been a chance, but not to be. At the end of the day, C9 only scraped through with one gun.
That is another tough one for C9. Envy, just waiting, not giving anything in the mid-round. You heard in that comm check-in, it's also saying, wait, they might repush. Let's see if we can get a fight with it. But Envy, this game, is not giving away those opportunities to the same level. Said just hold, wait, get that kill back, Holland. It's really difficult for Cloud9 to find anything on this map.
I mean, the game plan is kind of let Demon 1 do some walking. He's your forward information. The rest of the team can chill out a little bit more. Unless C9 deal with Demon 1, who, by the way, is still rifling.
He hasn't had an awful once this game, except that round on attack with Jet.
And even if he's not getting kills, it's the forward information that allows his team to find the right stacks. This time, 2 players over on B. Exter, a big problem in back hall, has somehow escaped for the time being. Stuck inside of the site, but there's another body there. Rossi waiting for his moment. Forced back onto his shorty. And now with the wall coming down too, it is pure pandemonium right now on the B bomb site. Envy now into it, pop in, lays down some fire. It is all over the place, and Oxy can't hold it through. It's another for Envy.
Round starts all right for Cloud9, getting space on site. But Envy's play in that retake was lovely. They scale off each other so well on the work back in. That just suppression with the spam out of the Odin means the player from long couldn't swing as Penny is fighting from back hall. That isolates these fights, and without heavy armor, the Odin does even more work when you're swinging into it. 5 rounds in a row now for Envy.
C9 yet to find the answer. It's been a continued, you know, at least feigning presence over towards A, but maybe the fast rounds just get a spike on the ground. Could be an idea. Some early spam out from Poppin.
The issue is you're pretty likely to get a spike blind, but the retake with this comp is pretty good. Having Neon, having Phoenix, you have a lot of tools to really pressure. And because Demon 1 is always on a forward line, that means this Neon feels comfortable over-rotating every round.
Exactly. The test this round, though, is on Demon 1. As long as he can teleport away here, that speed up into A is not going to be so simple for C9. So he doesn't even take the fight, knowing if he stays alive, his teammates come on in, they can hold down that choke, and C9 recognize it too. They can't really advance from here.
Envy, now high-low, hold this space on site. Again, they're so willing to leave a sole player on an extremity.
Retrieving flash.
There's 4 people postured towards A.
It's a gamble over into A. Envy hard reading this rehead. And it's a good one too, but the utility is tough to deal with. Missiles bombarding Demon 1. Penny spots one on the approach, but Kesnet's still inside of this smoke, and more players behind him from Envy. They've got a wall underway. And with 30 seconds, C9 tried to plant just on the other side. They get it down, but at what cost? Exter finds 2. Now running it back for another. It'll be Demon 1 to capitalize. And Zeppa in a brutal spot. Looking the wrong way, Rossi cleans it up. A 6th on the board for Envy.
I'm so impressed that Envy win that brawl. After the Cosmic Divide came up, their players ended up a bit separated. There's one solo towards Art ahead of the wall, and Kesnet playing forward in this smoke. You see Zeppa catching him there. Despite that, though, the final 3 in this man disadvantage just play it so well. Exter on that off angle for 2.
Nice!
And then the trading back into the site is on point.
Rossi getting vocal down there on the stage as C9 will call their 2nd timeout of the half. More time for Rossi and C9 both to talk to their teams.
Yeah, I mean, Rossi is, I don't know how well this comes through on the broadcast, but he is the loudest guy in the room right now. He is yelling, he is hype, he is calming to his team. We can hear it through the headsets.
Yeah. Do you remember at the start of the game, someone was like screaming insanely loud? Like, I don't know if that was Rossi, but he's like matching that energy from on the stage. While being at that 45-degree angle.
Impressive.
It really opens up the diaphragm.
Does
you
it?
know? Maybe.
I don't know how the
Just let me lie.
dynamics of that work. Okay.
Just let it happen. Well, I don't know what you do here if you're Emmy, because you called the timeout, and then your team lost 4 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, well, I mean, the side hits have worked to at least get space. The issue is losing out to the retake with these fights. When they play the slower rounds, they've never been successful at actually pushing Demon 1 off the line. And, I mean, the guy's 4-6. It's not like he's taking over, but that's just because he's been sitting on the extremity, providing map pressure every single round.
Yeah. And when C9 do those freezes, Envy in the last round just fully rotate over. Seems like they've had the players ready to come in and contest these side hits every time.
I do like the idea of just hitting into that chamber, trying to run him over with the Neon and see if you can get that pick early. But it's still scary with the Tour de Force in hand.
Round 9, our first time seeing Demon 1 op.
And it's not even a real op.
It's real enough in his hands. Let's see. Deals with the drone first, now Oxy sliding forward. And yet the bodies have started to move from Envy. Already 4 players ready to come on out from this. Demon 1 is good for 3. No chance for C9 whatsoever.
Man, it's just vintage from Demon 1. The first time he gets a scope in his hands this game, and that's what he does to him.
I feel like when you come into a game versus Demon 1, a lot of it, especially here on Pearl, is going to be, okay, how do we play around the op? So then you're frustrated after you don't see any of that op play early on. And then you call your second time out of the half and you're worried about a million other different things. The Demon 1's like, oh, hey, yeah, I can still do that, by the way.
I actually think when you go his site, Oxy might have to scale directly next to the Teo drone, so there's not time to
30
break
seconds
it.
left.
Because that drone, the suppression effect is so strong. If you're scaling together and you make him pick, choose Oxy or get suppressed, and then you get the trade, maybe that's a way to get a pick on him, but damn, is it tough to deal with this guy right now.
The counterpoint to that is, of course, if Demon 1 isn't standing in the open and he lets the drone go through, you think you're safe, and then he swings out and just kills you anyway.
Or if he just has a friend.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of a coin flip. Well, Zeppa got his.
It's so true. So impactful, even. Survives with Demon 2 health this run. I just want to watch this again. Third shot, he didn't even see
Which is your favorite kill?
I think number 3. It's just so casual, so quick.
What did I tell you? Are they gonna finally give me a fight? They would. They did. What happened? They all passed away.
Due to old age?
Yeah.
No.
It's so sad that they passed.
Well, it might happen again.
He's got friends this time. And that's enough for C9 to
like, absolutely
not want to
not.
go here.
No, thank you. We'll leave. That last round was enough.
Gotta go.
Actually trying to pull back into Art a little bit. C9 are making a lot of noise very early into the round, but it's not really amounting to much. Oxy's down on 8 HP. Zelsis already out of it.
Every time C9 takes space, they don't actually have presence elsewhere on the map. So the way that Envy rotates is they just encircle that area and take them apart. I feel like C9 is never actually giving threats of a push on the other side throughout this game.
It's hard, too, when there's threats of ops and whatnot.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, like, make your lurkers slow down or be less confident to step out into the open.
And that's why this comp is so tough to deal with. The permutations that you can play behind the chamber with. You saw, I think it was round 3. They had him solo peeking mid, but it was a trap play with the Phoenix behind ready to flash. Sometimes he will actually be alone, but tough to know.
Little peekaboo out from Oxy. And from Demon 1, too. Instantly snapping away. C9 can get the spike down. Kesnick can kill all 5.
I'm out of here.
3 already, but only 4 bullets left and none to spare. Switches on over.
One enemy remaining.
On the hunt for the ace, but no chance as Zeppa takes him down. And Exter will collect. I mean, we're just counting up higher and higher and higher. That is 8 in a row for Envy.
It feels like a different team than the one I watched last week when they were on Pearl.
I mean, to be fair, it is the most different comp you could get.
Yes, but it is so much better. The value that Exter is getting on this Phoenix, the map presence that Demon One has on the Chamber, how comfortable Keston is as an individual on the Neon as well.
Amy's
That's how
having
it feels
a great
to play
time.
against.
It's like, I wish I could hit that timeout button. Maybe I don't. Maybe we just go next. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is tough. He just has to watch and suffer for the rest of this map.
Well, for 2 more rounds at least. At halftime, he could ask what on earth is going on. No kills to be found. Some chip damage onto Vic on the way out.
Well, guess what? Demon One's mid this time.
Here he goes, and Oxy's ready for it.
It's a good punish.
Yeah, C9 wasting no time at all. Moving up into street. That puts Rossi in a tough spot. Stuck on backside, but already Keston is so quick to come over. He's going to be here in just a matter of seconds, and he is. 1 kill in and out. A highway bandit. As Exter is sent packing. 1 more chance for him. Still that spike not comfortably planted yet. Oxy for 3. And then they just keep going 1 by 1. And C9's waiting arms. Cloud9 finally shut down this momentum and take a round.
It's feeling like game 1 again, where one team comes out to a huge lead, is in dominant control of the map, and then it's a couple rounds of heroics. It's we finally killed Demon One on the TP. It's Oxy getting this beautiful, by the way, entry on the slide. And now suddenly there's a chance. If they 8-4 win a pistol, this game is far from over for Cloud9.
Now, last round started by shutting down Demon One.
Yeah, well, he finally, you know, an op on the server, you'd think, oh, it's going to be Chamber, right? No, my Sova has it.
Lovely. Well, if it's just Sova on A, surely C9 should have no troubles hitting this site.
Now, we'll see about that one. They take their own turn at orb farming.
Got that orb. Someone just got an ultimate.
Yeah, Oxy, Penny, and Vic now with theirs on the board.
Scout destroyed.
So now A main, there's no chamber. Art, there's no chamber. Well, he's been playing Street a whole lot. So maybe an idea of faking out at the B hit and pivoting back into A is exactly what C9 need.
They know that Keston likes to quickly rotate off that presence, but there wasn't a lot to sell it. Just a drone and a jiggle. They're not biting.
And Rossi just jumped up over sign 2 and saw there's no one down B long. He does not play a passive anchor at all. And what it affords Envy is now motion to bring 3 players onto A, almost 4.
Even if they sold this is so slow. Keston has the ult.
This could be ugly.
30 seconds
Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Kesnet trying to take some timings through the wall. Slow C9 down. We are getting down to the wire. 20 seconds now. C9 must go in. And they have some room to play with behind this wall. Envy waiting for a moment to slide on through. That'll be Kesnet first. And Zeppa for 3. Out of nowhere. Cleans up this round with ease.
First time one of those team fights has gone the way of Cloud9. And now Rossi, his job has been to hold B, to play these late retakes. Faced with a 1v4.
C9 not allowing him a chance. They're looking for the 8-4, and they will find it. And so when all is said and done, with Envy winning 8 rounds in a row, we've got the reverse of map number 1, 8-4 this half, Mimi.
Such similar scenarios where we get here in both games. Credit to Cloud9 for piecing these rounds together.
Take us home, Francis, for this one.
Zeppa gives him a round. Is it enough for a comeback? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jump up.
Envy have the lead 8-4 at the half, and by all accounts, Mimi, the big switch up in composition has paid off for them on the defensive side. Now they need to see that carry through to attack into C9.
And this comp is also very good on attack. It's overwhelming to hold the site against the Phoenix and the Neon. You have great tools to fight early for extremity control and prioritize maximizing orbs for Exter. Seen a lot of teams across the world go for this Neon Phoenix type of look. And it does seem like it is perfectly suited Envy's style. But for Cloud9, they've been solid on the defense. Oxy's having an okay game. If they win this pistol, they can get right back in.
Well, Exter's Phoenix making some presence down A, or B rather, and well, that's your first orb of the half, taken in just 10 seconds.
Interesting read for Cloud9. They're trap playing towards Street, expecting a fast play there, and then being able to stun and refight in.
I think one of the big benefits of the Phoenix is fighting all these close corridors with the flash. Street, Art, can be very good angles for you.
This comp also gives a lot of agency to Demon 1. Walks around, baits out the wall, and backs up.
Send C9 scattering for a moment. I like sending the dog down B long after spotting the players in mid. So good work from Rossi to shoot it down. Only reveals one player on this side.
And they don't see any forward look on Street. So 3 players here to receive. But the execute power of this comp, it's tough to hold against.
Envy don't have too much left to work with if they want to break out of here. What's it gonna be? Molly in backside. Vic goes uncleared until Demon 1 shows up into the server. Zeppa still backside. C9 are bringing in reinforcements. It's nice out of Demon 1 and Rossi though. Celsius realizing his teammates are out of the equation. So he steps on through, doesn't find any of those shots, finally turns it around. But Demon 1 is still fighting forward. A little bit mad out of him, but Envy will take their pistol.
So aggressive from them, not giving any chance for Cloud9 to fight through. Round nearly went wrong for Envy. They didn't have a second flash on the Phoenix, so breaking the crossfire as they scaled through the smoke caused them some problems. But still, the fighting later on was just excellent.
Yeah.
Rossi getting this kill backside. Demon 1's aggression and presence in this pistol round as well.
So C9, even with 3 players stacked over there, couldn't find the right ways to sync up and shut down that hit. Nothing spent by them on this second round, just gambling 4 players onto B this time. Interesting to see too that Envy aren't, you know, going for any sort of round 2 saves. It's all in on these medium cost guns.
You also see them buying 5 sets of full armor, fearing the possibility of an Oxy Force with an Outlaw or a Bandit getting picked up.
Yeah. Even just having less max HP for a Bucky or something of the like can sometimes be the difference maker. Clearly they don't want this one to slip away.
No. And they've really taken their time with it, contacted through, and they'll be rewarded with a pretty easy A site.
Pinging all the spots where C9 could be hiding if the stack was on this side of the map, because at this point, you've seen and heard nothing. You've got to assume that one of these sites is going to be firmly held by C9, and Envy have guessed correctly this time around. Oh, listen to all these footsteps. Rossi has complete control.
C9, something tells me they'll just wait here. Let the spike take him in 30 or so seconds.
Yeah, you have about, I'd say with the time between rounds, you've got 45 seconds to go grab a snack, people.
Okay.
But only 45 seconds.
Well,
if you
Envy is speeding that timeline up. Come back quick.
I was gonna say, if you like eco frags too, you can stick around, and that's exactly what Envy are gonna give us. 10-4 now, the lead.
Yeah, with that full buy, everyone on armor, it actually means you're gonna be down to a couple pistols likely on this round. Doesn't matter too much in the end. You're up 10-4, in a great position. And now this is the round, the absolute must-win for C9. On the pistol, it was all about Envy. They took every bit of space they wanted. A solo Phoenix takes B, walking back into Street, Chamber taking Art alone. I want to see a Cloud9 that is more proactive at punishing those kinds of plays.
C9 will be starting the fight in A lobby this time around. And Envy just waiting to fight back for that space immediately. They give up the orb. And now walk on in. I hear Rossi calling for a flash. Oxy stunned up, but hasn't been cleared just yet. He's still alive. Now taken out. As Envy go 2 for 2 in A main. Still not so easy for them to accelerate into the site because, unbeknownst to them, Zelsis has been able to get himself in here and get a kill through the smoke on top of it. How has he done that? Now a drone too as he steps back, supports his teammates. Vic closes in. The challenge and the shot connects out of Demon 1. The push and pull is perfection. Demon 1 for 3, and quite honestly, that could just be the game.
It should be. Demon 1 has been a beast today. And this run, absolutely no exception. 2 for 2 is pretty good on that main fight when you're Envy. Just look at that reset. It's another here at the end to close.
That works.
C9 know they got to force up. Another run at the judge in Oxy's hands. Maybe another chance to run into their demise. Envy have steered clear from them this time around, though.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Run it back to take no chances. As Envy move up into street. Exter just another drone, I suppose, this round, as no one's going to give him a fair fight, but Kesnet was right behind it. Kesnet sliding through everything. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna go back.
Go ahead, I'm with you.
3, 2, 1.
Sky heaven, back up right now.
Left side,
It's good now. Sky's
left
heaven.
side,
Wait. I'm looking for good. Wait, door. I'm blind.
4v2.
Back up. Out.
Nice,
guys.
Let's go, guys. Nice.
Good patience.
Nice,
Go, guys. Good patience,
bro.
guys. Yo.
Nice fucking Exter, bro!
Match point.
Did you get that all written down, Mimi?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
A lot of it was just Rossi. He is so vocal with this team.
Yeah, I think that the screaming is the secret sauce.
You think so?
Yeah. That's what I think so.
IGL's trying to be like, come on, guys. Casey just screaming at the end of the round. A little bit of chaos. But he did play this so nicely. Excellent entries out of that Neon.
Let's go, brother! Let's go, brother!
In case you missed it the first time around.
Yeah, there it is.
We got you covered. Don't even worry about it, Kesnet. Full blind. And yet Envy just brute force their way in again. This one has started to run away.
It started?
Yeah. I realize maybe not the best choice of words.
It's 12-4, buddy.
Yeah, well, maybe this is the round that finishes it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be running away. Good setup for a bit of a feign intake. The rest of these players were worried about a flank coming back through. They contact back through into mid.
Eating up some precious time here.
And some precious resources that Skyalt already used from Zeppa.
Now Envy might just be thinking to themselves they can throw down a Astral Wall and punch out any anchor over on this B side with the Hunter's Fury, but I recount a round where Envy took their time and committed into a Vise with 30 seconds left on the clock before. And now there's 30 seconds left and 3 players.
Yeah.
And also scratch the 30 seconds, we're down to 20. And now there's Thorns on top of it too. This isn't looking good, is it? Down to 15 seconds. Envy are gonna need some kills, and they're gonna need them quickly. And it's not gonna happen when they're split up on opposite ends of the wall. So let's just go ahead and run this one back, and we're gonna go into round 18 here, Mimi.
Yeah. I do remember that round you were talking about. This feels a lot like it.
Mimi, but it's okay because they had 8 chances.
Yeah.
Now they have 7.
Okay, that's chill.
They can afford to wait out the clock on 6 more rounds.
Yeah.
And hoping they don't find a Vise on the end of it.
Me when I'm an hourly employee.
Just run it down to the wire.
I think that's how Fnatic gets played. Anyway, that was a rough round. I mean, not having any map presence towards B, I would have liked to see them leave an embed on A and be willing to pivot back towards there after the re-clear Yuzo came in. regardless, they have lots of chances to atone for that round.
You didn't have to atone for that one?
Yeah.
We're going that extreme? Okay, you know what? I'll give it twice in one day, sure. That's reasonable. By the way, 10 seconds in, and where are Envy? All the way through mid with their duelists unsupported.
Pretty much everywhere. C9, look like they want to re-swing this.
Oh my word. Stepping straight in to their own deaths. Exter gets 2 more kills. And Exter really has been a bright point.
For sure.
Especially here on Pearl.
3-on-5 retake now. This should be it for Envy. They have great positions. They still have utility. They just have to hold and close it out.
Stuns into backside. Oxy's been dealt with. Something tells me C9 aren't getting back through this. Smoke still in their eyes. Not a huge amount of time left, especially when post-plant util comes into play. It is over. Envy gives C9 a brutal smackdown and send us to a 3rd map.
Great recovery out of them. Love the compositional change coming into Pearl. I think every agent switch up makes sense. And I think as a whole, the comp fits their style. They're a team that likes to be proactive, likes to fight, and who wants to invest resources to let their star players have moments. I think this composition hits all of those keys, and I'd honestly love to see them play something similar on more maps.
Yeah, well, we've got Haven coming up after this to decide. That's a map some people are locking into Phoenix. We'll see. We'll see what ends up coming through from it, because C9 are going to have to make some big adjustments themselves. That was rough.
It really was. This was such a tough loss for them. Now having to rally back. This is a map that Envy played before. Let's see where it goes. The final map of this series coming up.
1 enemy remaining. Last player.
And the walls drop. Oxy's huge with Zelsis for a moment, and that's a 3rd one in an instant.
On the cards, Luke Show ready for a Demon 1, dropped and traded. Kesnet! Peeking too much though, because Verdi has got his eye!
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas in Team Envy, or as I used to know them back in the day, Envious, picked up a massive win over Cloud9 on their pick of Pearl. And they did so with some inventiveness, honestly. And there was something, it was a conversation we were getting from Mimi and Ender toward the end of their cast on that Pearl map that I think is worth kind of expanding upon a bit, which was the switch-ups that we saw from this Envy roster. But more importantly, Exter's been the talk of the town for a long time. We were wondering, where does he go? What does he do? What agents does he pick? Turns out the answer was in front of him the whole time, bruv.
Yeah, bruv.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be your British accent?
Hey, bruv.
That was okay. Well, in the pre-show we were talking about Exter and how I feel like he didn't find his identity, didn't find his new role in the team, and I feel like with this Phoenix, definitely what you were saying is really, really good fit for him. He has the flashes to support. He's still able to get in and get a lot of that positioning to make sure the team gets past whatever points they need to, and it's working out really well.
And it's something they didn't have before on Pro. They didn't have any flashes to work with in the first place. So not only is an agent that fits him really well, but it's also an agent that fits what they want to play and how they want to play in this map. I really, really liked it because for Cloud9, they bring the same thing, they bring the same ideas, but they were not able to get as aggressive because of this.
Yeah, and it showed round after round. Let's take a look, though, at that defensive side because Envy looked fantastic. A lot of it predicated just on them wanting to fight. They like fighting, and fight they must have.
I mean, one of the winning conditions for C9 with this comp is being able to play post-plant. So much util to delay that spike defusal. But Envy, they caught that right off the bat. They knew that they had to deny them getting into post-plant, which means denying their executes, denying them getting any of that map control and being able to fall back. And they did such a good job at it. They were so good at flooding in, so good at holding those crossfires and just being aggressive when they needed to be.
They were really good at getting proactive, but also understanding how they needed to take that map control early on in the defense, which is something that was lacking last time around, where they had massive gaps in art, in mid, and link as well, and that made everything a lot more difficult. So now, not only do they change the composition, but they fix these things to take more space, take more control, and also to win those post plants.
There was a very clear idea from Envy that we were extracting from that, which was, you know, get in their face, get aggressive, throw them off their game. Don't allow them to be comfortable. And they did that. And the thing is, they need to do that by making some of their teammates, making these pieces, vital pieces of the team, more comfortable as well. We talked about a little bit at the start. Exter playing the Phoenix, a real gutsy performance out of him, and exactly what you want to see here at this point for Envy, because, I mean, Dryad, look, we were talking about the consequences of losing these games early on. You need players to step up, and Exter's proven why he managed to get himself from Ascension to this seat.
He was doing it right from the beginning of this map. This is the Exter that we wanted to see, especially when he's not going to play the Yoru. We were thinking about it, and even last week, they were talking about how he wanted to play the Omen, for example. He was willing to try something else, but you know, you can try different things. You might just be better at one agent over the other, and I feel like it's gaffed. It has to be this Phoenix.
I mean, today has been Exter's best performance so far, arguably, in all of their time in Americas. Since his debut in Americas, at least. He has done phenomenal. Even on his Omen and Split, he was doing a pretty good job. He was anchoring his site. It was just a matter of those retakes, which they've now fixed on Pearl. He's able to be aggressive. He's using his flashes to support and get the entry picks. It's like he's back home. But, I mean, going into this next map of Haven, do they pull out the Phoenix again?
Well, and I was going to say, Mimi was talking about that. Do they just keep running the same thing? Honestly, might not be a bad idea.
I think so. Envy had this map of Haven permaban for forever. They haven't played it this year at all. So we don't really know what to expect coming into this map. I think this Phoenix makes sense. But also, if they want to go for that approach they had in that map 1 of Split and also in Breeze last week with the double duelist with Demon 1 and Kesnet, I think that's also a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, Demon 1, Kesnet have both been on fire all series too, so I think for sure it's so nice for Envy to have this flexibility, to be able to play double duelist, to also be able to get Demon 1 on the chamber, to be able to just get him into any op position at all. He could be on controller and opping for all we care. And I still think he would be doing really, really well. I just think that Envy now, they found a good idea within Pearl, and I'm hoping that they've cooked on Haven too.
But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, right?
Whoa.
Yes, they had a great idea here, right? And it worked out really well. Now you got to take it over to this next map. Let's see how this works out. But what does Cloud9 do to stop this momentum? Because something you both noted, and I think is really smart here, Kesnet, he's been hitting like a hammer the entire time. So you got to shut this guy down. How do you do it?
It's not going to be easy, but Cloud9, they had some hard ideas last time around. They lost this map to Lev, but still, it seems like it's all going to depend on Penny and Oxy, especially Oxy, how aggressive he wants to get and how much space they want to get. Do not allow Envy to take that map control.
Folks, one of these teams is going to pick up their first win of the stage. Who's it going to be? Let's send it back over to the casters, but for now, we'll take a brief moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are heading into our third map as Envy versus Cloud9 truly goes the distance here after Envy obliterated Cloud9 just moments ago. And we're heading on to the map that C9 lost their opening series on with Haven. They are going to need to make some adjustments here to bounce back after last week and after 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, they will. And they're also going to have to look down the barrel of the same comp they just lost to. We were kind of theory crafting after the end of last map of, hey, maybe they just play this on more maps. And yeah, Haven's great for it. A lot of teams are playing the Neon. A lot of teams are playing this Phoenix combo with it as well. I think this is a great direction for Envy.
Yep, gotta love it. Those Phoenix fights with the flashes, very good. Again, in those closer corridors, in the mains, of course. And we saw Exter really stepping into his own in that second map in particular. Of course, though, for C9 getting to go back to the attacking side, I think Oxy has been a standout when they are on the attack.
For sure. I think on attack, though, a big thing I'm looking to improve between maps is how they're pushing Demon 1 off lines in the mid-round. I think that far too often he was allowed to sit on an extremity, which gave free rotation to Kesnet to be wherever he wanted on the map as fast as possible. Those are the focuses. But it is the same comp they just faced. It is a map that they were working on after losing it last week. Question is if it's enough.
Envy geared up and ready to go here for our opening pistol. This is where C9 have been very successful. And it's been off Oxy's back already, throwing down the fast lane, but it's all a ruse as the rest of the team steps in mid. But Envy have two players in mid trying to get this catch. It happens every single point on the map. Envy cutting down Cloud9. You might just want to wrap this one up. Zelsis gets a kill, but he is being hunted down and taken down. Look how many people got invested in that kill, too. We had an Astra star, we had a Phoenix Mall. Like, it's just madness that he had to deal with.
Envy plays so well in these fast-paced rounds. I think the decision-making here from Demon 1 is excellent. Pushing through the wall, fighting back up, recognizing so early that that was a fake, and setting his teammates up to not only hold here together as two, but then to have the backstab at the end.
Tough way for things to start for C9 after the blowout. And it might get even tougher. This is a judge, people. This is a judge! And it has been passed flawless in about 5 seconds there.
We're wasting no time. That was 2 rounds done in like 2 minutes.
I respect that.
Yeah.
You know, just run it down, get it over with.
Oh, and Kesnet is probably going to have his ult for the bonus round. That's not concerning at all.
Kesnet's 6-1.
Yes.
For any of those counting. Poppin is wondering when his team is going to ask him to show up. He's like, no deaths, no kills, no assists. Like, he's just living his life, his little Sova life on Haven, throwing the dart down A lobby. That's not been where C9 have attacked so far.
Envy's comp excels at fighting out of Garage with the Phoenix Flash. So at Chamber, You get free contact and then a reswing.
I really like that. Unfortunately, no one there from C9's side this time.
They were trying a really similar thing on Pearl as well.
Yep.
But now it's just going to have to be a retake unless Demon 1 wants to just waltz into sight.
I think he might. Do we have a flash ready to go? No, it seems like Envy taking their time. Now into backside goes the rest of Envy. Kesnet backs in and gets that kill. No trade. How is that even happening? Envy have taken the C site, and C9 are running through Garage with the bomb to get out, and Poppin is still waiting for them on the pivot into B. It is an execution.
The reaction times from Envy there. And I'm not talking about the flicks, I'm talking about the positioning. We're so good. They have absolutely no fear at fast flooding. Look at this from Kesnet. His teammates are pressured in Garage. He's immediately sliding into a smoke, giving them the chance to refight. And as the pivot comes through, Envy is ready again.
Yeah, you could see from Vic's POV like how claustrophobic that position is. He's inside of an open smoke in that hallway between Garage and C site. There's players coming at him from both angles. There's no chance there. And lucky for Poppin, he got on the board. Just comes in. He's the guy that's shutting down that hit into the B site.
So a second bonus round taken away here.
Go, go, go.
Poppin. Bit of a rough time, but it doesn't matter when Exter's there to back him up.
Yeah, those two players walking together. And now a fight towards Garage again. Oxy gets a good kill, but through the stun, Rossi fights his way through. That'll make it 3. Vic recovers the Phantom, but at the cost of his position. If he gets a kill, he has the ult. Does he escape with it? Yes, he does. All the way over onto the A side. He has a chance now.
Poppin will be here quite quickly. Vic repositions towards short. He's looking the wrong way.
The wrong way. It's so fast out of Poppin. Showing up in the right position, back-to-back rounds to catch C9 in transition. And that hope that was there for just a moment, plucked away.
Nice try for Vic. But tough to read that Poppin is going to be in that position. Earlier on, I think Penny takes that lurk timing a little too early. His teammates hadn't actually provided that much pressure on the other side. And as soon as he falls, Cloud9 feel like they have to accelerate that play. Go straight into the meat grinder. So finally, Rifles. First 4 rounds of this game, it was a blitz, it was fast. Here's your chance if you're C9 to reset and try and wrangle some control.
That can, of course, be disrupted by Exter with an ult. When does he use it? Because again, it's just going to be off the rip. Yeah, because out of Garage is Demon 1, so Exter just using that to break everything and sprint in and get a kill. Are you joking? Meanwhile, Demon 1, a thorn in C9's side. And when the dust settles, it is just that 2-for-1, favoring Envy for the time being. But they've got players ready to punish and deliver once more. It's just like clockwork. The only loss is over on this A side, but unbeknownst to Penny, there was another player behind Poppin, because, well, there always is. The understanding of how to play the map has been there, but Zeppa carves out 2 more kills and brings this into a one-on-one. Kesnet is loud, is noisy. Zeppa is primed and ready. And in Kesnet's eyes, he could be anywhere now. But he chooses the close fight. He chooses and comes up with nothing. Kesnet is unstoppable, and Envy have their 5th.
The rumors of Ranker's death may have been overstated. Hell yeah, they're fighting you at the beginning of the round. They're running at you after that. They're almost throwing a 3v1 and then hitting the nicest shot possible to win it. I mean, this is the Envy that got promised to us when they ascended, and sure, it's with different players, it's with different agents, but this is them delivering on that conceit.
Just this joy sapped out of the C9 camp after a 13-5 map 2 and now a 5-0 start to the decider map here. And we talked about it before the series began, Mimi, but with both these teams dropping 0-1 initially, and with a lot of talent in this group, this is kind of a make or break match when it comes down to it, because very likely your match opponent here is going to be, that head-to-head is going to matter if you're trying to break through in the standings, or you're going to be forced to beat teams that are punching down on you.
Yeah, you have G2 and MIBR to go in this group for both of these teams, and I don't think either of them would be favored in those matchups. To say this is important for playoffs, I think, is really an understatement. Cloud9 know that. They've always been the team that are the group stage demons. Their story has been choking in playoffs, not making it to globals. It's never been losing here. It's never been losing early. It'll be the first time they've backslid in years. If it doesn't happen.
Sure, and it is still early days, right? But when there's only 5 weeks, early days can still catch up on you real quick.
Well, you've got 5 days, so 2's not that early after all.
After this, we're, hey, quick math, 40% of the way there.
Wow.
A plus?
Yeah,
No.
I'll give it to you.
Well, C9 have yet to turn in their homework in this third map yet. But maybe this will be the difference of a round. Zeppa has Hunter's Fury in the back pocket.
It's so interesting to me that Demon 1 is playing the Chamber so often now, and it's basically never offing.
Just going for the brawly fights, this time trying to step in front of it. Does get tagged. And his TP revealed. How does Zeppa track this one? He doesn't quite catch it. And even Rossi is getting a kill on Oxy. I think that just spammed through the smoke. In mid, I guess there's something now found from Zeppa, but this round is awkward to say the least from C9.
The pick into B gives a chance for C9, but they've lost the A extremity. The rest of Envy is rotated back over as well. But that is a big kill onto Demon 1, and another from Zelsis.
Well, Zelsis was the hero that kept the game in C9's favor back on split. That's a 3K out from him. But look at the positions Envy have trickled into now. Kesnet on the flank. Now a lockdown to try and secure this one. Zeppa's got to be careful. There's players on all fronts, but he has somehow slipped the net here and come back around. Finds himself in exactly the right position. And doubtful that Rossi has much of a chance at all here outside of playing for the exit, which he can't even find. Through the heroics of Zelsis, C9 get themselves on the board.
Really nice from Zelsis. Envy's gotten away with murder so far this game at being able to fast rotate and flood into sites without much utility and straight up win the duels. Here, as they're going for pretty much the same play, with this flood back in, he gets stat pick onto Exter, and then this crucial trade onto Demon 1 as well.
C9 were tasked to come up with a creative solution there after losing their duelist so early on.
And I do think that's the approach. You have to pressure, wait for the re-aggression, and then shut it down.
Well, well, well. C9 might need to wait for this here.
I won't wait long.
As the drone sees Kesnet, and he runs on out of there. Still, C9 are like, okay, we don't have a drone to step back into mid. That's a little bit more challenging.
But the issue is you push them off once. Look, they're going to swing right back in. There's a trap play with the flash in garage.
I mean, coming back into this is a huge risk, and it doesn't pay off at all. Tried to go for the double face. Zelsis, not much support there outside garage. And, you know, C9, it's great that you have the A site, but guys, your spike is in mid right now. You're going to have to go all the way back to recover that. The question is, can Zelsis get the backstab? He chooses not to go to B, instead finding this player on C, but still the spike is there. Thank God there's tiles, but even then he's mowed down through them. Oxy makes the sprint down over towards C, and he should be able to plant this spike, but it is not comfortable by any means.
Exter still has flashes, tools, but Zelsis.
It's going to come down to Zelsis once again. Instead, Envy choose not to go to garage, going all the way down long.
Both players from Cloud9 are isolated. Oxy holding the angle towards long.
He's low too. You need perfection out of Oxy. That's the first. Off to a crisp start. And primes the ultimate too. Envy taking their sweet time, and it's gonna be punished. Oxy already with 3 there into the round. Just an absolutely mental round that, again, C9 have to get a little creative, and they find their way through it.
It's a 3-on-5 win, though. Absolutely wild stuff. A good clear towards mid, and then they just swing back in and die. The difference here is, again, capitalizing on that chaos. You saw the lurk from Zelsis. You saw a lurk in from Oxy on the other side towards A.
Yep.
This time, they saw them overfighting, they took the space they needed, and they were rewarded.
C9 never get this C site without Zelsis finding that timing.
Nice, baby. Let's go.
And so for the first time, all map, Envy will not have the full buy. Still can muster up something with some ultimates. And the chamber up. Demon 1 finds himself in a great position to get in front of the Viper wall. Shut down this forward line. Now a drone comes in, and he'll be forced to retreat.
Cloud9 don't scale off of pushing him off of the line. Instead, they work back towards mid. Have to take this one in steps.
Envy really moving around on the map right now. Caught a little bit in transition with only one player over here on C. It's Kesnet. And what can he do? He is stuck out in the open, and he is left hanging. C9 now have the site. Can set up for the post. If Poppin gives them a chance, he is charging in with a Bucky. And the rest of his team goes in one after another. It falls apart. Zoxy finds himself with 4 kills into the round. And yearns for a little bit more. Diving, dashing around, but shut out of it. Exter won't give him a chance. Trying to play the spoiler now. As he switches over to the Phantom and carries it on out.
I'd like to see him die here, get an orb. In the end.
Well, that's rude.
Yeah. He's Phoenix.
That's
your
a person.
Job. Kill's even better.
Unbelievable. Yeah. How about we dream bigger, Mimi.
Okay.
Dream for a kill, not the death, or maybe dream for both.
Oh, if he dies too, that's good. Okay. Good enough for me.
Wow, he's really looking for it. Okay, Mimi, you have to dream bigger, right? If you doubt him, if you set those expectations low, he's gonna have to exceed them.
Well, I'm happy for him. I think that's beautiful.
Are you? You were just asking him for him to die 30 seconds ago.
This round, I think, is what was missing from C9 in map 1. And I'm not talking about the 4K from Oxy. Instead, I think the crux of it is step 1, push Demon 1 off the line, and step 2, wait for Envy to over-rotate. They're so proactive at running around the map off any pressure. They're so willing to give you fights that if you push their extremity information away, you wait for them to make that mistake, and then you make your informed decision, it's going to be such a better route.
Yeah, I think it's something they learned after playing those few rounds where they're down numbers, where they, have to find those openings on the board to get into a site that, even on this round, even though it's a 5-on-5, they still are able to manipulate the map in a way where they're hitting into a weak area.
Yeah, with Envy rotating so often, it's harder on this map to not leave gaps than it was on Pearl. One chamber trip on Pearl is basically a quarter of your information dealt with. On this map, there's so many more angles you can contact up through and find those gaps as Envy's big time rotating.
And especially as soon as Demon 1 ever gives up that forward line, which the round started with, right? He got forced off of A main. That sort of sent Envy into gearing up and being a little bit more unclear as to where C9 would be. Now, Envy have had time to talk that through. They've got every ultimate under the sun, except for Demon 1's. Now try to use that to get the ball rolling again.
The fights were the key early game, and Cloud9 might just give them one on mid, a high-low for Envy here.
What have we got? Oxy slides on through. That was clean. C9 lost that same position a moment ago, but this time have full control of the B site. And you know what? Don't worry about playing the slow map. Don't worry about finding the gaps, finding the weak side. Nah, C9 just take the fight to him.
Happy to see it. 2 big rounds from Oxy. The 4K on the NC Eco, the opener on this one as well. There's not much to play here for Envy.
I don't even know
Money's
if they're
not great.
really going for it. Like, Rossi is just hanging out on the C site. Envy are waiting for some oversteps. But yeah, they're just going to let this one slide over to C9. And I guess hold on to their ultimates, give it a go again in the next round. I think that's actually a pretty cool call out from C9
Yeah.
when you're playing against a team that has so many tools at their disposal. Don't even give them a chance. You just run your own vision, blitz through them, and Envy don't really have the opportunity to react.
Yeah, and I think the real sweet sauce is kind of finding the combination of that. You show us rounds like the previous one where you slow it down, you push the chamber off the line, you wait for the reaction. You threaten rounds like this where it's fast, where you're the one setting the tempo. Good calling from Zelsis in these last two. He's put a streak of 4 together. This is the best chance Envy have had to reply. They still have 5 guns, they still have those ults. Can they get back in?
So the question from Envy is, how do you combat this when they're finding the gaps? Do you play more forward to control more of the map and have less confusion? That's what C9's intentions are. Or do you just make sure every line is held down? Right now, it looks like their duelists want to fight up into mid. That's a fast lane and a Hunter's Fury. They are full on sending it. And the backup is there too. Beautiful work from Envy. Every round just coming down to these mid-fights, silly shenanigans, ridiculousness. And Oxy down to 19 HP. It is only a matter of time before he's out of the equation.
You ask these silly questions like, is Envy going to play slow? Are they going to do something different? No.
It was a hypothetical, Mimi.
Okay, they're just going to run it down. And they look their best when they're doing so. Second time they've run a play similar to this one, and well, second time it's been effective. That run it back just gives you so much agency. Being able to have a sacrificial lamb for free. Exter even getting 2 kills in his ult that round, and the chaos the run it back creates when you have someone who doesn't have to care at all about their life. Gives so much space for Kesnet to do his work.
Oh, we're moving the fight to A lobby. Both teams shake hands and agree to all in there. Poppin trying to escape as he calls in for some support. Now the Hunter's Fury is coming out of the C9 camp. That's 1 out from Zeppa. No tag to follow, but Demon 1 has crept all the way through A short. And C9 are looking the wrong direction. 2 players were holding it, but Penny is out in the open. Good God, man. Exter just takes care of him with ease.
What do you even say to that? It's the second round in a row where Envy just wants to brawl. And they look so good in these team fights.
Yeah, maybe we can all take a collective deep breath before the last round of the half, because something tells me this could just happen again.
That is tough for C9. You mentioned it, they had 2 players watching that angle, but 1 just walks back in. Here, Rossi calling them readable there. Does he have to read for this round 12?
Well, it's not that fast look. As a matter of fact, Kesnet has an operator down C long.
Demon 1 refuses to op, despite playing Chamber.
You know what? I respect it. Why not? Okay.
Yeah,
and
that's why.
Why
That's
not? Oh! Okay. All right. Demon 1 just going to do that for us. Put on a show. These rounds are over within 15 seconds.
How long has this half been? Can't be long at all. Zelsis unfortunate position now. The Shark circling.
Over under 1. Okay, it's over 1. I thought it was Demon 1, so we just weren't going to get anything. No, no, no. Don't go 1 by 1. The spike is still in mid window. There's a high-low setup. It's just not possible, and thankfully Kesnet will put that final cherry on top.
So the third 8-4 half of this series, and this time just all about Envy's aggression. This was just, I mean, just sit and admire.
Which was your favorite kill?
Second for me.
Really? Not tracking through the wall?
The tracking through the wall was crazy, but being able to like reset and stay so disciplined to tap. Very few players aim like Demon 1. Very few players ADS the amount he does. He is a special player. His team's up 8-4. We'll see how this series ends.
Well, apart from 4-round streak from C9, that half was again kind of impressive out from Envy.
Kind of.
Kind of impressive. That was my neutral take on it.
Okay. I would say it was very impressive.
I don't know why I said kind of. We're just going to sail on past that.
Yeah, well,
as C9 wish they could sail past that first half.
Yeah, it was pretty rough for them. Envy ran back the comp from last map, and it honestly looked just as good. I love the fast plays that they were showing, the way that Kesnet and Exter were playing together as a duo. I know we keep saying it this series, but it just feels good to watch Envy play like Envy. To run double duelers, to fight together, to set the tempo. That's what we've been waiting for.
Are you ready for a little bit more?
Yeah.
Because we've got a whole half.
I'm looking forward to it.
Potentially a whole half. We'll see. We'll see how envy-ish they can play this one.
I don't know if that's a word.
Envy-ish. With the properties of envy.
I see.
They walk calmly into garage. This is not envy-ish. Getting a little bit better. Stepping on forward. Oh, Kesnet going up into window. I like that. And the stun too. Penny dodging out from that. Oh, Penny trying to track him. You just can't do it.
His poor ankles, man.
Oh my God, his ankles and his neck too.
Snapped.
The whiplash. Get him a chiropractor. And by the way, Demon 1 is still here. So you better run into that C site quickly or beat him on the challenge, which they do.
What
And
the hell is happening?
Exter has utility in his hand. Rossi now. Taking his time. When's that challenge going to come in? This pistol round could just define the half if Oxy can find his way in. Rossi into the 1-on-2. These players have full HP. He has the pull. Zeppa holds for Zelsis. That was clean. Excellent work from the C9 duo. That'll get them right back in this.
Goes to show how important it is to practice that body block and get it down. It's easy to mess up. You see pros do it a lot, but that was very well executed from them. And secures the round. It was really chaotic. This should have been a free win for Envy after this. But I think that the way that they... Oh my God, poor Penny. This was weird though. Exter thought he had a timing to fight, but I would have much rather seen them just hold back on site instead of trying to make another play when they're already up a man.
I wonder how loud the comms were in that moment. Because I can imagine Envy screaming and shouting, getting ready for that fight. A little bit go, go, go. Does bring them down onto pistols, but that orb secured all the same onto Exter.
The classic, we have a Phoenix round of around the world, see how many orbs we can get.
Except this time Oxy with the Outlaw down long. But look how Exter's all the way in the back. He'll be the last one to take a contact here to guarantee it. Oxy only gets 2 shots and only one of them is going to count. With the speed, Kesnet's going into the site with the spike nonetheless. Actually gives Envy a chance to play out a post.
Yeah, the plant is nice. Doing damage wouldn't hurt, but Judge here.
Stepping right into Penny. That'll be 3 in the blink of an eye. And the round is a wrap.
Quadruples these kills with the Judge in garage.
All according to plan.
And so C9 very much back in this game. Now a gap of only 2. And the mistakes of that pistol round might start to bite Envy if anything more comes of this.
We've seen an almost shocking amount of success from teams converting their bonus rounds so far today. So from C9 all the way back on the split, Envy on the previous map, and on this one too. C9 can tap into that again, but set themselves up beautifully. They don't exactly have optimal weaponry, and that is going to be full heavy armors on Envy's side. So Oxy fighting against the current this round.
Seeing someone break that dart probably makes you suspicious that there is that scope there. So they walk back towards mid.
Oh, Penny.
This is a strong hold.
Yeah, Penny's gonna love it if they come in here. Have to come through the Viper wall. Has support. And the Judge waiting. That's a good drone. Is anyone gonna break it? Is anyone gonna come to support? Doesn't seem so. Demon 1 was holding for it. And while there has been enough delay to dissuade Envy from continuing in, that sort of gives up the plan from C9.
Envy don't have any map control though. They didn't actually take any presence off that opening volley of utility into A.
Yeah, but neither did they take any damage either, so that Outlaw still a bit of a dud in Oxy's hands.
Still, I'm thinking of some rounds where they've late hit into center utility. Previous in this series.
Sure. Bit of a different story. They are heading into one molly here in Garage, and the turret is there for some extra layers of information. Time is going to be the problem. Vic will have some ideas to get into sight, but C9 aren't actually stopping them. All things considered, Vic's trying to come in, but it's a little bit late. And he's trying to put down utility. It's all over the place from Cloud9. Caught between two separate ideas. Do we actually hold this? Do we wait and play with a group? And they are punished for it.
There was a real chance for C9 there. With the alarm bot, with the stall off the molly, there was a moment where they could have rotated in, and it looked like they wanted to play retake, but just crossed the wires. And now this looks to be a flawless round for Envy.
You just had to, didn't you? Oxy takes down Exter. And some chip on the backside. Upgrade to the Vandal and get out there, just play for the exits. There's going to be absolutely nothing he can play for whatsoever. Penny goes for the same and manages to get his. That'll be a couple more, why not? Feels good even in the round loss, but that one, really, I think both on this B hold and on C, there were serious winning chances from C9 they just couldn't capitalize on.
Yeah, this ended up just being a little off in the coordination there. Vic dying, the Odin suppresses.
Just keep trusting me.
Rossi asking for that trust. Trying to bring the team through, close out this series. And a good chance, winning that round 15, having a slight weapon advantage in this round.
Where is Envy going to prod? Not too committal just yet, but at the same time, C9 playing fairly reserved. No one taking a forward line, just a drone into A lobby that sees a whole bunch of nothing. Think they got it?
Yeah.
No, they didn't. There's still an alarm bot and a molly on the ground.
They're gonna get it.
There's one. Still an alarm.
But not much else happening on the map for Envy. They didn't have anyone in bed towards A, didn't have any presence towards C, so now they start to work back. Comfortable with Demon One's presence in mid.
Is this just the tech? Bore Envy to death, don't give them any fights, and then hope it comes down to a time scramble? That might work some rounds, but I'm not sure about this one. Exter just secured the orb down C long.
I think that might have just been a misclick shooting.
Yeah.
Now they know there's a lurk here.
Smoke down too.
30 seconds, they have basically nothing. They're just gonna low info hit back towards B. This is risky.
There's a snake bite and there's a Viper wall. That's gonna be the first layer of stall. And the timing of that is absolutely critical. Right now, Penny getting confused a little bit. He gets pulled back to Garage. It's that attention drawn that gets Envy this site. And the fight is gonna continue forward. Fully clearing out sight. And now considering stepping forward into Cloud9. No, it's a self-stun! Good lord! It goes the wrong direction. C9 stay unpunished for the time being, and now Oxy gets right back into that fight. He's stepping up when it matters for. Can he find the ace? Celsius will take it. But from 0 to hero, C9 take the round.
Self-stun into a 4K. Masterclass from Oxy. His impact there was outsized. Really nice counter utility from his team. Just look how many of these players were blind as he brawls back in.
It's an actual jester move out of Oxy.
You got a 4K and you guys really have to show us that too.
I think you have to. It paints the full picture.
Sure.
You know?
A neutral journalist always shows both sides.
As Bob Ross famously said, that was just a happy little accident.
Okay. I'll give him that. Those are rounds you need though for Cloud9. Get them back in. But I do not love the way Envy called that attack round. Despite taking so much time down, they didn't put much pressure other than the spam towards Garage, which didn't actually ever get the alarm bot. And that late presence again in Garage, they were basically hitting blind. If Penny hadn't been diverted when he was, that could have went so wrong even so much earlier into that round.
Yeah, it is possible Envy just think that with the speed and distraction of the Neon and all the other, you know, pieces scaling in nicely, that even if there is a stack, they can fight through it, but...
I just think they've accomplished as a lot of characters that really thrive at playing the extremities solo and wanting to fight. I think both Phoenix and Chamber, you can let them just do their thing. Maybe you put a little util early to get the Demon 1 embedded towards long, but then he can walk around, work his picks, and I'd like to see them playing more rounds where they're giving that agency.
You know what I would love to see? Back off of that, I would love to see Garage take from Envy into a Garage embed, leave a guy hanging out there, Cinema, A short, do the same thing. Can play around the map a little bit more if they so desire. Right now, though, they're considering their options in the buy category. It's a force up from Kesnet and something from Exter.
Yeah, I would have liked to maybe see him be given a gun if he plans to ult this round.
Especially when he has the run it back available. There you go. Layer 1 of Garage take. Deal with the alarm bot. Actually, interesting setup out from Zelsis. He's had the alarm and the turret on C pretty frequently this game, but now keeping the alarm on C, he can also have that turret on A.
It's interesting. Envy has basically never touched A in this attack half. Still pretty early days.
Even on defense, it was all about mid-fighting too.
They contact into Garage. Demon 1 to work towards mid.
Oxy's not shying away from this angle. Chooses to step right back into the fight, and it pays off for him. And the rest of C9, a little running gun from Poppin.
Poppin swing in tier 1, okay.
Not too shabby.
He's got the ult off that. This is a post fight. This gets a bit scary.
And a gun now too. And if all of C9 come through these choke points, I mean, he's set up for high-low now. See how this fight comes down. Nice shot from him. The transfer! Poppin is elite! And it's given Demon 1 a chance to win this round. Out into the open, sitting and waiting. Demon 1 will take him down. What a beautiful round out from Poppin.
That was disgusting. 1 HP in the high-low. Perfectly sprays down 2 in CT. And it starts like this.
Escalation.
Knocked down to 29, a classic kill. Gets the rifle. And just plays it so, so well.
What a beautiful round out to win this
and Imi will take a timeout off that one. Those C9 anchors again got flustered in the pace of the fighting. Had kills isolated. And it seems to be a bit of a theme this series where Cloud9 get their feet out under them, and then there's a round like that, and Envy take control.
Yeah, what's boggling my mind a little bit is I thought that if you rewind your brain all the way to Split, what was like holding that second half, that defense half together from C9 was their site anchoring, right? Zelsis locking it down. The rest of the team, like, they were down numbers, 3-on-5s, 2-on-4s, etc., winning those out. And what I've seen in the limited round so far on this defense has been a little bit more out of sorts. People having util in hands or not quite being there for the trades.
It's interesting. They've been mostly playing that weaker side towards C with a solo anchor and then looking to flood in. And they've almost always had 2 people towards A or like a heavier presence towards mid, kind of worrying about another one of those Envy pops. So I'd like to see them kind of pick a side, either commit to playing more retake on that C site or actually put the forces in to hard hold. Envy has really been favoring ending there.
C9 have picked the A site for this 18th round.
I mean, with Sova ult, with Phoenix ult, you are kind of expecting a faster round from Envy.
I wonder what it looks like from C9 though, because Envy haven't done a lot in A lobby. Just turns into getting Oxy or someone on the forward line and then shifting back to play heavy on the other side. Keep your eyes on C long, by the way. Penny all the way up in his pit with the judge in hand.
Joke's over.
Oh dear. Run it back through Garage to pull some attention off mid, unsuccessfully, mind you. But now Penny is getting wrapped around on. The run it back runs out of time, and that's going to be taken down with the molly. They'll have another lease on life as Penny steps right back into it. I love this reposition. And the one-way here as well. Meanwhile, Kesnet is rinsing them in the backside. It'll be a fight between Kesnet and Penny.
But look at the spike. It is on the other side of this pit.
Madness. Oxy just sprinted all the way through A to find that one.
I think you almost have to go back around the world to try and recover this.
Oh my god, look at Kesnet. Look at Kesnet back in spawn, he really is. We have fully traded sides of the map.
Running low.
He's literally going the whole way. I don't see what this achieves other than walking back garage, but...
Have you ever seen this before?
No. Maybe he thinks there'll be some kind of crossfire, like here and here.
Well, let's see, because they're making noise. It's 25 seconds left on the clock, Mimi. Oxy in the corner and delivers on both. No surprises whatsoever. Lights out from the kid.
Another round from Oxy. He's definitely been the one to step up. 25 and 13 right now. This was the pivotal piece of the round for me, though. So many times Zephyr has lost that fight to Demon 1. This time he wins it. And despite this, which is just literally a 1v3 in the middle of the round from Kesnet, Viper's Fit and Oxy is enough to close out. Really just a duel of the Neons here. Both doubling the kill
Just
counts of their next best.
Ridiculous numbers on the board. Now, unfortunately for Envy, those numbers haven't been filtered into their bank account yet. Still waiting on the tax refunds to come in. As Envy do have themselves a B site for now.
Now let's see how much money matters. There've been quite a few of these Ecos won.
Poppin'. Oh, Demon 1 just got a kill out of nowhere. As the retake is underway.
That was a classic.
Okay, Rossi, why not? Having a little bit of fun. It is a 2-on-2, and Demon 1 has ripped the ult. Vic might need to get creative. Paranoia. Teleport up on top. He's through the smoke. No! It's a disaster. Couldn't find the angle. And now Demon 1 is holding the other. A thrifty win just stolen out of nowhere from Envy.
Not again. How many times this game have thrifties been the difference? And credit to Demon 1, the shots he hit here were beautiful, but that teleport, that is gonna haunt Vic. Not a great lip reader. I think that might have been a what is he doing?
Yeah. Not sure if Vic knew where he was going on that one. High flash for fun as Envy shows something a little bit different. Barreling down A short, very long rather. But C9 do have a more reserved stack behind all this Senti utility. Are Envy just gonna try and push on through this? Seems a little bit difficult. Just walking it in. There's a turret in their way.
But in all the time they've taken, they are losing space on the rest of the map.
Doesn't matter, they're committing in. No more gas left in the tank. Throw up the wall again. Demon 1, there it is! And now the Hunter's Fury 2 lays the groundwork for this site hit. Should be easy enough for Kesnet to pick up the spike and go for the plant. Penny considering trying to get back in here, but if we were to go for it, it would be all on his own. Only now has Vic joined him side by side.
You are divided.
And a wall too, no chances taken.
Difficult to get back in. Paranoia, maybe their only hope.
That's the paranoia. I don't know if it accomplished anything. And now Vic trying to go for a teleport, but he doesn't trust the TP. He doesn't trust it after the last round and with an Astral Wall in his face. So he is trying to run on out here, bail out, and it falls apart. Shaky as Envy move up to series point.
And it's just such an Envy round to do it again. They spent this entire time with 4 players outside A. They feigned the hit twice, and when they finally go, Oxy gets caught by surprise. The trading between the duelists is excellent. They're now a round away from the win. It's just brutal to slow it down like that, guys.
Yeah, I'm not a lip reader, but I'm pretty sure that was, ooh, something like that.
Yeah. Work on it a little.
Yeah, well, C9 gonna have to work with absolute zilch in this round. He just knows. I think he's hunting for an alarm or a nano, but
if it's
all the
close
same,
enough.
Hurts.
Much more spread approach from Envy.
Spike drop.
I mean, C9 are just bundled up 4 players in mid right now.
Yeah, you see the Sova literally sitting in spawn,
Yeah,
waiting for that chance to ult.
That's going to be their best chance because the best C9 have is 2 Guardians. They don't have a single real rifle at their disposal.
The weakness is A.
Wow. It's cool calling to see from Envy to find this A side a couple rounds in a row so late into the game too.
Yeah, after basically ignoring it for all of the start of this half.
Here.
And anticipating they're not going to double stack behind their Senti util 2 rounds in a row. That'd be ridiculous. And so, hey, what do you know? No one showed their face yet. Demon 1 might just have the sight.
There is still Hunter's Fury, but it's saved, not used to
Wow.
stall. Exter fighting up.
I like it. He gets caught, util in hand, but we'll see that. And that is a lockdown coming in. That's a little bit tough. Poppin completely red as he moves in. And now some support from afar. Zeppa lets it rip. Leads to 1 more kill. And C9 are sending everything into this retake. Can't even get onto the spike, though, for the half. Not simple just yet, but I like Penny's spot. Up in heaven, bringing them down. C9, not out yet.
It's expensive. Took a lot of ults to win that round, but Cloud9 managed to pull it together. And this is the round where they had a pretty rough buy. Coming in with Guardians, with the Stinger, getting away with the win. And that kill is so pivotal. Reading the reflank is going to come for that lockdown. Shutting it down, and even earlier, getting the instant punish onto that run it back. Not letting him get ahead and punish that Killjoy.
Amy doing his best to gear up for potential overtime. Needs his team to deliver 3 more in a row, though. If that's going to be the case. Interesting purchase. We're seeing Demon 1 go for a scoped buy. Basically the first time this series.
But only 1 player on half armor. He's not going to get a huge amount of value with the weapon.
Yeah. He didn't have a ton of money to spare, so it could just be he wants the heavy. That said, Envy putting that work in to clear away the utility in Garage, which has transferred back over onto this side of the map. C9 are keeping it fluid in how their Killjoy is setting up.
Cloud9, again, they guard that alarm bot. Doesn't actually get broken.
I really like that. What it does mean is that because Demon 1 is working this A side slowly, he calls the team back into him. C9 are just choosing to play full-on retake on A, which is a big gamble.
The difference is that this time they don't have ultimates. Only that Omen ult for a reposition. Nothing to make this retake all that easy.
Yeah, and not a whole lot of utility in terms of breaching back in. Paranoia and a stun gonna be your best options.
And an Odin to hold the line, no reflank coming. This is going to be difficult.
First shock.
Spike planted.
Lands down onto Poppin. Second goes awry. And the drone in. C9 are taking their time. They're flushing out, making sure there was no lurker coming down. But everything in this series is riding on this retake for Cloud9. At risk of falling down 0-2 in the standings, and it might just come to 4. Penny into the smoke, everyone's being revealed. It's mayhem, it's madness on the site, but it's C9 coming up on top. Demon 1 delivers, dodging out. With the smoke blocking his vision, he has to activate. Now he has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it. He has delivered. Demon 1 out of nowhere takes away C9's hope with a Red Bull clutch.
An absolutely incredible moment for Demon 1 to deliver. They saw his promise when he played against him when he was wearing that Cloud9 jersey. But now, on the other side of this battle, flips it the other way. That second shot, so good.
Oh, all 3 bullets on that right-click connect. Needed it, and he got it. Brilliant stuff to close out the game. Demon 1 playing a strong one there, as Envy will get their win. Move up to 1-1 in the standings, and Demon One enjoying it, riding the high off of that clutch.
Hitting that same post again. Rossi egging him onto it. This team had a rough week one, but the changes, the work they did in the interim, the comp change on Pearl, the same comp shown here on Haven, it looked like the Envy we expected. It was an Envy living up to those expectations and really keeping their hopes of playoffs in a strong position.
Promising stuff as well to see Exter really deliver today on top of it all. The compositional changes, everything. Gives a little bit more faith to the Envy hopefuls. As we take another look back at this one. I mean, it got off to a brilliant start out of the Envy camp. Kesnet loving it up there on the stage.
And this wasn't the cleanest game in the world. This is back and forth. This was mistakes from both teams. But what really mattered is that, in the end, Envy was better in the way that they were fighting, in the way that they were brawling as a team, in the pressure that they apply. It's not necessarily perfect Valorant, but they have so much aggression. They are so unpredictable in the way they play, and they're just so confident with every single player. They are a tough team to deal with. Talent on this roster is undeniable.
Definitely is. On the other side of things, though, really tough loss for C9. Now sitting in 0-2, and for Oxy in particular, who was playing a beautiful game, just was not enough at the end. The 1v3 antics from Demon One saw through.
Yeah, it really was. Cloud9 now in a tough position as you look ahead towards the rest of the standings, but what matters today is Envy. And this game just gets me excited for the rest of what this team has to deliver. I want to see more maps, more comps, and just more of Demon One and Kesnet.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I look at the amount of like 3Ks Demon One got, where it's just like instantaneous almost, just in a flick. Absolutely brilliant. But for us, that's going to be it. We're going to jump down with Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview, joined by Rossi.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And yes, I have one of the winners of today's match, Rossi, here with me. Now, something I want to ask you, Rossi, is we're going to go back in time a little bit. Come with me on this journey. After last week, what was the conversation with the team after your loss last week?
We were like, Exter, don't go -30 again, and we'll win.
That is completely fair. I mean, going into today, you're facing Cloud9, who's also 0-1, trying to find their footing. Was there a fear of, Cloud9 coming up with something that you wouldn't expect, or was it just kind of we're gonna play our game, if you will?
I mean, we didn't do like any anti or anything like that. It's not like we don't respect them as opponents or anything like that. We just know the caliber of team we are, and what we should be. So that's just really all it is.
So you didn't anti-strat them, you didn't VOD review them?
Nothing, not even, nothing.
So how did you prep?
We didn't.
Understood. We heard your comms, you claimed they were very readable, on one round moving forward. Why do you think that was? Why do you think Cloud9 made it so easy for you to read them?
Jordan's like a rookie IGL. Like mid-rounding is much different than pre-rounding, even though he's a very experienced player. And yeah, we also have Max who played with them, so we had a little bit of help with that. But for that specific round, that was just all me. That wasn't from any read.
That's
so
all
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Well, Envy, I think, is having to find their new identity after Exter shouldn't be playing Yoru after the nerfs. How has that been? Kind of like finding Exter, who is so good at Yoru, not playing Yoru. How has that been? Kind of like working things out in scrims, finding different agent comps that work for you guys. Has it been frustrating at all, or has it been kind of a new adventure for all of you?
I mean, in scrims, like, we have really good results. It was just, I think, first game is always a little rough. Like, when you're playing a new agent for Egg, we wouldn't have put him on the agent if he wasn't doing good. That's just that's just stupid. So, yeah, that's really it. So, I mean, we kept him on Omen for split, and he was doing really good. I was being a bot, so that's the only reason we lost, to be honest. And I was calling bad, to be honest.
Well, he stepped up today. My last question for you is you'll be facing Leviatán next. How do you think kind of the Envy way is going to, or how will the Envy way take over Leviatán in next week's match?
I mean, we ran their comps on the 2 maps we won, so let's just see who does it better.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much. Everyone get up for Rossi, but stay right there because we have Furia versus EG next.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bao is in a great spot to be that kingpin to shut the round down.
It's gonna be a fun match. Didn't play this new EG roster yet this year. I think Superman and Okeanos are really great players over there. Sometimes they're like the playmakers and they have a lot of like impact. Also, DG for me is the best player in that team. He's a really consistent duelist and he pretty much knows how to play with the scopes as well.
We're just thinking about how to prepare, honestly, after this loss for 100 Thieves and just seeing on what we can improve on and what we can change for this match against Furia. I mean, they were looking like a solid team in kickoff. I mean, Noob was an obvious pop-off player.
Overall, it's not going to be an easy match because they're a good team, but I think we should be fine.
Thank you.
Welcome back to VCT Americas in our second match on this Friday. You got Furia taking on Evil Geniuses here. Golden Boy back once again. We got Dryad. We have Athena. You look like you were about to fight there.
What happened last game?
Oh, I don't know.
What happened?
Because I'm pretty sure I predicted Envy as well. So we'll just move on from that.
I think everyone
predicted Envy.
C9?
Yeah, she was the C9 pick.
I don't know if that's what happened.
Oh, silly Dryad. You just, what a... Okay, you were right, damn it. We'll talk about it later. Now, of course, last week, Furia showed that kickoff was, in fact, no fluke because they managed, through the power of friendship, work together to take out the defending champions NRG.
That's my line.
Yeah,
Power
right?
of friendship.
It really felt like it at times, man. But there were a lot of things to take away from this game. I think more importantly, we were coming into this wondering what was going to be the level of play that we were going to get out of Furia, especially after what happened in Santiago. But since then, I mean, really, this was just absolutely beautiful for them.
In Santiago, they play Paper X, they play BBL, and they didn't really look very good. So we had our questions on what was going to happen, especially going against Energy, and they looked incredible. They looked like the best team that we have in Americas right now. They were really good at understanding who the passive and the active players should be in the post plans. They were really good as well at making it seem like they had some gaps in the map, and then immediately catching some of the players off guard on the side of Energy. It was so nice. I'm so happy.
It was really refreshing to watch. It was like, this is a team that is completely on the same page. Every call that's being made, every strat, every playbook idea, everyone has it ingrained into them. And even then, when they want to pivot in the mid-round, you can see that everyone is talking and communicating and listening to each other, which is one of the biggest things that I feel like players tend to struggle with, specifically when it comes to chaotic rounds. But Furia, they don't have a problem. They have that one person speaking their mind. Artson, we've heard him a lot talking and being that alpha and making sure that everyone is doing what they can. We saw on the post plants, on their retakes, their mid rounds, everything has just been so phenomenal by Furia. I'm struggling to find fault in their gameplay.
There are a lot of questions people had, right? They're wondering, is this Furia? Was that win Furia playing up to the tempo we expect them to, or we hope for them to? Was the energy maybe slowing down a little bit? There was one individual who had the same thought. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm telling you guys, rewatch this game and then tell me NRG played bad. They played bad. Say that to me. Like, they're playing the map badly, they're not rotating well. Tell me that. They didn't. They did not play bad. They played honestly above average, and Furia were just really that good. Which is why I'm saying Furia, I think, is clearly the most impressive team I've seen this split. Like, it's not close.
He's probably watching right now, so hola, hello, hey buddy, good to see you. Yeah, some great perspectives on that though, that I think is worth talking about real fast before we go to the interview, because, you know, yeah, you could look at that and be like, Energy slipped up. Oh, that 13-10, Energy could have gotten that. But when you look at it, and you look at the game, Furia were just playing exquisite VALORANT.
They were always one step ahead, it felt like, and that's what made the difference, because Energy, they had great ideas on how they wanted to retake, how they wanted to flood, but even with ultimates, knowing what ultimates were available for this set of Furia, but then Furia plays it one step ahead. Maybe they don't use the ultimate, maybe they use it after. I'm thinking of a lockdown that we saw in Pro, for example. That was exactly what happened, and I mean, it's so hard to predict.
Yeah, it's insane. It's so hard to predict. And Furia does such a good job at finding the weak point as well. I think there was one round where EU on split had walked all the way through A Haven and made it behind the B players on B, which is insane. But that's just, again, finding those flaws. They knew that the deadlock had to have some sort of weak point, and they waited for EU to make that play before then distracting and just getting onto the site. So Furia, really well played. Huge props to them. I definitely don't think energy was lacking, but I think it just proved
it was clear that it was a competitive team, or sorry, a competitive game between two very competitive teams. But Furia just so happened to get the better of them in that matchup. And I think, you know, you run the match back, it could be, you know, a trade out, right, each time, because they're both so freaking good. But Furia have shown within a short amount of time that they have improved exponentially. One of those players as instrumental in all that, it's Alum. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier today. Let's see what the rookie had to say.
Here with Furia's Alim. Now, Furia has not lost a single match in Americas yet. What do you think separates y'all from the rest of the pack?
Just play our game. We feel comfortable. We own this region. So just, we know we're the best. So just.
When you say play your game, can you be a little bit more specific?
I mean, we make sure we are not fazed by whatever other teams do. So we should always, we go according to our plan. And it doesn't matter if we lose a little, we're still confident in ourselves, so we just play.
Well, best luck today.
Furia's win con is sticking to the game plan. We'll see how that works out because it's also very similar win con for pretty much every single team that competes in the VCT. But let's go ahead and shift over to the other side of the field because EG was competitive in their first map against 100 Thieves. But then we go to Breeze and it just fell apart. What can this team do to score a big win here, an upset? Because let's be honest, it would be an upset if EG beats Furia, which is a sentence I can't believe I said out loud.
To be fair, 100 Thieves played really good going into this series. They were always aggressive. They always knew how to play around the Neon and around the Phoenix as well to get the orbs, to condition these two players to get more space. But it just felt like the game plan, it wasn't bad. It never changed. It never adapted to what they wanted to do. We knew that it was a DJ Sand that wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, for example, in Haven towards that seaside, but that was 100 Thieves that was not going to contest it. And then you see the A pressure every single time that gets punished, and then nothing changes.
Yeah, I mean, it was like Asuna just had this chokehold on long A the whole time on their defensive side. And EG just couldn't do anything about it. They were constantly getting 3K. They couldn't re-clear space, and they couldn't make pressure on the other side of the map in order to delay. But if there is one thing I know, is that Potter is so good at fixing those kinds of issues, especially when it comes to gameplay and when it comes to the game plan. And she's so good at building those layers. So I think that this is something that the team can definitely come back from with their upwards trajectory.
It's just a matter of executing, right? And it's going to be very difficult against a Furia that it looks like they are showing no signs of slowing down from their dominant run at kickoff. But now let's shift gears over to our 1v1 showdown for some side selection goodness, because we got Qualanu going up against the assistant coach of EG. It's Fa, and let's see how this one works out.
This is Ghost versus EG in the open qualifiers.
Oh, bro, don't
Oh my God, a throwback.
What a throwback, what a throwback.
That's hilarious. I love
That
how they
is
just
great.
start it by going, whoa.
I know, right? All right, Koala's going to be on the KO. Foe will be on the fade. Trying to get some mind control in there.
He's trying to get his mind. Oh God, how long did that go on for?
Too long.
Oh.
I mean, that's tough, no?
Wait, I gotta dial in. Wait, I'm getting flashbacks.
He's a coach. He's a manager.
I'm still thinking about how Koala said last week that he was going to play a lot more passive. And I cannot forgive him for that.
Yo, is Paul about to win this for the team, man?
That's funny.
I hope I lose this.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna play more passive, and then ended up being the like.
He was talking about it for like a whole minute.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Dude, 3-0?
No way. Wait, is Fa winning this?
Wait a second.
I mean,
hold
at
on.
this point, right, it would have to be
No way.
4.
No,
No shot, Koala's getting bodied.
Koala?
Koala, can we talk
yeah,
This can be
Koala?
a strat. This can be a strat. You know, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like ruin their
I saw Koala in the
mentality.
hallway and I chatted with him for a little bit. I feel like I may have done this. I feel like this could have been me.
That was,
I don't know.
Dude, why would you?
Okay.
Okay, we're back.
All right, we don't have donuts, we got breadsticks.
Is
We're
this a
chilling.
comeback?
Could be.
Not
Could be.
good. Donuts and breadsticks.
You don't know about
Yeah.
donuts and breadsticks? Come on. A zero's a donut, but you get a 1, you have a breadstick.
It like
No.
looks like
Yeah,
No,
that's how it is. Because sometimes, you know, you
What's
just...
a
you,
2?
a 2.
Oh, we'll never know.
We'll never know. It doesn't matter because he doesn't get there. Oh, Fub defeats Qualanoob. The assistant coach picks up the win over the Star Duelist.
It happens, you know?
Amazing. Hey,
Dude.
sometimes things like that, it all breaks down. That's cool. So EG is going to be getting that first pick. That's kind of nice for them. Any advantage you can get coming into this matchup against Furia is going to be a big deal. So shout out to the assistant coach for pulling that one off.
I bet. And I think we talked a lot about how they struggled on their attack side on that Haven. So maybe this might be a step in the right direction where they can start on the side that they've worked really hard on fixing. And we know that they love to go back in that server, love to kind of review and make sure that everything is good. And so for EG, it's gonna be kind of cool, gonna be kind of interesting to see what they come up with to counter a lot of that aggression.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of plans there because I feel like, Dan, Furia is a type of team that even when you shut down one of their plans, they're so capable of being able to have something else in the back burner so that they can lean on for that next round. So you shut down one idea, then there's another one right behind it.
They're really quick to react, and that is something that we saw in last series. But I really like the maps that we're looking at. Haven and Pearl, especially to start this up, they're really strong maps for this side of Furia. We saw this map of Haven last week on Evil Geniuses, and it was a map that didn't have a lot of control on that A side. It was very weak. They only had comp.
And it was their best map in that series.
Yeah, and it was red.
It was rough.
It it was so difficult to play around it. And again, you understand how they want to play, where they want to get a little bit more proactive on the other extremity, but it's still just something that is predictable.
Yeah, I think when you know that Supa is going to be lurking and trying to do his best to get a lot of those picks, you can shut that down pretty easily. And Furia, they're going to stick to this regular comp, which I think makes a lot of sense. I mean, a limb on this Neon has been an absolute
There's a lot of versatility there. It gives him a lot of options.
He's been so versatile. He's been so good at abusing the team's util, making sure he's going with those kind of aggressive peaks and post plants, pushing, taking space, and re-clearing really easily. And it is going to be a mirror matchup, which I think is really interesting because for me, for DUs and on Neon at least, he's so good at just being that solo duelist and doesn't need that much support.
All right, folks, let's get ready and send us over to map 1. You got your casters for this one, who I've been tossing to for way too many years at this point. God, I'm old. Here's Brennan Sideshow.
Me too.
making us feel old as well. It's crazy.
Let's get to it then, man. I mean, we've got Furia, we've got EG, two teams here with different expectations, I think, over the course of the group stage. You can say that again by the look at your face here. But still looking forward to it, because from what Furia displayed in that matchup the other day...
Dude, it was sick.
It was unbelievable. They look like, I would say, the best team in Americas currently, from what we've seen.
And I think I would agree with Finesse in that they look like the best team that we've actually seen so far.
Was he on the desk?
Across VCT. I mean, he was on his co-stream. He was featured on the desk.
He's a fan. He's been tuning in when I haven't been paying attention.
No, I mean, they were talking about the Furia versus NRG performance. I agree. It was just genuinely phenomenal stuff from Furia. But this is the first time that they are coming into a game and they are massive favorites. And I think that's kind of true all year. Even when they went in their first game up against the Crew sub-roster, people were still saying, oh, I don't know about this Furia squad. You know, they could actually lose this game.
You're absolutely right about that.
But it's, the tune has definitely changed. Fury have been gaining more and more and more respect, and this is the first game where they are massively favored to win.
Momentum building for EG. They're going to need more than a few tricks up their sleeves to handle this one. The trade is quick indeed. Digizine, not outdone at all. It's a quick little two-piece and out, a quick little split into the A side as well. Stunted for now, but Superman is already going to be cracking this one wide open. If there was any signs of resistance, it's going to be firmly stopped in its tracks.
And they just take a little pause here as well, waiting to see if there's going to be a response from Nerve and Artesine. It's an amazing play from Digizine that gets them in through that A lobby area. And now it's just about closing out. I think this is one of the big things we've got to pay attention to in this game, Brad. Can EG close out advantages when they're up?
Yeah, the game the other day was not ideal for that one. The first round that they won ended up losing the follow-up anti-ecos. Consistently, just need to hold on to these advantages once they get into the spot. But this one looks pretty set in stone, I have to say. Post-plant positions, tucked crossfire from Hell and Graffiti.
Last player standing.
Slowed down as well with the stuns.
Almost flawless.
Yeah. Really good start for EG.
EG are going to need some things to work well for them here. I mean, big performances from individuals, that's an absolute given. In order to overcome with how good Fury has been looking, both individually and as a team, they're going to need individuals, not just Digizine, because Digizine is the guy for EG right now. You know, get him on rifling, get him on, you know, an aggressive duelist, put an op in his hands on defense. You know that you can rely on him. But I'm looking for other people on EG, if they ever hope in this game, to step up and have outrageous performances. You've occasionally seen...
The classic Superman nuke.
Yeah, like a Superman who just turns up and suddenly drops 30 in a game. But they're inconsistent, the rest of the squad, in terms of when they give you those performances. And my God, do they need them today?
Oh, hold on, this is a stack of bodies. Smoke in the wall to hide you from the dart. Yep, seen this one. It's cheeky.
You were saying that these were the rounds that EG have got to convert.
They have to, don't they? You get yourself into a winning position.
Across the world, these are about average 90% conversion.
Falling into the corner, though, facing with a multitude of bodies. They might just only have pistols and the better weaponry. Okay, it sings.
The Digizine and Com safe hands.
Yeah. Okay.
A great beginning. A really solid beginning to this game here from EG. Com 2 away from getting Hunter's Fury online as well. So they might be able to come up with some strategy around that in, you know, round 4, something like this. A bit of damage on this bonus round, and then they can start putting the squeeze back onto Fury.
It's a potent one for EG. You got, what, 2 big guns, big rifles being handed into the next Guardian and a Bulldog. Almost level in terms of the full buy that Furia now enabled into. Definitely do some damage. We'll see though, it's all slow to begin. EG not really posturing anywhere, just looking for signs of life, seeing if Furia will react, but they're going to take the first step forward, stealing up the orb over towards A.
I like the defensive setup from Furia. If it was going to be something fast on a bonus, they have 2 players ready to defend C, 3 players ready to defend the fight over towards A long, and you play retake B. Now that it's not a fast round, and they know that from EG, you see the defenders spread out a little bit more, and Koala9 picks up this middle of the map.
And critically, Com. They pick up the orb, so he's one away from an ult of his own. They've handed over the spike to him too, so it looks like that might be the goal. Drone forwards.
Classic
clearance.
Yeah, classic garage fake into a B take here, I think. And then if Com looks to plant, he can drop back and play his hand as Fury, along with Bowers sending over these long-range nanoswarms from spawn.
And a lot of that pressure, fast lane up, Paranoia as well, whipping its way across the side, but no one is home. Nanoswarms can be causing a bit of issues. The turret does need to be dealt with. There it is, broken for now, a bit of chip damage occurring. Superman going exploring in one hell of a timing to take. Nerve, his head's clean off the shoulders. Jump spotting around. This is an aggressive play by EG, looking to take it one step further, but hold on, bit of miscommunication. Koala9 surely should have been spotted, but he's the one that at least bring down Okeanos. And Tijazine, though, will look to stem the bleeding, make sure that this round is within their grasp. Nanoswarms are going up and over. Long-range artillery going to be flying in.
I really like this from EG. They've put themselves in a great position.
And a Hunter's Fury as well. It's a cherry on top. Plenty of insurance policies. The tap is going to be pulling this one out now. Beautiful idea for the bonus conversion. Time still ticking here. Furia getting necessary kills here, but the players are dropping, falling, damage done, and that blind just a little bit too late. Koala9, smoke placed down, but again, no more win cons earned. This is EG with a conversion on their bonus round.
What a great preset idea there from EG. Control the map at the beginning just in case Furia throws something at you. Go into a garage fake, B plant, and then crucially, in that kind of post-plant transition phase, the 3 players that are not required to play post-plant, they push forwards and make something aggressive happen in the C connector. That allows Com to extract himself, and Com and Bao just play the world's safest post-plant to absolutely lock up that B round. That is lovely.
Let's go. Let's stay. Let's go.
Exactly to plan, and Furia found no opportunities to disrupt that plan. And I think that's really, you have to do that against EG. You can't allow them to run on the map. You've got to, I think if you're Furia, believe that you're the better team and start trying to look to contest them early.
Slow starts at the beginning of these rounds, but it's been working for EG so far. Tijazine, Outlaw, primed and ready for any sort of peaks. Now asking for a bit of a clearance, so Drone's going to be committed there, just in case somebody has slipped into any sort of gaps in deep in A.
They're not going to want to touch short particularly, though, in this round. You know that Furia's economy is not great. So that's a danger area, and you don't have Drone to go and clear it. So Superman's going to have to be slow in terms of how he takes this spot.
No real stack of bodies. Alan is just hunting for that information. He's going to be paying the price there. Bullet to the chest. Quarter transition potentially. Tijazine has a couple of stray shots. Alarm bot placed down though. Signs of life are heard. EG, only got about 35 seconds left before they're going into this. There isn't too much in terms of a pushback.
No, the defense is not really set up to deal with this. I don't think they're anticipating an A re-hit. Koala9's got the rifle on the other side of the map. Should be fairly easy for EG to convert
20
here.
seconds. Hudson slipped in. He's in the short smoke now, weaving in and out. Hold on. They're taking liberties. A bit of spam though does the job. 12 seconds remaining. Time can't get away from them. No. Still active, but eventually dropped and toppled. 8 seconds remaining. It's a nail biter, but eventually getting themselves into that post-plan position. Koala9, wide swing. He's got the rifle. With Com being dropped down, this is suddenly a 2v2. Anyone's game at this point. EU, though, not quite the right weapon for the job. Just a marshal in his hands, and he might be putting his own body on the line to set up Koala9 to succeed. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Now moving in. It's up to Okeanos to see if they can shut this down. And just spotted him in the cross. 4 kills for Okeanos. That's what they needed.
And they are converting in these advantage positions. That one was a bit more touch and go for EG. They left things really tight in terms of the timing. It's not like EG knew, like we did, look at the mirror map, that A wasn't heavily defended. If Koala9 had been here and they'd been gambling and stacking because this is where EG had made noise, that could have been a really difficult anti-ego to convert.
Yeah.
But Okeanos comes out with 4 towards the end. And now Furia, up in the hands of Alan. This is the round where Furia need to get on the board.
EG would be a perfect time to speed up in a round like this. They've been playing slow going. Most of these rounds, bit of a take towards that A lobby area. Deep Nano ensures that Talon did go into that direction, but the operator won't be able to play there. Just poking and prodding though for now by EG.
I'd like to see Furia getting a little more aggressive in some of these moments. You know, a walk down mid, a little bit of a garage peek off this A noise that's been happening. But EG have been slow at the start of the round, so I think Furia struggling to understand exactly how they're getting into positions. But look at Alam, he's on such a passive line with this
Yeah,
op.
he is. And they're still contacting, walking up most of the space, but not too far. Lambot's going to be heard by Digizine, communicating that to the rest of the team, and looks like, and it feels like, certainly a similar game plan. Have the A short space, you have the A long space, now you're going to start to feign like you're taking pressure towards Garage.
Yeah. Com's normally good at this. You know, he calls some nice feints in. Okeanos with a fake teleport as well. Pulls Koalanu back to check into spawn for a moment.
Just trying to soften up the A side, and so it all lies into the shoulder of Alan. Stun. Going to be ricocheting, at least helping him out for but a moment. Paranoia though does connect, but EG are slow going to get themselves into this real spot here. The one-way smoke has been propped up now. With that kill, I'd say he might have just done a bit of a number on them, the reveal, but there's no really follow-up, no gunplay inside. Overdrive to Jazine, looking to save the day. It just beams them all down. Good tracking towards the back of that side, but again, that time pressure's still there. The spike needs to be reclaimed. This is getting dicey, but in the end of the day, surely not. Nerve in a 1v2. Snake bite. It rebounds and pushes Superman into some very uncomfortable territory. But all the Jazine, another kill claimed, 3 in a round for him. A big round for EG.
A fantastic one. They have just kept this momentum going off the back of a successful pistol constantly. And they're doing the same things again. This is a re-hit into the A site. Recon Dart finds so much value from Com as well, never broken. Yeah. And Jazine's Neon ult, overwhelming. I'm really struggling to see from Furia's perspective where this excellent team with so many fast reactive protocols has disappeared to. This is now, I'm just looking at the world's most passive defense team here.
It's like you could draw a line in the middle of the map and they're just not crossing it.
Yeah.
No reclears, no looking for information.
No, nothing at all like that. I mean, you've got to have some level of play when the noise is cut and there's 30 seconds of silence. There has to be some information gained around the map there to figure out where exactly they're ending. You could just see a flash there from the Furia coaching booth. Shaw unable to make it for the game today because he was recovering from some, I think, minor surgery. So instead, Camino stepping in.
Yeah.
Might have a bit of an influence in moments like this. You're down 0-5, your team actually does need a big strategic adjustment to how they're approaching the game.
So right now, just too stagnant. Too passive for Furia. That's what's called the timeout for.
And you know what's lovely is that coming out of this, Jazine is picking up an operator.
Yeah.
And you're expecting Furia in the next round, probably once they get rifles back, to go aggressive in some area of the map. And Jazine's just looking to punish.
Yeah, the slower pace here. Knocked down as well in terms of weaponry. Furia not going to be working with much in this round at all. If you're looking to try and change anything, you'll be looking towards the next round here. But for EG's game plan, it's all going right for them as well. It was the attack side of their Haven, I think, as well, that really struggled in their match the other day.
And when I think of EG, I do think of this slower, controlling pace, where they're trying to shut down aggression early on and be quiet in terms of where on the map they're trying to hit. This round, it's pretty similar to the anti-eco they played before. They cannot allow the clock to run down to 30 seconds and then be walking into Bucky's.
Yeah.
So, for all that we're giving EG a lot of credit for how they're playing the attack side, you might need to step the pace up a little bit on this round.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned with the time. It's been left in the tail end of some of these rounds. Doesn't give you room for error.
Nerves watching those bullets whistle past his nose.
Oh, he's sucking in his breath. And here,
this
is a bit of poking, isn't it, with the attack side op?
This is the danger, I think.
45
The attack side op should be great in the next round, but I am worried about the clock here.
Yeah. There's no gamble stack from Furia.
But there's Bucky's everywhere.
There is, lurking around the corner. There's dangers here.
Where are they ending?
I don't know. Don't know what the plan is.
30 seconds
They're going over towards
left.
B. They might be Sorely disappointed here.
But it is only Allen with a pistol.
Yeah.
They might have found the right spot.
Possibly. Stunned, rebounding, and that's the connection that he needed. Hunter's Fury as well. That's going to be helping out. Its ultimate's offloaded, and EU, yeah, happy to oblige. Push through, though. Watch for by Bao. 14 seconds left in his style of play to nail Biter. Right down to the bitter end here, but he finally do get that plant down. Bao tags. We'll have to respect it. Shots from the wall will bring him down. My God! How the hell is he getting away with that? Deep TP though, up towards the top. It's Koala Noob looking to sow a bit of chaos into the mix, but Artisan dropped down. It leaves it just down to Koala Noob. And there's not much you can do from a position and spot like that. Listen, I'm getting worried for EG. I'm not going to lie in some of these rounds, but they are getting it done.
And you've got to take a step backwards. Nobody thought EG a 6-0 up to begin this.
No.
Absolute perfection from them. The way in which they're dismantling Furia, yes, they've got nailed by moments. They are taking things to the very edge on the anti-ecos. But in general, this approach to the attack side is working perfectly. Now we have to see if Furia's adjustment is good coming out of the tactical timeout. Because this is where they took the tac timeout to try to adjust things. And we wanted to see a bit more mid-round aggression. We'll have to see how EG deal with this adjustment.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be taking a listen in soon enough as well to see what's going on.
It's all quiet early, though, for EG. Very similar kind of ideas. And again, that more passive look from Furia. This time, though, getting in front of the smoke over towards bricks is a bit of a difference.
Let's listen into EG.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna smoke short when you read around, okay?
Do it.
Go. Smoking short now.
You can walk through that maybe, Fop.
Smoke a bit.
I'm down for you to take the risk. Okay, but. All right, listen, we're gonna fake C. We're gonna fake a C split, walk back to Unk. Take bomb bow.
Yeah.
Careful C long, careful C long, and then you'll go back.
They have blind up here.
Wait, let's just pick it together. Fuck it. Ready?
Douglas, I'm a blind. I'm not gonna blind.
Walk
back towards A now. Okay, I'm gonna smoke. Ready?
Yeah, smoke.
1, 2. Peek.
Nice fire.
Darting C.
I never fired.
Alright, let's start going towards A. Just wait. Come A, we're going fast.
Come.
Oh,
That's 3.
Fast, boys, fast.
I'm coming to you, Unk.
I don't have
Go triple long, me.
I hear you. Yeah, we go quick.
Go close, go close.
Yeah, I'm shocking for alarm box.
I'm smoking heaven in 5. I'm hopping backside. On to your backside, Douglas.
Go right together, right.
Graffiti right here on the left side, guys.
Neon. Dead. Two spawn.
Two spawn.
Nice. Spawn as well. 10 seconds to the plan.
10 seconds left.
White spawn.
Molly landing. Good.
One heaven.
Drop.
Nice.
Don't worry about it. Two.
All good.
They give me space there, man.
Absolutely out of pocket that they're calling Superman Unk in all of their clubs to come back to him over towards A. This is the first round, though, that Fury have been able to make it work, and I think massive credit actually to Allen. I didn't see that enormous strategic adjustment that I'm looking for, but instead Allen alone on the A site, because of that fake that you heard Com calling, a lot of his teammates have been pulled over towards B and C. He had to hold this alone, and he actually did a great job. Being able to pick a player off and survive.
Blind by my own woman!
But yeah, Furia finally get one on the board.
Yeah.
I don't mind the attack calling, though, from Com.
No,
It's still nice.
I think that's clear, to be honest. Some of the most clear comms that we've actually seen, but I can see where the time pressure is coming in.
Yeah.
Because they are really taking their time to make sure that everything's cleared, there's no mistakes being made.
Yeah.
But then that adds seconds onto the, takes it away from you.
It was also a 3-person fake on the C-split,
Right.
so
Gotta sell it somehow.
They were late getting in back towards
Exactly,
Superman.
yeah. They were rushing around that 30-second mark.
It's possible if they look at that, they'll say, okay, next time we don't actually need Okeanos. He can just throw a long-range smoke. Similar kind of ideas again, though. They go over towards C, find the pit, take an alt orb, default. Yeah. Alem on a different line, though, with this op.
This as well. It's EG. Oh my god, a lot of damage. Shredded. Down to 30 HP for Alem. It's got to be careful. But over towards A, EG, they are hard abusing the fact that there is no reclears happening over towards A short.
Yeah, I don't get
towards
it.
A long.
I need Furia to be thrown in some kind of A lobby crunch in one of these rounds as well, because Superman's just realized
He's
he
just
can
been
walk
sat
down
there for 40 seconds.
Yeah, he can just walk down short for free. It's very strange the way that Furia are approaching this after we were talking about how good they looked last week.
Yeah. They do have a lockdown for the retake, though, so looking to play fully off-site. Artson survives. He'll be able to have this. He's already in a prime position for it. There he is, primed, ready, waiting in his grips, finally lets it loose.
Com, if he gets the plant, will have the Hunter's Fury, but I think it'll be too late to kill the lockdown.
It's going to be a little bit too late there, isn't it? About 5 seconds remaining. These players are going to get detained way out into the open. They are all corralled into the corner. There's 3 of them tucked up. Any sort of follow-up might be absolutely brutal, but it's not quite there. Bit of an exchange of weaponry. Alam's trying to play gun game at the same time as this one goes off. Still, they have time, synced up, grouped up, and side control now for Furia as well. They have completely pushed EG into the extremities. Not in a good spot here, but it all comes down to these first shot accuracy. Someone needs to tap this spike, at least pull them out into the open. There's a Hunter's Fury. They waited a long time for this one. Whips its way across, double face, but onto that high ground. It's Koala Noob, and he's shredding them. Chopping them all down with that rifle in hand, eventually brought down. Alam's got to try and hold down his angle. It's a bit of miscommunication is what it feels like, but really down to the wire. It's Furia who managed to clean it up.
If you want to try to learn how to position yourselves on retakes, take a look at that from Furia. They had completely pushed EG out of the map, out of the site, and they had people holding every angle. I mean, a player up towards heaven, a player on the short box. The only thing that they hadn't done was create some level of the diffuse pressure. And then once they did that, you see how much the positioning advantage is favored towards people like Koala Noob and Alam here, just getting free kills, on people peeking into them. Very nice protocol actually from Furia on the A retake with lockdown.
Yeah.
But mostly, again, the one game where you could say Furia are enormous favorites this year, and they're 6-2 down.
Yeah, they are
on their own map
struggling.
pick.
Exactly so.
And now Potter gets another opportunity to adjust the game plan a bit. Because so far, EG have just been conditioning. We are slow at the start of rounds. We have not thrown a single fast hit in against you. Every round has essentially been some level of fake as well.
Yeah.
Anywhere that our Sova's putting pressure, we're going in the opposite direction. This is the perfect opportunity for Potter to call, all right, now start following the Sova util. Now throw in a fast hit that isn't a fake.
We're crediting Furia, I think, as well, when they were playing against NRG for getting one step ahead of the NRG timeouts. Always trying to predict what plan they were going to be coming up with next. They're trying to get ahead of it by one layer. We'll see if they can anticipate this by EG, whatever the change might be. It does seem to be the more obvious play of what you'd want to switch up if you're EG. Okay, now that they're adjusting for your slower pace, time to speed it up, but sometimes obvious can be good, sometimes simple is good too.
I would like to see Furia try to punish A lobby at some point here. They must realize that EG are taking that space too easily. They're going to play passive on A again.
Much deeper alarm bot position this time around, though. Maybe that's the adjustment.
I think this double swing might be the adjustment.
Yeah. Turret swinging through. It's a good play by Furia, immediately coming up with adjustments for what was missing.
Yeah, it's a lovely trap.
Yeah, gaps towards that A short, A long position.
It's somewhere that Artisan's been running the turret before. They just haven't had the world's most aggressive reaction off the back of it. And Alam is constantly changing up where he's playing with the operator. Tried A for a lot of these early rounds.
He's got the deep control.
What a timing on that. Yeah. Con was going to try to force this off a contact play. Oh, he was thinking about it. It's an empty A site, but he's going back over to his lurker.
He wants to make noise for Superman to potentially clean up. He is isolated, inserted here. A couple of shots. He's lucky to be alive there. The wall just saves him. Backs himself out. 60 HP.
Another spot where Furia don't really know where this is ending. No. Is it B? Is it A? But the players are not looking to actually join up, hold hands, and go for an info reclear.
I mean, the deep space by Alam surely has got to help. They can get the stack over towards A.
They're playing just for the 4v3. Player advantage, A retake, but A is pretty tough to get going, especially when Koala Noob doesn't have smokes or paranoia to help you.
Yeah, and I'm seeing double Nanoswarm ready in the back pocket of Val. They're really biding their time. Wait until there's about 14 seconds getting players in position before they even tap. Look at his first signs of life. Finally plant down, essentially into the round. That swing by Superman is just insanity. Way ahead of most of his team there. The timing passed. The turret is going to be spoiling the party. Guns need to be out. Com asserts himself back onto the line, but he's got an operator who's going to be meeting his match there in terms of the firepower. Alam needs to be accounted for. Stun just missing, but a glide of the shorty finishes it off. Job done. Bow finish there. Third round for Furia.
Furia seem very confident in their A retakes. There are a number of moments where I think a lot of teams would be trying to flood onto A or deny A, and instead they're playing for A retake. And to be fair to their credit, they're actually playing it really nicely. This round, I thought Superman might have had the opener too. He's having a game.
Yeah.
12-5 currently, alongside Dejazine. He was the player that we were saying has to step up if EG want win conditions, but I think a lot of this has been carried by Comms calling as well, and just a better macro approach to Haven so far in this half.
He's really trying to work the map. A slow squeeze on it, ensuring that garage control, big priority, running fakes.
Now, if this was a 6-6 half, though, which is still possible, that would be an immense recovery from Furia.
Yeah, and they're well on the way to it. Building it up one round at a time, but they've got to keep it perfect from now on. Stray shots and spam, and an adjustment into the setup too. The Sentinel Uto this time making its way back over to B, over towards C, garage area. The money got knocked here for EG too, so they're not going to be working with the best.
Still running the same slow defaulting rounds, though. This might be one of those opportunities, though, to have what looks like a C fake split, to be real. But no, again, they're faking the opposite direction to the Sova utility.
Trying to get there with a drone. Turret's going to be broken. Now that's almost as well to buy a little space and breathing room and shots. I mean, crispy stuff with the Sheriff bow. Just decapitates Koala-Nu, but when you have a little too wide there, but you have ults to be expended, and Kiana's just out into the open, and it's his players fall. Now the lockdown gets committed. Worst case scenario, it's going to take some insane shots indeed. That needs to be broken timely indeed. There it is. Fast lane's going to be propped up here. And as much as you can keep that calm composure of your shots, Artisan's got it all locked down.
That's really tough for Bao. They're in a 5v4 when he thinks about putting the lockdown in.
Yeah.
And then just as he goes for the ultimate, 2 more players get dropped.
Yeah.
And suddenly, not only are you on an eco round investing in ult, but you're actually in a disadvantaged spot in terms of your players. That's tough for Okeanos too. He just gets caught in the teleport, TPing out in the open. But yeah, not too much of a mistake from Bao. I think it's just one of those circumstances where you think you've got a good play, it's worth the investment, and it turns out to go against you just in the final moments. All right, a 4-player stack here from Furia on A. This is the A lobby pressure that I was talking about.
It's looking different, but nobody is home.
Yeah, funnily enough, this is the first round EG, a group to go fast C.
Looks like that's what they got their eyes set on. Smoke up though initially.
Yeah, using a C progression smoke to fake like they wouldn't be here. So still trying to obfuscate, not just going for a fast hit. Once this smoke drops, they'll go.
There it is. It's going to be a turret waiting onto the other side of things, but it's not going to slow them down. Not one moment. Deep Tad as well. Due diligence with the utility, at least for now.
And now Superman's got the pit. So it should be difficult to retake.
Yeah. Completely denies that one main choke point, but guess what? Furia are not going to be coming from that direction.
What a nice adjustment from EG, just as they're expecting Furia to make their own strategic change-up.
Yeah. Bao is going to have a lot on his plate. Here's it, the rumble of the footsteps. That's a good, clean first kill, but Alim straight there, back again with the trade. Instantaneous at that. Sliding to the side, he's making himself a very difficult target to try and pin down here. Even with that back pick control.
Oh, what a shot.
Crazy shot. Oh, it just keeps going. Alim, he's a menace, man. Right now, he's dominating. Not slowing down from that momentum of prior. 4 kills, biding his time, waiting it out. That pit's still up. Finally removing him, but the trade intact. But no time.
They don't have time on it.
That is ridiculous.
Wow, that was so well played on the retake for Furia, but the clock works against them. I've got to be honest, I lost track of that in the midst of it all. I thought they'd pulled that off. What a big round from EG to end up recovering there, despite Alim's magic from the flank retake. Which, by the way, perfect decision to go for a heavy flank retake. 0 people retaking through that pit. I think the denial there from Superman. Superman getting the shorty kill onto Alim just before he got half, wins them the round.
Yeah.
You see it in the reaction.
That is crazy stuff.
It guarantees EG the lead at the half.
Here we go. I said once more of what was working for EG. That A pressure, cutting noise, waiting it out, but this time there is resistance. Furia once more here, but this time holding it with just the operator onto that angle. Koala-Nu disengaging. Doesn't want any piece of this when he hears all that sound pressure once more. Paranoia is good. He can't really see much, but still, my God, man. Lightning fast, straight into the back of the site. Hunter's Fury to supplement and make sure that they keep them out of the picture once more. It's a good tag. Vulnerability applied, but it's not going to do them a lot of good. The plant is down.
How do you win a 4v5 retake on A without the paranoia, without the smokes?
Very tough. Addison. One away from the lockdown if he gets killed here, but he's not really in a prime position to really be using it. Smokes on smokes in your face. So damn difficult to chew through here. Alim just trying to light them up. The fast line gets them all the way in, down to that heaven angle. Bow! Activating. 2v1 now for them. Nerve. He's got so much to do in a spot like this. He's just being toyed with at this point. Bao knows he can play his life. The time pressure already ticking and mounting. The round is won even if he didn't get a kill. 8-4 at the half. That's exactly what we needed to see for EG.
It's an amazing beginning to this match. I think 100% of the people on the English broadcast here predicted Furia to win this game. Yeah. And I bet, I don't know, 90% of you at home probably did as well. And yet EG have come out with a great game plan. The players are actually on fire too. Superman, Bowers had some huge moments. And Comms call-ins look really good.
There's some magic in the venue here today, absolutely, for EG. And now we're going to send it down to Liz. She's standing by with a very special guest.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, part of that magic is EG's Chim Chim here, who you're usually with our friends over at the LCS, but you've joined us today on the side of VCT Americas. First off, welcome. We've seen your watch parties. You love Oki's trash talking, but now that you are here in the building, able to hear that trash talking and everything else, what is it like being here?
It's amazing. The crowd is very much alive. I feel like we got a lot of EG fans in here. Am I correct? Yes, ma'am. I also have a little question. These are y'all's champs?
I'll talk to my stats guy. We'll get back to that. But now that you're here, you've seen the game, can you tell me, can we have any prediction on a scoreline, any prediction on how this is going to go? I know you're going to see EG 2-0, but like, I want to get nitty-gritty specific.
2 million to, what do they got right now, 6? 4?
Yes, exactly, and that's exactly valid. I mean, I know you have a couple goodies over here for the audience here, not at home. I'm so sorry, guys, but we have some goodies from Evil Geniuses to throw into the audience. So after you, madam. Oh, we have oh my goodness gracious! I know GB is usually the one giving out free stuff, but here we go. That's a whole jersey. That is a whole jersey. Wait, can I have that? No, it's okay. That's fine. Good catch. Madam, Ori, what do we have next? What do you have next? Oh, those little clapper thingies. We love. Guys, you make some noise for Chim Chim if you want it. Come on. If you want EG to win, you better make some noise for the stuff you're getting from EG. I want to hear you one more time. Thank you. Good toss. Now, friends, I'm sending it over to Ren and Sidjo because we have a game to get back to.
They're coming for your job, GB. They're coming for your job, I'm telling you now, man.
Chim Chim was saying, are these your champions? Which it does bear reminding people, Furia are undefeated against America's teams. Yeah. They ran through kickoff, no problems.
#1 seed.
Came back, beat NRG, who were the best performing team out of the America's teams at Santiago. Furia did lose, obviously, 0-2 in the playoffs at Santiago, but those were against, Paper X and BBL, not the Americas squads. Right now, EG looking like they got the better of them.
Mm-hmm.
What a world we're in today.
It is topsy-turvy. We were talking about the beginning. EG need to keep the momentum going when they get themselves into advantage spots with these pistol round wins. They got the back, really the best beginning imaginable at the start of this map. Pistol round into the bonus conversion. Doesn't get much better than that. See what they can do here. Tapping away here in exchange of the bullets. A lot of damage done to Superman. Got the smoke though to reposition.
3 players still on the side of EG, going for a double contact re-clear for information on A. And Nerves holding this with the Sheriff.
Go.
Alan, primed here. Got that slide ready and waiting. My God, just locked onto the Ang. Wow, immediately finished off.
Alan is playing a game today.
Still, Superman, he's just going to be caught out to the open there. EU just finds some cracks in the defense. You're right, Alan is playing a game.
Now, they've left the spike, though, completely in spawn.
Not ideal.
They might be worried that Okeanos is on top of it already. This is going to slow things down, but also, look at these inserts over towards C and B.
Ridiculous
Very
space.
difficult to play against if you're EG. You don't know how much of Furia, how much of the map Furia have taken.
You're going to be thinking to clear this area? I don't think so, and neither is Com. Can't blame him, biding his time.
Oh, you're so greedy.
Pure patience, yeah, it is a bit greedy. Second player there, though, and Digizine's just trying to speed things up, knowing that the team split up on the map is Furia, but they find themselves in a winning position now.
Spike planted.
So it could have been a big mistake leaving the spike back there, but Okeanos, I don't think, quite spotted it.
And we'll go down to 1 shot to the chest with this gun here, but with the player positions, yeah, it's just EU waiting for the right time to strike there. Pistol round to go the way of Furia. This is what they needed to get back on track.
Even with an 8-4 lead at the half, it's not going to be plain sailing for EG. All of their success so far has come from very nice attack side calling and big individual moments as they got into the sites as well. But it's much harder to confuse your opponents on the defense side of Haven.
Yeah.
If you're looking to be slow and controlled, rather than aggressive, you have to react. Whereas Com's calling so far has all been him in control of the game. And so it is going to present a very different challenge.
Gamble stack here for EG. Dejazine, he's primed, posted up there with a Marshall. Find back plant, but yeah, the turret's contact. Adsin, he's happy to see how much he can really take here. Triple face!
Guys, go A.
Yeah! It had nothing to do with that, and it's called for the immediate rotation. EG are like, well, okay, they're probably going to be reacting A off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, EG might beat them here in the foot race.
If they get a bit of a move on, I don't think so. Not going to be the case. On the K damage. Judge, that's a spike as well. Dropped down into his lap, but Calm a little bit too much to deal with there. Superman revealed up. Paranoia is to be a little bit late to the party, so clean up. Ordered up by Furia. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, one of the players only buys a Marshall in that round, so you can afford a single death. I thought it might get a bit more dangerous, especially once you upgrade into a Judge. Calm nearly had an opportunity to win the round. Gifted to him.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, it should have been scenes right before disaster, and yet somehow he gets away.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point of the one guy with a Marshall going over towards C. You don't care if you drop the Marshall, and it's actually better information to know which site they're stacking on. This is the round that EG need to win, though, to keep this advantage.
Gun round versus an bonus conversion. This is fast and loose by Alamy. Straight in there. Just commanding up that smoke.
He's 16 and 10 across, you know, 14 rounds and change.
I'll tell you, one of the things I was most impressed with in that game the other day, I think, was Alan. Listen, he was using a Judge, and I know people are going to discredit him for that on the Neon, but a supportive Yuto that surrounded him to, you know, put him in positions to succeed. Excellent stuff. Okeanos, who could get tricky up here. TP, and that's not a miss whatsoever. Cuts up the ankles. Smoke now propped up, lay it down. That fast B plan is immediately dissuaded.
Love that aggression from Oki. Very happy to make the play in a situation like that. Whoops.
See.
And looking to save a Guardian here. Guardian, no armor into the next round, but all good. You got the plan down anyway, so it's not like you're worrying in terms of the money. This was the round that EG had to win, and Okeanos' play there just absolutely guarantees it. They're looking to send something fast and aggressive over towards B.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
Furia were playing a little bit more of the set retake style on their defense.
Yeah.
EG perhaps opting to flood a bit more heavily.
Go, go, go.
This time, no even footing. Furia finally get a couple of rifles going. A heavy stack of bodies from EG as well. Looking to put a bit of a defense on.
Yeah, and no bricks. No brick smoke to try to push back Dejazine.
Dejazine, no, he just goes down anyway. It's an open sight line. Furia happy to opt in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they'll just take the team fight.
Dart. Missed here. Oki is alone. Whips it around. I think that's a mouse into the keyboard moment.
He's made the noise dropping off that box too.
Yeah.
Furia know there's at least one defender here. And a double push down mid. This is the info play. EG going for it. They have to make something happen here to win a 3v5.
Oh, they're being squeezed.
There's no alarm bot on the flank.
No, there's not. EG. What? Hold on. Hold on. Broken immediately. That's in. He's been shooting today. Firing on all cylinders. Caught on the timing though. Superman will take his head clean off. He's going to be making a lot more resistance. Where that came from. Furia quick to fill in the gaps. Ensure that this does not get any more messier. Plant not even down yet. Are they just min-maxing orbs?
I think they were just trying to make sure that they weren't getting squeezed from multiple directions. But you know, once they take down Okeanos, who's the sole defender over towards A, just looking over towards Superman.
Now hunting out the gun.
Yeah, trying to get the gun out of his hand is good for a couple rounds from now. I mean, even next round, Superman's actually got the lowest money by far on the rest of his team. EG, they are still ahead by 2, but that big lead that they had at the half has been whittled down.
Yeah, slowly losing control.
One enemy remaining.
You definitely force buy into the next one, but Superman's going to have a bit of an awkward situation. He could pick up a Judge, you know, Dejazine could pick up a Judge and throw it in the other direction. They go for the Bucky instead, actually.
Furia going to be up against that Weaker defense now. EG have a few stack of players in the appropriate position, but there's going to be a lot on their plate here. Superman and Bao looking to hold them down and backing away. Jump spotted, revealing quite a bit. The Bucky in the hand, this could do work. Superman, we'll see what they can do.
Go on. You're close to the Bucky. Long and flat. Nice. So long. Cubby
80 on Cubby.
You fight this guy.
We have to. I'm resmoking back to link.
So Cubby, suck.
All this my walk out.
Yeah, hit him 80.
Neon might flood with like.
I think he's still sitting Cubby. I could TPA later.
I'm all watch.
Neon could have any gun. Could have rifle as well.
Maybe back bot. They're just holding his passive.
Last player standing.
I just want to point out Superman's orb there. So throwing down the orb over towards C, really common play for these Vipers. The orb that he's using covers the whole area that he wants to play in. Look at this. So this little corner that you're playing next to the box, he's put the orb offset a little bit so that it completely obscures it. So he can be inside of the smoke whilst being tucked. He doesn't have to walk into it and possibly meet attackers already in there.
The Bucky and the crowd goes wild.
And they did.
Yeah.
So you know they did.
Oh yeah, definitely a fan favorite, the Bucky.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I was impressed with Furia's maturity in the comms, because that was me laying out the world's deepest side. Superman hasn't slowed down. Quick early kill onto Koala Noob. That's your smokes down, at least one portion of it.
He's actually been dying early fairly often in this game. That's his third first death. Highest on the team joint with Allen. And it's tough to play on the attack and defense without your smokes player.
Yeah. Furia just leaving Allen as a bit of an insert here while they go to explore the rest of the map over towards the A.
If anyone on EG goes for a little jiggle peek and spots the Neon, they may well read in that that's going to be a C re-hit.
Oh. I think a shoulder just... Yeah, I mean, he's rattling off some communication to the rest of his team. Sees presence, playing full retake over towards A. Shots are nice, bow straight there. Not open line, Halim, he tries to even it out.
But better overall for EG, isn't it? That's that aggressive reclear that we were actually looking for from Furia in many of those rounds.
30 seconds left.
If Nerve gets plant, he'll have pit, but do you really want to throw it in 2v4?
I'm not too sure. It's a difficult question. Doesn't have the Phantom either, he chooses to commit it.
Yeah, not a difficult question for him to answer.
Okay. Zero hesitation.
But you're really worried about people coming out through heaven against this pit.
I mean, Com has full util too. Dart's waiting in the back pocket once his drone fades away, and look at this. Good protocol to really play around this pit. Up and over the top, the rest of EG are going to be flooding through. Someone needs to trade that one out to Superman. Yeah, okay, just drops down. Immediately removes ads in. This pit's still in their faces, but Nerve surely spotted out now. Letting loose of that snake bite. Surely not long for the wall to counter spam. Dodging and ducking and weaving, but finally meets his match. Oki puts a stop to it. Holding down to the fuse, you got to lock in for that, and short around is yours.
I think EG are just feeling on top of the world right now.
Yeah.
They've really got these big moments and the confidence to go for the fight into Furia. I'm going to say too, Furia recently, in fact not recently, the whole year, have been playing at such a high tempo. They've been making decisions very quickly. Today, they look sluggish.
Yeah.
And it's actually EG who are controlling the pace, whether that be slowing things down on the attack side or increasing it with some of these like double info reclears. They are just playing the better game right now, which is kind of crazy to say.
Yeah. Was not expecting this whatsoever for EG as a team. I mean, they'd love as well. They get off to a very strong start. They're just spotted a glimpse of a couple of players willing to opt in and take that fight entirely. Alan, though, got the space he was looking for, but doesn't want to be called out into the open there.
He's only got a judge as well.
Yeah.
Right here.
A lot of ults online on the side of Furia, but it's about converting it past a certain point when you're already a player down. Going to be looking to commit. Bit of exploration, making sure that they break some of this Killjoy util. Deny info to EG and look for a couple of picks off the back of it. It's a TP though committed. That's Okeanos looking for information. The A short angle fully cleared. Com no, curtain drops. And oh my, it's going to get dicey and messy. It's the gunplay again. Rifles well trained. Furia ready for it. Nana Swarm ensuring that there's no instant reaction. Okay, the Jazeen just got to watch from the wings now, but now looking to see if they can set this one with a bit of pace in motion. The blind is perfect, and it leaves it into the Jazeen's hands. 1v2. Cutting noise, slowing it down, walking through the motions, but just trying to hunt out where these players could be. Tucked tight. EU could be in trouble.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my! Oh my! Beautiful movement in the end. EU barely gets it under control.
It's a great shutdown in the end from EU. Another little stutter step throws off the Jazeen's aim. But man, that first shot was beautiful too.
I was a believer.
And EG have got two players absolutely firing. Jazeen and Superman at any point look like they can win you rounds. Here you see the double-edged nature of going for that mid-round aggression though. 3 players on a wall drop. You know, if instead they just defensively stacked B, if that was their read, they would have crushed that B exec as it came in.
Yeah.
But they were like 3-5 seconds a bit early, and instead, Furia had the better angles. It's not done yet for EG.
No,
Five
buckies! 5! Okay, it's inspiring.
Oh no.
It is stunning stuff, man.
Oh, please don't let this work.
They saw Superman get a clip and they were like, I want in.
If there's any justice in the world.
It's gonna work.
Oh,
it's gonna work.
No.
It's gonna work. Tell you this gun's good.
You should run.
Lockdown committed, respect shown by Furia.
I mean, they have 5 buckies. They have to jump at this lockdown. You have to.
They do.
Like, you literally can't play retake.
They're trying to hatch some eggs at the moment. Hold on. Pocket. In the corner. Good stun. Connects. Digizine. Go on. Jump on it. Jump on it. Oh, my God. Shotgun v shotgun action. It's messy.
And again, I think this is just karma for buying 5 buckies into the round.
It's got to be.
Good investment, though, actually, the lockdown on such a tricky economical round like this, where you know that EG at least are going to be buying some level of this kind of stuff. Getting it into a spot in short. I mean, it's dangerous even in the first place to try to get it into short, but Artisan's ultimate should secure them a nice round victory here.
It goes to show as well, Furia, they don't have any breathing room here. Willing to commit ults even if they're up against the eco. I don't blame them.
Bao should be dying to a human here. There we go, rather than the spike, because he needs to get his lockdown online. And so Bao's got the option of playing retake on one of these sites against Furia. Normally the Killjoys are going to lean towards playing A for retake. But we saw Com read into that on the previous half.
Yeah.
And again, this is not locked up for EG.
No.
They are 2 rounds away from winning the map, but also 2 rounds away from being a tied game.
Absolutely. You were just saying, you know, the lockdown, yeah, you have your choice in terms of where you want to play retake, but not all clear-cut. EU's got an ult of his own.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to be careful about that kind of thing. You don't want to be committing to playing retake at the start of the round. But you could well find an opportunity at some point.
Furia, they clearly have their sights set over towards Garage. Early on, Allen, again with a stun. Lays down a bit of a path to victory. He's just skipped past most of this one. The turret was pulled back. We'll see if it makes a difference.
They've been taking early Garage as free as they like.
Even a deep alarm bot, look at that.
Yeah, EG have had 3 players stacked up. I like the alarm bot as well, because if they heard that noise cue, they might not be expecting Allen to be tucked all the way up here. If EG go for some kind of re-clear in Garage, they're going to be walking in.
Okay, Reactive Hunter's Fury off that one. The drone being used. EU sidesteps. It's worse for the wear, but he's still alive, and that's the important element.
Yeah, that would have been such a nice pick for EG to get.
Yeah.
Because it would have allowed Bao to then play around his lockdown.
Now they slowly make their way back over towards C. It's about that minute mark.
Nobody's re-cleared Garage at any point, and Alim's got this info.
Stack of bodies over towards A. Deep TP into the back of that side. It's going to be giving them all the information. Koala Noob calls for the committal.
Very heavy push down on the flank as well.
Yeah.
So committing extraordinarily to this flank retake.
We saw Furia do this, and they're a little bit too slow to the mark, but we'll see shots just barely missing with a gun in hand. Fast lane, dodging, tucking, and weaving, and he's still there. Guess what? He wants to take the fight. Bullets. Oh my God, almost getting shredded there, revealed up towards it. Lockdown should find him a little bit of time and space forwards. That stun is good. This is absolute carnage. These players are being put into a bloody blender.
It's such a wild lockdown positioning, man. But Bao rips his lockdown from, like, grass.
Yeah.
And it barely does anything. I mean, I guess it gives you Garage control, but all of the Furia players responded to something quite unusual very well. Look at this lockdown in the replay. It just forces the Furia players to get on site and EU gets to lean into what he loves doing most, which is taking these long-range fights with a Vandal. EG maybe playing a little too cleverly for their own good there. At no point going for the garage re-clear. Didn't get that free kill on Allen, which I think is a little egregious. And now they're on an eco round, and this game is going to get tied up.
Yeah. Almost certainly here. It's EG at last. Minute time are being taken. See if you can correct the course. But like you said, Josh, the money is already broken here for EG. Furia are going to be in a prime position to drag this level. And not just that, I mean, with the lockdown being committed as well, you didn't even get EU's ult out for it.
No.
That's how poor of a position it was. They didn't feel the need to. They just instant reaction. And credit to Furia as well, because not many teams are going to be able to make a quick call and decision, zero hesitation, to immediately fill up the backspace, right towards the back of the site there.
I think if I had to sum up this Haven game so far, is that EG have had some nice ideas. They might have even had better ideas than Furia, but the execution has been wobbly at times. I mean, some of these defensive re-pushes around like that, it's either trying to be too clever or the execution of it fails and falls short, and Furia run away with the round outcome. But man, if you've got Dishazine and Superman frying like this, and you go 8-4 up in a half, you gotta close. Otherwise, games like this are going to be how you miss out on playoffs.
Yeah, certainly. We haven't even, touched on the bigger picture of this group, but for EG, you might look at this as one of the harder matches for them here, but you'd love a win nice and early.
Yeah, an upset victory like this.
An upset victory. I mean, it sets you up so much better for a playoffs run.
Could make all the difference.
Even just making playoffs. Martin holding down and containing the Dishazine, though. Squares up. Instant kill going his way.
It's a major first kill. That mid-push, not something that Furia went for on their defense side. And they weren't ready for it, though.
You have to take rounds and risks, I should say, on rounds like this for EG.
Well, EU is taking a bit of a risk here. You can hear Bao.
Yeah.
Bao spotted him.
Oh, boy. Furia. Stack of players. No clear decision in terms of which direction they want to end in just yet, because the spike isn't picked out, but...
Well, you know EG are going to be stacking somewhere, and it's probably going to be C or A, but you can't really tell yet. Bao could easily be jump spotting for the rest of the team.
Absolutely right. Could imagine. Allen also. Looking around here. Jumped peak past the road wall. Smoke popped up. Stack of bodies. This is 25 seconds left. By the way, the spike is still down up by window.
Oh,
pop it into util.
That fake is going to pull everybody back to A.
There's not a lot of time. Someone's got to get a spike.
What is the spike doing?
17 seconds. That's what I'm saying, man. Time. They've got a bit of space, though. Furia. Surely this is it. They're going to lock this one up entirely. DTP as well gets them into position. A flood, though, with that time pressure. It's EG the ones crumbling and melting underneath all of it. Didn't have the guns or the weapons for the job. Barely handled in time, but Furia account for it all.
God, these anti-ecos on both sides have been squeaky.
Yeah.
Alim's eyes a bit of a breath of relief there towards the end. He's also, as we mentioned earlier, playing a great game. Matching Dishazine beat for beat on the Neon. But this is the last chance for EG, really, to win this map.
Yeah.
Could they get things into overtime if they lose? Maybe, but their economy's not going to be in a great spot.
No, this round right here, this is the most important one.
Dishazine's the playmaker, looking to walk down mid.
With this operator, this player's waiting. No, that's an instant slide to the side. It's traded, but there's plenty more where that came from. Furia, reinforcement straight there to just dish it out.
What a tough position for EG now to be in. You've lost the whole of B, 3v4. Alarm bot blocks Com from making a play, but he's got to go for something.
Yeah, Superman. Hold on, could take a time in out of garage. He does take the fight and wins it out against Artin. Plant down though. Kralnov gets them into a bit more of a winning position, but they have lost control of main. All three players up towards backside. This is uncomfortable for B plant.
Yeah, my eyes are on Superman, honestly, because he has been the playmaker for EG.
Not committing onto the main angle. Instead, he's going to be looking to secure a bit more space.
Look at this. What a weird post-plant setup.
It is really strange. It could go wrong in a blink of an eye for Furia. Using the wall to see if they can reposition. And the players just line up. It's Nerve. Strikes them down where they stand, and it leaves it into the hands of Superman. He's been good, but time fully against him now.
One enemy remaining.
And yes, you might get the consolation prize of a kill on Koala Nu, but at the end of the day, it's Furia up to 12.
Devastating opening to this round. We said it was the most important one for EG if they wanted to try to close things out. And that slide from Alim at the beginning, Okeanos was throwing a smoke at the start of the round, so he's actually a fraction of a second late to hold the mid-window angle, and Alim's already passed him. Oki does what he can, he trades out the next kill, but they go 1 for 2 in that.
Yo, Superman! Yo! You winning the round or no? Come on! Yo!
25 and 15 Superman, but he couldn't do anything in that spot. You're getting great performances out of Super and DeJazine, and yet it's map point for Furia.
Yes, heartbreaking for EG. Look at the money, look at the buy. I mean, it's a scrap together assortment.
And isn't this one of the things that Furia does best? Double Outlaw and an op on their Sova to try to punish any playmaking, any light armor that EG would have to go for.
The management of the economy, always keeping an eye on when the money is tight for the opposition, when they can opt into the Outlaws.
EG have been going for 3 players on A at basically every round.
Yeah.
You know, they've been looking for a completely different setup, but they also haven't been changing it up too much.
Bow's position with the judge.
I guess that is the change-up, isn't it? The fact that your Killjoy's got a judge in C Cubby.
It's a deep, deep position. You're not going to anticipate this when you see the Killjoy turret up. And broken. Zine signs alive. Oh my god, collateral damage there. Alan was not intended to be the recipient of that bullet. Doesn't matter though. Zine will take it. And an overdrive to evacuate.
Yeah, I mean, good patience, actually. I think he was considering diving in and trying to punish Nerve, but he didn't know how many people were right behind. Especially when you only see Nerve, and you're like, all right, that's the lurker. And then you accidentally kill Alim. You're like, oh, wait, hold on. Full team here.
And time pressure. Listen, we talked about the Outlaws and the op, but
30
listen,
seconds left.
putting strain on them.
I mean, if you go back into C, Bao is going to win this round, surely.
25 seconds left.
It's all EG's to take it to OT.
Straight for Garage, though. That's where the control needs to be held down because, again, Bao is going to be squeezed by these players. He hears the sound and now takes the shots. Time, 30 seconds left. EU, Hunter's Fury, see if he can clear the way. Superman! From the brink, he pulls them back. All the way to reality. And for Furia, they're going to look at this one in dismay because this is going all the way.
What an incredible round to clutch things from the very brink for EG. I thought they'd thrown it away. 8-4 up, 6-0 lead. And they let Furia get to map point first, but even with a broken bye, they found the moments. The play from DeJazine, I think, is the biggest difference between these two teams so far. Like, that level of, I'm going to go and make a hero play in order to turn this around and be aggressive on the defense side.
And then the patience to temper it.
Yeah.
Not taking that extra line. You know, he didn't feed into lobby straight afterwards.
No. And Alim has had a great game so far, but not much of it was based around defense side opping. And he's going to pull this out again to look down towards C-Long to start the round. But EG are remembering we got a lobby for free basically every time. So that's where the stack is.
Yeah. Furia, again, the defensive setup doesn't really suit towards potential reclear. Koala Noob, he is posturing a little bit, but that dart gets a tag. Feeling the heat. He's holding down to his smoke cell for a long-ass time here.
The other thing to remember, I mean, Alim might well catch contact, actually.
I don't think the drone even cleared much from EU.
Now, in regulation, Com was calling to go away from the Sova utility basically every single round. Do they do the same here? He has spikes, so I've got to imagine this is a real C-split that they're ending with.
Yeah.
Looking to change things up for overtime. And that puts everything on Alim again.
There's going to be pressure there on his shoulders. It's a back plat position, and that's, oh god, spoiled by the hairdo. Okay. He's poking up towards the top, and again, it's all on Alim. What can he do? He overstays. Except the south pump, that's stunned, but the shot just goes wide. AG, they get their rifles already trained on the appropriate angles. Open sight now here, but they're going to anticipate this one fast onto the flank. Furia, it's Nerve and Koala Noob rapidly approaching. Looking to fill up those extremities once more, but his calm, hold on. He's walking up to it, goes down to Nerve. Smoke up, drop down. Not sure if he saw signs of life from the two of them here. EU might be looking to get a bit more active. He has a dart at his disposal, just spots the one player. Sends it flying. Now Shorty, Superman was low as anything. Revealed. Doesn't matter. It's DeJazine and Oki. Put a stop to it now, one step closer to closing out this map.
Off screen, DeJazine shuts down both of those players, flank retaking from C-Long. Take a look at it from his POV in the replay.
Necessary work.
So calm. I mean, he has been a monster.
It's unreal.
Two players top of the scoreboard for EG. We've been saying their names the whole map. Superman, DeJazine. Between them, 56 kills.
That's ridiculous.
Outrageous, isn't it?
Shaq and Kobe. Odin spam through the wall. Somebody to try and put a bit of a stop and stunt the Furia takeover towards A lobby.
Kualanu knocked down to half HP, and he was a player that's been falling early in some of these rounds.
This has been a slow map so far for both of these teams. Not too many fast plays off the rip. Very cautious.
Take flight.
The pressure could not be higher right now for Furia. Stay alive in this map.
It's a nice snake bite from Superman. It'll give time for these A players to come around. And EG were playing the B defense pretty aggressively before.
Yeah. Mission to commit is what Furia were looking for. Now they do with that plan. Goes down. No real pushback. Alim's into the back of that site. Glide to the side. And cuts it up. Crosshair placement. Not ready for that one. Sensitivity not even high enough.
I mean, the Shaq and Kobe comparison's perfect. He crossed him up.
Yeah. Absolutely. Shot darts ricocheting back and forth here. Furia do peel back into more passive positions, but these kills are still being claimed regardless. Oki again onto that high ground. It needs to be a trade, and it's there. Digizine straight on it. Action here from him. 2v2. Smoke's still propped up, and time is becoming a bit of a problem here. To tap to see if they can pull out the next wave of resistance. EG, though, it's got it in their control, and this needs to be denied. It's the fuse being stuck all the way. Digizine, savior once more for them. In OT, they drag it across the line here for this opening map. Completely upsetting anyone's expectations.
Not only is that a major win for EG, but it's them closing out advantages on their opponent's map pick too. Furia wanted to take this to Haven.
Yeah.
And EG outplayed them. I mean, even in the final moment there, the 30 HP on the board, and Digizine still lands an enormous kill. Drops 30 overall in those 26 rounds. A great game, honestly. Yeah. I thought at one point EG had completely let it slip, and yet they had that resilience to stick in.
We haven't been selling it much, but for EG, it's massive, really. Grand scheme of things in this group. If you can take a win against Furia, it puts you in playoff contention. And now they are one step away, one map away. Pearl coming up next. It is their home territory. They decided it, and now they get the right to see if they can close this one out against our reigning kickoff champions.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
segundos, vai ter que mandar nesse lado, só que o Mada tem ultimate. E já puxa, entrega pra dele, o Ali vai pra cima dele, o Ali!
Space is trying to be made now by Asana. Okeanos isn't going to allow for that to happen right away. Gets himself to safety.
Here, the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter. Now, Potter, come to the front. Stand right here. Because you have just delivered Furia's only 5th map loss in the entire Americas, like entire year. What was the method to your madness?
Well, they helped us out by picking Haven. We got a lot of good stage practice on it last week, and I mean, Fought and Douglas were farming. They were farming, they were having fun, and that's setting us up perfectly for map 2.
Well, best luck on map 2.
And you heard it there. Furia drops a map, something that we have not said much at all this season outside of those losses they took internationally. So it goes to show you just how significant this victory was. But it is only map 1. Of course, EG picks up the victory 14-12. Let's dive into what we saw there, because there were a couple of big things to take away. I mean, we could talk about Superman, we could talk about Digizin. I do want to yap about Superman for a minute, though, because my guy lived permanently on that C side of the map. Never like that little corner. He has like a little chair back there. Yeah. A little lounge chair, you know, maybe a little bookshelf. He set himself up a home over there. It's amazing.
He has a nice little hut on the sea.
He did it.
I think that makes sense, because I think that's one of the main reasons for EG's defense being so good was Supa anchoring on that site, being able to get so many of those picks that he required in order to shut it down for the rest of this team. It felt so good watching EG on that defense too. They were so solid with what they wanted to do. The rotations were on point, and a lot of the information plays were pretty good.
And that was a concern that we had going into this map. We said that it would probably go the way of Furia, but you see how EG made these adaptations going into the defense as well. It was very dominant, and you are utilizing those pieces that were strong last time, but were not enough to close it out. So you have a Digizin that is getting a lot more aggressive, being a lot more present on that A side, and then you also have a Superman that is just insane.
Yeah, it's like both sides of the map are pretty much held down on A and on C. And the aggression, like you said, was so good. And I think, too, that Bucky clip that Supa had was kind of insane. But I feel like we should have seen this coming, guys. You know why? Why? Because the assistant coach won the skirmish.
That honestly, man.
Wait a second. We should have seen it.
We should have seen this coming. It was in the stars the whole time, right? No, it is important though to note, like, what we were seeing was just incredible output from 2 specific players, right? Digizin as well as Superman. And Superman, he typically does pop off on Haven. It's been a pretty good map for him. But Digizin, we were waiting to see. You know, we always know that he's got that output. He's an incredible slayer in his own right. But this time around, he was really getting that job done on that A extremity.
It just looked so good because he was able to get set up a lot more. You see a lot of what they were struggling with last time is taking space and holding that space, both on attack and on defense. And here, they fixed those issues. They know that the approach cannot be so passive. It needs to be playing forward and utilizing, again, Digizin, who is a player that likes to go in.
Yeah, and even like the clutches, the amount of clutches that both these players have been in has been insane. And for Supa, we talked a little bit about this just seconds ago, but his holds were insane. His ult usage made it so annoying to play against when you're on that attacking side trying to get in. And his util usage just in general has been so beneficial for EG, being able to retake, being able to post plant. He's always annoying, especially in those clutches, getting those 1v3s, 1v2s, 1v1s even. He's so consistent with it too, specifically on Haven. I feel like we need to see his stats on Haven. Because this is literally his bread and butter. Viper on Haven, playing backside on C in his little hut. He's just so good at it.
Yeah, well, the question is, though, can he maintain that composure going into Pro, right?
Yeah.
Because if he's able to get that same level of output that we just saw on map 1, which is going to be tough to do it back-to-back, but it is possible given his talent. This could be an EG 2-0 if they continue to play the way that they're playing, which is wild. But of course, it's Furia. You can never count out Furia. And there are a lot of things working against this squad, but let's go ahead and hear what's up with the assistant coach. We got Camino standing by, head of map 2.
Here, the assistant coach of Furia, we give our well wishes to Shaw, who is recovering right now. I want to ask you, I just talked to Potter, and she said that part of that win was because you chose Haven. Was that part of how you lost that map, or was it something else?
I don't think like we had like a good draft and a good game plan. I just feel like we joined the server a little bit like not so hot like and good trades, like we wasn't having like good comp. So pretty much like in second half we were able to like to fix it, and I hope like in second map we are like just joining like in a better shape that we enter in this first map.
Well, best of luck and feel better, Shaw.
Of course, that's right. Wishing nothing but a speedy recovery for Coach Shaw. That being said, though, let's go ahead and focus on map 2. And you heard what the assistant coach there, Furia, was talking about there, Dryad. And now, you know, you just felt like, hey, we had a slow start. We weren't really getting what we wanted here. That's fair. That's all well and good. But what I was seeing was 2 players on the EG side that were controlling the game entirely, no matter what the other side was doing.
And that is so important from beginning to end. But yeah, you do see a very slow start for Furia. It was a 0-6 where, you know, they kept winning rounds and we kept looking at each other.
Yeah, we're like,
what is happening? They end up closing it out in overtime, and I think this is good to warm up and also to go into a map that is going to be very difficult. This map of Pearl that is coming up was incredible. This is the map that we were talking about, Furia, saying how they were pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
So I wonder if EG is ready for it.
Yeah.
I mean, they picked it. Right? It's insane. Like, I wonder if
EG picked this map.
EG picked Pearl, which is wild, which is why I'm so confused. But I'm wondering if they've cooked up something, because that's how Potter likes to lurk in the shadows and just like be creative and pounce.
I just have this vision of Powder in the bushes writing his like playbook out. She's like, I know what you're doing.
She has the death note.
I know what you're doing. All right, well, let's see how this one shakes out. EG are currently up 1-0 over Furia. Can they close it out? Over Furia managed to force a map 3. You're gonna have the action commencing in just a little bit. Brendan Sideshow will see you on the other side.
Okay.
Let's get to it then. EG up 1 map in this series against Furia. This has subverted everybody's expectations, goes without saying as well. And Josh, you know, you were saying at the beginning, this is one of the first games where Furia have not been the underdogs coming into it. Wonder if that's played a part overall. But for EG, they picked Pearl heading into this second map against Furia, given what they saw of Furia already. I mean, Furia, no slouches on this map.
Not at all.
They were running over NRG entirely.
They dominated one of the best teams in the world on Pearl only last week.
Yeah.
So I know the desk said that it's a little bit confusing. They were hypothesizing maybe Potter's got some kind of anti-strap built up, something like that. I would not have been surprised if the map veto had gone backwards. Like if EG had picked Haven and Furia picked Pearl, yeah, I would not have been surprised by that. So I think just because we're going on to EG's home map here, technically, doesn't mean that they are, you know, any more favored to close out the series than the scoreline would suggest. They are 1-0 up. That's a great advantage, but I think it's still going to be difficult. They had their struggles closing out that 8-4 lead. They need to get off, I think, to another hot start here too. And it was Furia's attack side that just destroyed NRG.
Yeah.
They had no idea what they were doing against it. There was a lot of site pops, if memory serves, as well, which would be very different to Haven, where we were seeing both teams run these slower defaults.
Yeah, it was a real cautious game from both teams here, but let's get started. Not a rapid start by any means. Furia are going to be eager to take up control towards B. Long and feigning like this is a full-on hit. Just with Alum as well leading that charge. A bit of supplementary util, the refract back to safety. No casualties on either side. Alum even being able to get out of dodge there.
But the aggression from Okeanos confirms it's a fake.
And that has allowed EG to get a stack of bodies in the right place. Still with that util as well. Nanoswarm's going to be deaded. Hold on, you were jumping up. About is ready for it. Look at that. Sliced down onto the floor. Supermoon ready for that instant response. EU is caught once more, just trying to follow up on all of it. And these strong starts, we said it was necessary for EG. They're looking like they're keeping it going. Alum, no. Might have something to say about it. Damage done. Prior fight that he had against Oki. He's gone down, but that's only one obstacle removed. There's a stack of bodies, though, from EG.
It's a good break on the turret, though. Alan, breaking that turret is going to keep people from EG cemented on A.
Yeah.
Max, you're expecting one player B.
Hold up. Looking a bit more winnable. Deep dart into main. Just to confirm a bit of presence from EG, but they're not moving any bodies just yet.
Especially considering that Furia really beefed that opening. Too late on the genuine A main take on the back of Alim's fake. This is now pretty difficult, actually, for EG to get in.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, look at... You have to be diligent. You have to clear all these corners. That's going to burn time off the clock. And there's Astra Stars waiting in the back pocket for Nerve.
Yeah, Nerve's still got one to play round.
It's going to be a pull onto the spike as well to add even more pressure in terms of the time. EG have got to speed this up, get a bit of a move on. Already you can see it and hear it. Time ticking onto that spike, moving into more passive positions. The pull is going to be used nice and early here, but that's the first kill claimed. And now the squeeze being placed onto Alim. He's got to try and box his way out, fighting past it. The stick half onto it. Oh, no way! Alim! Oh my God!
This rookie has become a phenom in the last couple weeks. What have they been feeding him since Santiago?
What the hell was that?
Alan was a very serviceable player during kickoff. He was not the star of the show. Oh my God, the last couple of weeks he has been. What was this? He's got laser accuracy off the classic.
That's ridiculous.
He drew Superman off the defuse as well. Oh my God.
Locked in and disbelief in the booth.
Yeah, but I can't believe it, because once you land that first ghost kill onto Nerve, that should be wraps.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like
Raid boss down.
Yeah.
All good.
Dealt with, dished out. Marshall in the hands of Digizine. It is that weak goodbye because EG, they ended up losing that round. Still, though. Reaction time test. Doesn't end up passing. Stepping forwards as well as Artin looking to confirm that kill. Molly. The Bowser doesn't quite connect into the appropriate position. The pistol shots just ringing out wide, but Hoki's still there to supplement, but it's a bit disjointed at that. EG looking to see if they can get a bit more of a move on here, but Nerve still holding the back with his back to the wall. Guardian in hand. Just slaps him back down, straight down entirely. Second round now earned up for Furia.
Fairly clean. 3 rifles being able to be saved into their bonus. Kuala Noob 2 away from getting his Phoenix ult online. Not impossible that he could play for it in a pre-planned position, but I'd imagine that most of the time that's going to be used, if it is in this round, as some kind of post-planned aggression. Ah, those are nice shots from Nerve. Very clean with the Guardian.
Tap, tap, tap! Tap, tap, tap! Let's go.
That's how it's done.
Well, EG have not got the fastest start going here. Alim's incredible play has left them down 0 and 2, but this round, you got to put it on the board. When you're the underdog in spots like this, you can't afford to go 6-0 down like Furia were on Haven and believe in yourself to be able to push things to OT. I think you got to just start fast and early.
Yeah. Almost certainly here. Looks like game of just trying to farm up the orbs as much as possible. Oki.
Back in a flash.
One player to put up some of that resistance. Good swing. Better shot. Hold on, a lot of mollies on the U2 being used to see if they can really carve out a path, and they do eventually remove him, shredded by the bullets. A main control given up in theirs, and Kuala Noob now earns up to that precious ultimate.
Yeah. Really good play, actually, to get the Phoenix ult online.
Yeah.
This is now an incredibly winnable round for Furia.
Runner back is ready.
How does Adsim want to call this? Are they... All right.
Just hearing the stars, and that immediately just lets loose with the stun for Digizine. But
it's 2 pullback smokes on A. They're faking A into a real hit on A.
Just to pull these players out of position. EG re-exploring.
30 seconds
Trying
left.
to take it out. Just trying to hide from the presence of Kuala Noob here. Adsin immediately answers. Okay. Here's the sound cues. He's being hunted now, but surely he's just dragged the ire and the pressure away. Now EG just trying to drift back into this, but player disadvantage.
This is so tough to win for EG.
Yeah, stars.
This is way harder than the pistol retake even.
Time's going to be burnt. EG got to hit some nice shots. Tap. Baits out the pull. But look at these players. They're raring to go. Chomping at the bit to see if they can get involved. Alan, what is that shot? It's good by Con, but not good enough. Too many players to account for. Too much to deal with there. And a bonus conversion for Furia. Getting off to a raring start.
Really good setup to be able to feed Kuala Noob that ultimate before they got in. And I like the little twist of going for the fake hit into A and then a genuine re-hit. Furia decided they didn't want to anchor. They wanted to re-explore just in case. Furia decided not to go for the re-hit and they were rotating. Come on! And Artazine handles them.
Yeah.
Excuse me? What you planning on doing? 4 Buckies on defense for EG. We've seen that round from them on Haven. It fell to pieces a little bit against the lockdown, but Artazine does not have that one in his back pocket again.
He's got the outlaw.
He's got the outlaw and a plan, I'll tell you that much.
Armor. Okay. And they are going to be paying for it, I think. Still brings up though those Buckies. We'll see what he can do. Double dash over the top. Qualinoob brought down. Oh, Superman. Oh, we're not going to see another one, are we? Oh, we are.
Oh, it's Phil.
My God. Eviscerating them. Guns are going to be handed over as a result of it. He doesn't really have a gun to contest this. Let's hope that they come to him. Tom is ready to drone. Okay, the Nanoswarm's going to be pulling him straight back out of that, so that's information cut away. But again, what you do without that back hall's control, Cosmic Divide is going to be committed as well, just to see if they can slide this one up. But I'm not too sure what the intention is of it, but it does push him straight into Bao, who's lying in wait. Spike in the hands of Adsin, but just being toyed with, baited with, jumped around, picked to pieces, and now they strike with the gun reclaimed from earlier. Thrifty win for EG puts them back on track.
There you go, the Bucky buy works eventually. They've tried it twice, 50-50 with it. I mean, that's a good start for a really low buy round. The angles that they're playing, and the way that Superman's doing it inside the smokes as well, by the way, jumps out, but then dips back into the smoke on the jump so he can't be traded. And then he's seeing the traces and just fires back and catches another kill. Some of these angles as well, like the one that Com was holding back holes. Not Com, sorry, but maybe Bao. Devious. Yeah, absolutely
the
devious.
Slide off angle, yeah.
Yeah, but also just incredibly hard to clear.
Go, go, go!
Not going to be disappointed really from that prior performance here. This is a full send by Fury again. Similar with the game plans.
EG are not being able to stop Furia from taking A main control.
You are divided!
A lot of access to these orbs too, so you can see the ulti coming online. Cosmic Divide is going to be let rip across the A site. Splits it up. They're taking here. Alam is going to be quite low towards the back of this site. Shotgun in hand, just for that judge, and there's layers onto this one here. If you're looking to take it one step further forwards, trying to fight past most of this one, but this could be chaotic indeed.
Oh, the timing!
The call is being made. They missed the timing past it. EG in control of the situation. It's good work from them. The frag to pull back here, but the rest of the party lying in wait.
Now, surely this is not another 1v3 for a Furia player.
No, it can't be. It can't be. Stars lay it down, but Nerve, you got way too much to overcome here. As soon as the position is spotted out, they should know. Surely, there it is. Trade comes through in the end.
Nice conversion in that round from EG.
Yeah.
I definitely thought Com's drone had been timing there, but he must have caught a tiny glimpse and cancelled it.
Yeah.
Because he got the punish perfectly.
A little bit of overcooking, I should say, from Fury. I think they're trying to get ahead of the lockdown play. Anticipating the lockdown retake, so they're trying to fight that next wave of things into spawn, but they get handled.
Yeah, Qualinoob and Alan were not quite on the same page there, I think, as well. I'll tell you what, I did not see him on the screen. Com did, though.
Could be spot on a mini-map moment.
And Dejazine has the op again. Qualinoob got his ultimate in the midst of all of that, but now the weapons are not good for Furia. He's going to force stuff. So this is Qualinoob as the hero for Furia.
He does have his ult. Might look to send it towards it, yeah, over to that hard angle. So this is going to be used to absorb and soak up a lot of this utility. He's going to run straight past that Nanoswarm, seeing if he can do the most. Oh, my God.
What a pred.
Yep. Superman tucked into the corner. Silently saying a prayer, I think, here. Stun does connect up towards the back, and it's going to be going both ways. Ult even being expended at that rate. Hunter's Fury to try and cleave a path. And it is going to be carving up a majority of these players. That's spotted out. Oh! How the hell did that happen? Just dodged the bullet in the Astral Form somehow, but the coverage was there over the shoulder nevertheless. And Furia, just like that, in a good spot. Lockdown, still going to be committed. They feel like they are pressed into the corner, and it gets used on either side. Drop down. It's a Venn diagram, but this is going to be carnage, man. I mean, entertainment's on either side. There's no plan down either.
Pushing for this.
Pushing into the backside, trying to break it. Oh my, they just get it.
That's absolutely perfect from Furia somehow.
The timing, down to the milliseconds. EG the ones just staring with that one player down. His deficit just keeps climbing. 2v3. Potential to be caught in that transition period there, but Dejazine picks up that rifle now. Moves forwards. He's going to try and spot out where these players are, and it's Artsin claiming that 1 kill. Dejazine left to stand and push back against the door, but in the face of all of it, he can't do it.
That is a wild round.
That's
I cannot believe that Fury have come out on top of that. Okeanos play where he swings in, spots 3 players, and somehow threads the needle between all of them? I don't know how that... Look at that!
It's absurd.
I mean, Koala-Noob's really fast defending Nerf,
Yeah.
but Nerf survives here, by the way, with the spike and 5 HP the entire round, managing to get the plant down because of the lockdown play. Anytime that Furia increase the tempo, they look like the better team. But when EG can slow things down, or if Fury are playing passively, that's when EG have their win conditions. I mean, at some point, I feel like Fury have got to recognize this, especially when the side swap and we go to defense.
Yeah.
I want to see Fury up the tempo on their defense side. It was way too passive on Haven. But when you see rounds like that are mad chaotic, Fury are in control.
Yeah, they can piece it together.
I don't know how.
I don't know, chemistry or something. But from the comm listenings, they have pretty clear communication.
Well, to some degree, they have very high-tempo communication. A couple of the comms listenings that we saw, one of them was Arnazine telling people to shut up.
Sure, yeah, that was one of the exceptions. But you listen to other teams, and they are all over the place with the comms, with the ideas too.
Yeah, I think that Furia players are very good at playing off each other.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I mean, their synergy with each other and how they push, how they play is normally top-notch.
And so far, the game plan for Furia, it doesn't need to change. It hasn't needed to change. There's been no pushback from EG. They haven't been fighting for a main control. Nothing like that. Just farm up the orbs.
Yeah,
I don't know how many ults he's had up to this point, but it's a lot.
I think he's had 2 already in 6 rounds. Yeah.
And now 2 away from the next, so pretty clear game plan.
Yeah, it really does feel like EG are missing something fundamental to me around the A main fight in particular. B is a bit harder to fight now that we don't have Yoru in these team compositions.
Yeah, it's very true.
You could still make it work with the Waylay, but if you're wrong, you've ended up burning a ton of utility early. But the A main fight is just standard bread and butter stuff, and EG haven't really shown us one.
Not even in a round like this. I think Furia expecting an adjustment from the timeout. Hold on, hearing all those sound cues. Com's going to be caught. Just trying to help out. Oki, double dash forwards, but no one was even there waiting. Very passive positions. He might have got a glimpse of information, but...
Coming back.
Whoa, okay.
Good lord.
Call for a stalemate. Well, Dezard doesn't want to try and push into this. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, top territory for him, man, with that gun in his hands. He's doing filthy stuff all series long. Overdrive now going to be unleashed in the hands of Dejazine. Could be exactly what they need, but it's Alim. Shuts it down and cleaves through them with that rifle aim. Even time for a bit of that min-maxing towards the end. Plan handed off, I believe, to Koala-Noob, who's got an ult for the next.
Good min-maxing.
Yeah. Gliding here, though. That wasn't quick enough with the trades.
I'm not a fan of that play
No.
from Alan.
Superman's now immediately running straight back. Realizing potentially it could be winnable. Barely alive, scuttling away here, but a slight gap in the smoke is all EU needs. So up to 5 rounds, and they did put up to pretty critical ultimates while they're at it.
Furia taking the lead piece by piece here, and back to a rifle round. That's one of those spots, by the way, where Adazine needs to be peeking a lot further away from the angle. He knows that they're on a light by his opponents. You have to take those fights as far back as you can to avoid getting wrecked by the Buckies and the judges. This round is about Koala-Noob's ultimate again.
Yeah, certainly, and I want to see what adjustments EG are making. A couple of pings over towards A main.
Now, there's 5 seconds left, and you do need to buy. There we go. Adazine and Alan, remember?
Okay.
Guns win you rounds.
All good.
EG looking to refight into A main, perhaps? This setup is an unusual one. They don't have any deep Astra stars or anything, but it looks like a potential for a trap here.
There's nobody catching the contact over towards Art as well. No utility. Nothing at all. EU, the Prowler was timings. He's got a second one up at his disposal. And with that explosion of utility, wants to get the hell out of there. Recon barely tagging. Chopping away at the heels, but Furia have managed to really just insert themselves. They found the gaps, they found the weak points, and they are going to capitalize.
Great play from EU to back out of that spot, honestly. I think most players would be caught by that. You've got double duelists there that are so easy to gap close with Dejazine and Okeanos, and somehow EU still scuttles around the corner. And what a decision from Furia in this round, when it's so obvious that you would be wanting to play around the Phoenix ultimate. Instead, they contact all the way through Art.
They're really slow.
Giving no noise cues, a really nice mix-up that's completely thrown EG off.
And this was the thing that they were doing so damn well against NRG, is that other side of a timeout, NRG would have an idea and inclination of what they wanted to change, and they would get one step ahead. They would already prepare for it, trying to get ahead of what the adjustments, adaptations might be. In that instance, they don't even opt into the A main fight.
EG are in a sorry state at the moment here on their map pick, actually.
Yeah.
They need to get Digicine activated, too.
Destroyed.
If you can get an operator into his hands. They've had an op in his hands a couple of rounds, actually, but he just hasn't been in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, that's a difficulty.
But I think you really can't be winning with this guy at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's just not going to be a possibility. The EG win conditions, as we've seen them so far in this year, are the EG is going nuts, and then Superman is up alongside him. Or, you know, occasionally like a big performance out of somebody like Bao or Oki, but
sure. In
general, it's the Digicine Superman show with some nice calling. That's what we saw on Haven.
The money really strained here for EG, but they have managed to get a couple of rifles in play. Turret up towards the box.
Bit similar to the pistol round play here. Neon fake on B. As Koala once again walks towards Art.
Very similar. I think that turret contact, they've realized, well, they're not going to have anything over towards Art. Potentially players holding it.
Yeah, it could be an alarm
turret
bot.
contact, and then they're going to flash, but yeah, no one's going to be pushing that deep, surely.
Well, Okeanos is thinking about it, but he's not quite aggressive enough to walk into the trap.
He doesn't have the refract. He must have popped it earlier.
I guess my question is, does Koala Noob decide to ult, or are they contacting through Art again?
Comes down to this first fight, really. We'll see how this one goes. He hears the Prowler presence.
Joke's over.
So he pulled back to a bit more of a safer position. As the dash active, contemplating whether or not to use it. It's going to be that ult now, running back. Koala Noob paving away, but he is shut down. Gets critical information, though, but the rest of Fury are going to be played into the side. Oki is doing a lot now, really pushing him back. Weaving and dodging, trying to find your way through the one-way. Superman. Got a slight pocket to play in, but as that smoke dissipates, here's the danger! Oh! Cooked to cinders! Volley into the back, it's up to Bao now again, can he reciprocate?
Spike planted.
Answer back with a bit of that rifle aim, player advantage! Still there for Fury, and tip-tapping, sidestepping, dodging past most of those bullets, and claiming all the kills.
The Fade ultimate gets followed up on beautifully, and Koala Noob's molly is perfect too. Koala Noob, after he comes out of his ultimates, thinking, do I turn around to look at a flank here? And his team makes a call, no, we're about to commit into a big fight behind this Fade ult. And look at how well they follow up on that.
Going up.
Pushing forwards, even if Anderson had not been able to find both of those kills, Koala Noob is right behind, ready to collect.
Oki, you're dying to a molly, brother? Come on!
What the hell is going on over there?
This is a really, really difficult situation for EG. As the underdogs, you hate being down like this.
Yeah, you do.
You want your initial game plan to work, like it did on Haven. Those are the maps where you have the biggest chance of success. Your chances of being able to rally back against a team that's, by all evidence, better than you, who's in the swing of their momentum, building up Phoenix ult after Phoenix ult. Third one in 9 rounds. He's averaging 1 every 3 rounds here.
Yeah.
So he's got another one cooking for the end of the half. It's a really tough spot. But they've already given themselves a great cushion to work with by being able to close out Haven in overtime. It does, however, look like we're going to Lotus. It would require some enormous adjustment here from Potter in the coaching booth, and even then, you're looking at a disadvantaged half.
Got to pull it back now. You have a lead in terms of the map. First one going your way, but you can't let it slip. Lotus is the decider, who the hell knows? But for Fury right now, firmly in the driving seat. Weaker money as well. That's that signature element of Furia's game. Always going to be throwing the Outlaws into the mix when they can.
Oh, this is the Koala Noob farming round.
Yeah, it's going to be looking to see if he can vacuum up some kills, some orbs.
There's one.
Handed on a platter. Either alarm bot, sidestep, and no, Bao finds that perfect window of opportunity just past that Prowler. Done a big reveal. It's just okay. Shots in the dark, but he does reveal his position now, and he is caught into the corner. So there's the molly, open over the top. If the bullets didn't do it, I'm sure he would have just been burnt to a crisp.
Nice clearance, because they have been falling prey to those Bucky plays quite a lot.
Yeah. Starting to catch on a bit more.
But they made so much noise over here towards B that EG are very aware that this is where the things are ending.
Got a stack. Plays with the right spots. That's a very good saturate. Peeking and playing off of it to perfection here for EG. Come with a slight peek. You know where Nerve is now.
Need that back.
Quite a rifle back. This has gone far too wrong for his liking.
The pullback smokes make it feel like he's on the rotate to A. See if Nerve doubles back or whether he decides to commit to this one.
30 seconds left.
He's slow walking.
Yeah.
So he's making these EG players wonder.
Cut or sound cues about 20 seconds to make it to the A side. He will have time.
Yeah, he's got the time. He's even got the time, actually, to be able to get the plant down and reposition, get into an awkward spot. If he can isolate one, then he's got the pull to win the 1v1. This is incredibly winnable for Nerve in this position.
Kind of wide. Pull's going to be used there, just an attempt to see if he can disrupt by a bit of time.
Yeah.
Lying in wait here. Cosmic Divide is used. Shoulder to shoulder. Nerve though, back to it all. Superman claims his life and claims the round for them. EG getting by on rounds like this.
2 out of 3 of the rounds that EG have put on the board are from Thrifties.
Yeah.
So, you know, things are not going well, but they are finding their moments to trip Furia up. And the idea of just rotating fully based on noise, it's a really nice saturate too, actually, being able to collect the kills.
That's
but
excellent.
It's mostly because they had that stack.
Jump scare.
Last player standing.
Con must have been losing his mind there. Back to a rifle round, though, and this is where EG have been struggling.
One away from the ult again, Koala Noob. You know what the game plan is. Doesn't need reiterating.
They haven't fought for A main once, EG.
They have not.
Well, one time as a like trap react play, but not at barrier drop.
There's really no resistance at all. My ultimate's ready. The Prowler doesn't see anything. Look at that. Free as anything.
They got the red carpet rolled out for Koala Noob to just rack up 4 ults in a half.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. This is just ridiculous.
EG in the past actually have struggled with their Phoenix macro.
Lockdown, hold on. Spotting present signs of life here, and Oki instantly on it, able to trade it. Even just disrupting this one here with the ultimate, but that's a lockdown. It's going to be catching him. Oh my god! Just on the right timing there. Couldn't avoid the bullets though. Almost nice in a moment. Picking that perfect opportunity, and now Cosmic Divide to split up the way, sectioning up the site. Fast lane again, dividing up the site, just really making it awkward, I think. Make it feel like Furia can't get that safe plant down. Bao has that out control. This could be pivotal. It all depends upon that kill. He just baited around, but his movement! Flicking to the side. Koala Noob in complete control.
Furia are hyper ready for these normal defensive protocols from teams on Pearl. The pull that Superman's been going for is also designed for people in that secret dugout area to spam off. But there's util pressure over towards that area, and so EG can't really go for that. We've seen a couple of times people swing to deny the plant and just beef it. Okeanos had a moment, Bao there just had a moment. They haven't been able to deny that plant going down on A at all, and this is the first time EG are fighting A main. One of the first times they even put a deep Astra Star, so Koala Noob and EU might be tingling here.
Prowler sees it, it's a flash in your face. The bucket shot rings out, and guess what, Furia?
Yeah.
They don't want it, they don't want the smoke.
Alarm bells. This is not a fake. They are definitely committing to this.
This time the Prowler was broken, okay.
And that's the thing, if you only do it once in a half, it just becomes so obvious what you're doing. Now it's on EG to get active elsewhere. If you know that Furia have given up that space, can you double push over towards Art right now? Are you looking for contact B long?
Com just jump spotting, hoping that he can spot some presence to some of these players. Just a 1. It's the Astra 2. Doesn't give away the game just yet.
The buy, by the way, is horrible for this final round of the half, but that's where EG have been getting the round wins, so who cares, I guess.
Giant question mark to the middle of the map, but now it's going to be moving over towards B. Why not? A bit of airy spam. Takes out Koala Noob. Lockdown is primed. Ready for this one. Bao looking for the signal. And the plant going down, surely that's it. It signals it now. Sends it flying. Nerves stepping forwards here, but this is... you're going to have to respect this one. You have no possible way to break it.
And that's going to set up Okeanos for a really nice ult.
Here it is. Bit of time burn, but this is a rapid retake once more kicking off, and here it is. Convergent paths. Lay it down. Pushes his Furia players way out towards the back now to defuse, being stuck, but Alim up again. Alim! It's 3 kills for him! And this Fury Astral Form, oh my goodness! Just barely getting away with it there. But still, nobody onto this diffuser. It's half on the top attack to try and push them forward. Superman has only got a Bucky, and at this point, fully ran away from him. Game plan's accounted for. It's Furia up to that 9.
Crazy round. EG's ults, you felt like should have been able to secure it for them. But as they ripped it down B long, Alan was playing in that cubby. Just managed to dodge the ultimate completely. Look at him here, unaffected. What a... The shot onto Okeanis is lovely, but Dijazine must be losing his mind about how that half went. From one of the best players in the server to going 2-12. EG failed to activate their star and go down 9-3.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see. Red Bull gives you wings.
As we get that second half underway, make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with the advanced and pro plans right now. You can scan the QR code on your screens, but right now what we're looking at is that 9-3 scoreline for EG. Dire circumstances, they're not in the danger zone just yet. They did secure that opening map against everybody's expectations. A Furia squad that was coming off an absolute blinder of a match versus NRG. So they've done a lot of the hard work already, but it's just about keeping it going. And so far, Furia looks like they've woken up a little bit.
Yeah, I think EG also coming into Pearl without the same level of excellent game plan that was throwing Furia off. But it was their attack side where Com was doing his best work on the calling. See if they can manage to pull something out here.
Early posture and break towards mid. The turret's going to be going down, but this is a rapid takeover, isn't it? Immediately looking to deny control over towards A main, and Furia grouping up inside the smoke they go. And now the pop flash play, here it is. Anti was being played to Jazine, flicking and adjusting. Com is ready, waiting. Sheriff in his hands, right here, putting plenty of those Furia players to rest.
Well, I like that we're seeing a more aggressive defense from Furia, but EG was so ready for that, especially when they heard the footstep of the players getting into the smoke. 4-2 advantage for EG in terms of the players.
Last player standing.
And now only one. This should be a pretty easy pistol to start some level of a comeback here in the second half.
Standing ahead. That's what's needed for a team like EG. Down as many rounds goes without saying, the pistol is essential. We were talking at the beginning of Haven as well about them taking their advantages and running with it, which they did, honestly, successfully.
I think one of the problems was that they didn't find any advantages in this first half here of Pearl.
No, they didn't get off to that blinding start, did they?
Think the only round that you could really call to that is the 3v1 that Alan won.
Yeah.
That was a really rough one for EG. Other than that, though, Furia managed to get 11 plants out of the 12 rounds. So yeah, you're going to end up converting a lot of those, especially when you're going up against such a good post-plant team. The Buckies are coming out to play again. But
yeah.
Furia, you're not buying enough of them.
No, you need to get 5 on the board. You need to break your economy for the next round.
Yeah, this is a classic mistake.
Pretty diligent, though, from EG. Obviously not eager to rush into anything, making sure that they scope out what's going on. They know that Furia, again, are going to be going for a pretty similar game plan, trying to fight over A main, trying to get the orbs into Kuala-Lumpur, so you can get those ults online.
And Com's calling style in general is very slow, trying to control the map, as much of it as possible. Late round execs quite a lot of the time. And also a ton of fakes. I mean, that's another hallmark of how Com likes to call.
No signs of life from Furia, though. Just the turret to catch that contact. Broken. Drone to follow up and through. Missed the tag there, but it does spot out the player. But it's just Hudson showing presence. Gives away what they really already knew with the turret being there. If they want to go into this one, they might be upset. That, I believe, holding for the double dash in the backside. But Oki is just contacting, and this could get really deadly. Stun ricocheting. Molly's already going to be sent flying forwards. Signs of life here from Furia, looking to put up a bit of a defense now, pushing back this EG approach. And the players are now stacking steadily towards the right areas here. Again, this could get dangerous. This could get bloody. This could get entirely out of direction and hand. EG, instant retreat to get that plant down, and now trying to play the post plant in a more controlled manner. But it's just 3 players. Keanu's as well, stuck into a corner of the side. Sidestep, instant response. Hudson is so quick on the trade, but a better weaponry, surely. That's what will pave the way. Wide face and swing, damage done prior. EU's barely got any life at all to play with. And a shot from Superman puts them into the win column.
It's an expensive round for EG to convert, but I think they'll just be happy that they got it on the board.
Yeah.
It does make the bonus much more difficult. EG are going to be coming into that one with only, I think, 2.5 weapons, something like that. Maybe 3 if they can scrap things together.
1 enemy remaining.
But at the end of the day, they got it done, and it gives them a chance to be able to tie things a bit more towards level on this attack half. Yeah, they've got a Phantom, a Bulldog, and an Outlaw, so
Slowing them down.
gonna go for a really fast A main fight.
Yeah, instantaneously, off the rip. Full control of A main is theirs, the orb on top of it as well. So
you want to be picking that up as often as you can, just to deny it from Kuala-Lumpur, if nothing else.
Side benefit of building up your own ults.
Furia, though, not over-investing, expecting a re-hit to happen immediately. Prowler goes out through Art. That gives EU the timing to commit back over towards A. And bodies are starting to get more and more in this area.
Yeah.
As that Killjoy utility found no contact.
Exactly. Turret's not broken on lane. And there's a in hand. Still Bow. Locked onto the angle now as a Hunter's Fury. That Judge going to be putting in good work of it. Alim just trying to eviscerate them before they could even get through the door. Stunted and stopped at that choke point. The Spike as well in an irretrievable position. Hold on, smoke dissipating. You're barely getting back and away. It's a 2v4, of which Furia in complete control.
30 seconds left.
If they can just do damage here, though, take guns out of the hands of the Furia players, that's really what EG should be looking for in a situation like this. The round is completely out of your control, but if you can take down EU, perhaps, who's 21 HP, in the end, 4 players survive and keep rifles into the next. Not what EG were looking for.
Yeah, scurries away, keeps the economy healthy.
Beautifully played, though, by Furia in terms of their information around the map. I think that's one of the things that they were really struggling with on Haven, because they weren't going for information reclears. That's a nice haunt to be able to catch Superman. But the Prowler that EU used earlier on fully cleared Art. The Killjoy utility was telling them that there's nobody lane and nobody B long. So they were really happy on a timing to pick up that re-hit with 3 and 4 players.
Yeah, 4 players just waiting to respond if the hit came through.
Right, here's that deep Astra Star over towards A main. Prowler. It's not a full commitment on the fight, but I think Alan would have wanted to go for that if he'd been given the chance. Judge in hand.
Yeah, no connection. Hudson is waiting. Kuala-Lumpur also has a flash off this turret contact. It's a cheeky play. We've seen it a few times.
From watching Furia against LRG, it looks like Furia's protocol is to only start rotating B when they hear drones down B long. So now you hear the drone be long. Artisan calls for Koala Noob over. And they spot the alarm bot.
Yeah, giving up on the idea to trap play. Now, just seeing if they can make sure that they put up the defenses, any sort of push back up towards this B hit, because it feels inevitable at this point. R control, A main control. Some light jiggling from Furia to be able to get some pretty good mid-round information. That's why we've got the stack of 3 players waiting. Bao taking a peek. Tara was taken out.
This is nice. Now Furia don't really know where on the map EG are going. EG decided to use this timing on a B hit.
Here it is, yeah. Light speed straight over towards the top there. Players grouped up, and EU is going to be caught into a corner, but the wall gives a bit of bailout. The rest of his team as well, responding in kind. Artsin's there. Damage done. Trying to take the timing. Bow! It's labor, but he does get the job done. Rifle fight straight down lane. 20 seconds though, and his spike does need to go down. Time pressure, again, being a bit of a problem for this EG squad. And the kill's being forced out way into the open to Jazeen. He does his best. A little bit too much to overcome though, even though it was forced into that 1v1, it's EU on top.
Positioning and crossfires coming through for Furia. He never really got that backstab pressure going as well. Val picked out one, but couldn't be the playmaker they needed. Traded out. And EU does so well here, just playing off his teammates. Having to be the pivot guy. Trades out towards B long, comes back in, trades out towards site. And EG, with a bad buy, looking down the barrel of Furia, getting to map point.
Yeah, one more round will do it. Puts him up to 12.
That was a much better approach, though, for Comms calling. They actually put Furia in a difficult spot.
Yeah, come down to the 1v1.
Koala Noob gets to pick up this orb for free.
No resistance
here.
is delayed. The refight. EG looking to jump on the chance if they get the punish online.
They just didn't execute that trap properly.
No, not quite. Fast lane's going to be all the way up in your face, but again, a judge. That's what meets them on the other side of it.
Koala Noob's going for this.
Yeah, he's just sending it. But now Rao, okay, with the ults, running forwards, running back. This is getting absolutely chaotic as anything. And Kaladin and Skewered, a rifle aim on point.
Again, the faster things get, the more Furia look like the better team. Com left with a stinger in it, all to do in a 1v5. This round, I don't think, had too many chances of going his way. And Koala Noob picks it up in the end. 7 opportunities here for Furia to close things out.
Yeah.
And this is why I was saying that I wouldn't have been surprised if the map picks were reversed. EG pick Pearl. I'm not really seeing the reason why. I don't think they did a great job of denying Koala Noob ults on the attack side. Maybe it's because they have this read to, you know, drone B long and try to play other areas around the map, but I don't know. This has just been Furia proving again that they are a great Pearl team now.
Yeah, looking ahead to Lotus at this point. 1 round, all that's needed for Furia. Ults built up steadily. A couple of players, one away on either side, but 2 away, I should say. EG dash those quickly to try and take some of that lane control. Alim, here's that sound pressure, and he's raring to go, isn't he? That's pulled out, all that util. The attention pulled straight back towards him. With Bao going down. Turret. Alarm bot goes down with it. Map control steadily being lost for EG. They're going to have to dig themselves out of a hole. Oh, that's not ideal.
No.
And you're trying to be quiet.
Got to imagine that wasn't intentional.
Yep, a little bit too sensitive there on the mouse.
EG know that they need to make a play in this position, though. This is not just, okay, we hold around the map and then we create an opportunity to go for an exec. They kind of need to stay their welcome, over push, look for a pick before they commit, I think.
Diligent positions though by Furia.
Not giving them much.
No. They're holding these angles down. Close quarters for Alan. Crouched up. Might get spotted here. Yes, indeed. Spotted first. Quick reactions from Okeanos.
30 seconds left.
Cosmic Divide now. Splits it up. Backside control. Held down by EG, and that plan can come through.
It is that nice pressure to get themselves into a 4v4. Furia have been very good in the retakes, though.
Here it is. Nightfall scatters forwards. Nerve trying to play off the back of that. Koala Noob was brought down. It's that instant trade that we saw once more. Cosmic Divide is through for Furia. They're looking to see if they can close this map out, send it all the way to Lotus. Getting the move on now, forcing the issue for EG. They're the ones who have to step forwards up to the mark. But Furia, they swiftly handle it. And Lotus now, it's going to be that decider.
Caught off guard on Haven, a great start for EG, but this map aligning a lot more with our expectations. Furia were absolutely the better team here from beginning to end on Pearl.
Yeah.
What EG were cooking with this map pick, we may never know. They never got an opportunity to show it because Furia completely wrecked them from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Lotus, though, I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
Is it going to be more like Haven? Is it going to be more like Pearl?
It's a great question. We'll see what kind of preparation has been put into here, but with Furia warmed up, raring to go. I mean, it was just a dominant Pearl map. Absolutely unbelievable for them. For EG, this is their best shot in a long while to see if they can upset against that kickoff champion team that is Furia. We'll see what happens. Lotus is up next. Do not go anywhere.
Segundos, vai ter que mandar nesse lado, só que o Mada tem o ultimate. E já puxa, entrega pra deles, o Ali vai pra cima dele, o Ali!
Space is trying to be made now by Asana, and Okeanos isn't going to allow for that to happen right away. Gets himself to safety.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for Map 3. Pearl went 13-5 for the way of Furia. As you can see, Evil Geniuses starting to talk about what they want to do, getting ready for Map 3. Same for Furia. A position that I'm sure this squad did not think that they would be in, but goes to show you that in VCT Americas, any team can be competitive at any point in time. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Dryad and Athena. Let's go ahead and break this all down here because, you know, I think we were coming into this one very excited about the prospect of Evil Geniuses showing like, hey, they're really giving us the best that this team has shown us pretty much all season at this point. But then, you shift forward to Pearl. Sideshow was talking about it. He was like, I don't know if we want to get too ahead of ourselves here. And he was right, because, you were starting to see how this Furia team just knows how to dismantle targets on Pearl.
Yeah, it felt like on Haven, what we were watching was two really good teams that have almost near perfect gameplay. No one is overextending. Everyone knows how to play those post plants and retakes. But then you go into Pearl, and all of a sudden, it changes. It completely shifts. Furia, they have such a good upper hand at these post plants. This round in particular, putting that Killjoy ult down first and making sure to use that time to be aggressive, to break the defender Killjoy ult so that they can't retake. So many of these rounds were so good, and it was literally just Furia's positioning and their game plans in these post plants. This execute was insane too, using that Phoenix Molly to completely clear pit and just completely getting rid of everyone on site before that spike is even down. to the point where the people flanking have no use anymore. So Furia, just in general, do such a good job at these post plants, and it really looked insane because they had so many rounds on that half. And I think a lot of it too is based on LM and Koala.
They were insane, and that is something that we've been talking about, but we couldn't really highlight it too much in the map of Haven because we were talking mostly about EG, but I really like how this Neon and this Phoenix work together. It is so cool, not only to see the flashes, but the way that they're working with these walls to go in, to go for their retakes, to take site. You first see an Alum that is not afraid ever to take all of that space with the wall. He's going by himself, he's clearing usually backside, and then immediately it is that Phoenix wall that comes out for Koala and everybody else following it. Whether it is they're going to be strongholding that side or they're going to be playing back and leaving Nerf to plant it. I just feel like they really know how to maximize the value of these duelists, not only to get the kills, but also to set up everybody else for success.
Yeah, they had really good synergy. They're able to trade. Their spacing is insane. They're taking the map control. It really was almost like a masterclass for both these players. And I feel like we've seen them both shine individually and on specific roles. But for this map specifically on Pearl, it just felt so fluid. I think this was genuine flow state for Furia.
Yeah, you could see it. I mean, round after round, it felt like they could take a fight and just be free to take the fight because like they knew that they were going to win it, right? It was like that level of confidence that was present. I want to be clear here, was present on Haven because both teams are playing incredibly well on Haven.
Oh yeah.
But you could see on Pearl, it was just a completely different beast here. Both of the duelists for this team really popping off and showing why they are in the position that they're in. But now we get ready for Lotus. That's going to be map 3, and let's see how this breaks down. Because look, I mean, regardless, right, we're at map 3, EG still have an opportunity to win this thing, but of course Furia, with that performance on Pearl Dryad, really, I think, put a stamp on it and say, listen here, guys, you might think you got this, but reality is we're still Furia. We're still going to stop you in your tracks.
And I really like that we're going to Lotus because we talked about how that first map, it could have been EG's pick, how the second one could have been Furia's pick.
Yeah.
But this one, for Lotus, we have no idea what's going to happen. We have no idea what they're going to play. One thing for EG, though, is that this last map was very rough for DG Sin, which is very uncharacteristic, to be honest. So it's going to be a Lotus where he really needs to step up because they really depend on him.
How does he do that? How do you think he does that?
I really like the Neon. I really like a few of the things that he was able to do in that map 1. A lot of that space, a lot of the aggression that we didn't see in that series before, and that he wasn't really able to do in this one because he was getting shut down every time.
I mean, it's kind of similar to Haven, at least Lotus is, because you can take a lot of that A long space, but with Lotus you can take that C long space, or you can fight that A main lobby a little bit later. You can re-clear instead of just going in and going for the fight right away. And so I think for DG Sin, I'm expecting to see the operator online a lot. I'm expecting to see a lot more deep, aggressive holds on their defense side, and just making sure that Furia can't get into sight as aggressively as they were on Pro.
This is one of those teams that really depends on building that economy early on in that defense. Because of DG Sin, he has a playstyle that, with the operator and sometimes being able to switch it up, is going to give that space and that early momentum that Evil Jesus was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how Haven came to be, right? It was a strong start for them, and then while they were getting chipped away a few of those rounds, it was that buffer that EG were able to build for themselves that gave them that little bit of an advantage. Can they do it again? Can EG pull off a major upset, giving Furia, their first loss in Americas this year? You don't want to miss it. Map 3 is coming up next.
Well, here we go. We need to see a bit of a step up from the EG side of things here because Furia have put on a statement of map 2. For EG, it's one of the best shots they're going to have in a long while of trying to get that upset win to try and set their playoff dreams in motion, because a win over Furia would be everything to them in this group. They're up against some tough competition later, and we're seeing standard affair in terms of the agent selection, at least on one side of the stage.
Yeah, I think this is what the meta is looking like, at least in terms of what a lot of the North American teams are trending towards. A solo duelist look on this map where you run Viper and Vice and make it pretty difficult for people to attack into you. And it's going to be a mirror composition, pretty similar to Haven, I suppose. Yeah. So, you know, if you're trying to clutch at the superstitious straws, maybe EG there can win in terms of mirror comps. They didn't really seem to have a great idea about how to stop Furia on the Furia's attack side on Pearl, despite the fact it was their map pick and they had some footage to look at. This is the opposite. You got no idea how they're going to play these compositions. I think you can have some rough sense just based on how you would expect these comps to work. DeJazine, to me, I think the desk is rightly highlighting as the player to watch if EG want to do something here. Whether he's got a rifle in his hand or whether he's got an op, he needs to be posted in aggressive positions, looking to take early fights and try to pick off Furia, tax some utility out of them before they go back to the site.
They're going to be tested here, and you're exactly right. We need to see that big step up. DeJazine repeated a performance as Superman was able to pull out in map 1 perhaps here, but they're going to put their best foot forwards. Furia not messing around here. They've got a big stack of bodies, and the players are just walking up behind this Viper wall. The door is open wide, and they just swap business from just the one player. Attempt to see if they can trigger out a bit of a trap play. Much harder to fight over A rubble these days with the Lotus changes. Widening up that choke point.
I'm wondering if they want to refight over it if the door gets tapped, but DeJazine's positioning more passive, and my god, what a shot.
Yep, Alan immediately just announces himself to the server. Take that residency, just sidestepping there, the stun as well, that just goes wide, no quick follow-up. This is EG though, looking for a contact player to own, re-clearance as that wall drops down, none the wiser.
They're getting frustrated here though, they're looking for a fight, but Furia not giving it to them.
And there it is, finally, Nerve will just peek his head, Albert Addison is that next line of defense here, twisting and turning around, the kill's going his way, that's in! Walking on water!
Rips 3 heads with the Ghost, leaves it all down to Superman. He was fantastic, but this position, it's almost impossible. He has to get past Artesine on his right, handle people on the left.
Too much to deal with. Too many obstacles here, and he's just trying to spot it out. At least that's the first one. Obstacle found, but dealing with it is another matter. Good twist and turn, just trying to direct attention away now as well. Even staying alive and kicking 61 health. Door opens up. Angle accounted for. EU jiggling up here. They know exactly where he is. The paranoia could not be more perfect from Koala Noob. Sound heard and a peek off the other player's presence. Koala Noob is the first one to take out Superman there. But it's all Artsin as well. A little angle he was playing towards Rubble. I called him the insurance policy for good reason, because nobody was expecting it.
It's a great opener. They actually responded back fairly well. And yeah, being able to collect both of the people trying to trade you out, that's a round winner.
Yeah. Furia was wondering if they're going to be able to keep that momentum moving from map 2. Looks like it's the case so far. EG, they were getting a couple of upset, thrifty rounds here and there, but there's no real investment. Just DeJazine with that Marshall. And one hell of a high-low setup over towards A that's immediately going to be broken up from that sound pressure on C.
The defensive rotate is coming in very quickly. We saw Furia get tripped up by a few of these anti-eco rounds before.
Ooh, danger. Players line and wait once more, and this is it, trying to make the most out of him! He's got the right weapon for it, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think Furia are so on top of abusing the weapons in this game.
Yeah.
One of the big things, one of the biggest things that they said before the season had even begun is that it wasn't necessarily like an agent meta, it was a scope meta.
Yeah.
And I remember Alim saying that before the season had started. Nobody else had really given that answer in the interviews that we'd been having. Turned out to be correct.
We've never had that in VALORANT history.
No, not
the metas are defined by the agents usually, but in the state of affairs that we're in right now with initiator util, it's like...
And I think he was correct in that assessment. But then at Santiago, it was more of a Judge Neon meta, wasn't it? And so recently we just heard from Furia again where they were saying, well, we adapted to that during Santiago, and now, I mean, you look at Alim, Judge in his hand again, here on a bonus. Yeah, they have adapted to it beautifully.
Yeah, and I said the other day, it's non-Shim-esque with the way that they set up Alan.
I think they've learned a lot from Santiago.
Yeah.
Not just the matches, but the scrims.
Wow. much in terms of resistance. That is. Oh, just perfect util.
Yeah.
It's a Paranoia to play off perfectly, and now blue room secured.
They are very, very good at setting up Alim with Paranoias and seizes. Those are the big pieces of util that Qualanoob and EU seem to just give him free kills with.
Pinpoint accuracy too. Not real guesswork.
Okay, EG are going for this one. I thought for a sick moment there they were going to be saving. They're just taking their time setting up for the retake.
A moment of hesitation. Thorns drop down. Open sight lines though. Alim could disengage. Losing main control. Paranoia is going to be trying to flush these players way out into the open, and this could get awkward. This could get deadly and dangerous. Spraying away wildly at that, but these could be shots in the dark. Oh, a flash.
That is so nice. I love those post-plant flashes from the Vice players. So critical for winning you these rounds. Getting back in a 2v2 there, honestly, that is really tough if you don't have that piece of post-plant utility to rely on.
Yeah.
Here's one flash to set up the round, and then another flash to close.
It's clean shots. There it is.
Yeah. Not pre-placed, actually. I thought it had been.
Just on the fly.
Not as good, you could argue, because easier for them to break in the midst of the moment, but in all of that chaos...
It's a bonus conversion.
Yeah. Furia come out on top. A nice set-piece round, and then a clean post-plant. On Pearl, they got the plant down in 11 out of 12 rounds, just as a reminder. EG could not stop them.
The pace being a significant portion of this one as well, because I think EG, they're comfortable with a slower game, more cautious game. That's what Haven was for them.
Yeah,
Furia, they didn't, you know, they weren't proactive.
Yeah, Furia were playing too passively on Haven.
They've immediately ramped it up at the right times now for these following last two maps. And Jiggle again, and you've talked about it, we said it. Some of the best at spotting out which weapons are the best to be using for these jobs. They will always opt into the outlaw when they see the money's low. Nerve.
Nice flick.
Snappy.
Gives away a weapon. And Dijazin's, he was a beast on Haven. He's been a beast in general, but you're not winning a 1v4 from this position.
That plant's down. Furia already steadily looking to see if they can hunt and sniff out where the weapon is. Or open wide.
I mean, it's so cringe to say, but I think the percentage play is just to toss it off the map.
Yeah.
but you're never going to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to believe in your ability to do some economic damage or something.
4 rifles.
It's a catastrophic beginning.
Yeah.
It really is. Dajin is finally going to get the money, actually, to run an operator. So, Op in the hands of DG. Odin in the hands of Com. Well, he thinks about it. He's gone back over to a Phantom.
These guys got worked at C, bro. Oh my god.
But the Op for DG, holding C, while Furia take A space at root.
DTP, Qualanoob. He's all the way in there. Both TPs expended.
It's a nice play. See it fairly often. EU not committing the haunt off the back of it, though. Saving all of his Fade utility.
Opening of the door here. A lot of angles to account for, but there's no one going to be taking a peek into that sight line. Just taking up residency over towards A main, that rubble section. Furia poking. Prodding, hoping to see what the next sign is from EG. There's the Vice util there.
This spot is so good for a Vice ultimate that Artesine has worked himself into.
Now looking like, yeah, they want to go into the B split, don't they?
Oh.
Well, the spike is over towards A. They want to make it feel like a B split. End over towards A, not too sure.
I think it will end B.
Okay, here we go. But I mean, the spike's trapped into the door. Oh, and what a snap! Straight to the dome. Is it? Did you see the Superman? But Artin weaved his way in. He found a slight gap to play off. And this whole time, I was concerned about the spike's position. Maybe I still should be. But the plant will go down over towards the A side. But EU is in a 1v3. How do you account for everything the player's positions? He hears the Prowler. Sidestepping it. Even signs of life. Silent drop down. Found himself a pocket to play in. Could be a window here if he's not cleared in time. But that Horn Paranoia, it's good. Jump spot, reveals it, and take the fight together. EG win it. That is an essential round for them to win. They couldn't afford losing.
DG hits an astonishing shot as well onto Alan.
Yeah.
And that flick is everything, because otherwise you're losing this blue room control completely. And a good trade afterwards too. I mean, the stun is great, but I think it doesn't even land, and Nerve is... sorry, not Nerve. Superman's required to go and take that fight. I think criticism of how Furia played that, they should probably be leading with the Vice ultimate, but Artesine maybe calling to be a bit greedy with it and saving for post-plan, something like that. But especially when DG has an op in his hand.
Yeah. Critically.
Get that on the floor.
Exactly. They picked it up. They have it for this one now. It's always the danger when a team just completely runs away with the opening few rounds, is that you don't actually build up the economy at any point to get the operator. Especially with a team like DG, where you know it's going to be core to their game plan.
He's on quite a passive line at the moment, Dejazine. Just staring at a Viper wall that's going to be going up and down in his face. It's actually much more critical. Bao's position here that we're looking at. He gets pushed off the line by a smoke, though. So he hasn't actually got very much information about, are their bodies scaling mount?
Yeah. A lot of guesswork right now for EG.
Here's Kuala Noob, but not enough to call for information. The Haunt and the Prowler being used up towards A, though. Catches one player, enough to keep EG here, but it's going to keep C weak.
Yeah, right now, very spread. EG posted up towards it. Steel Garden is being used to try and fake some presence, but the player's already pushed way out. Com somehow gets the return of the fire there. Alim's going to be dropped down anyway, but out into the open, the blind barely getting back to safety. Okeanu's just trying to really play in with the rest of his team, but Nerve, he skipped straight past it. The timing taken, but a stun will absolutely be able to reciprocate with that kill, and Hunting can't quite get out of there alive. Not with a spike, but still alive now. Will be triggered though, and it reveals exactly where he's looking to end.
Wall set.
20 seconds.
Might be able to isolate a fight with his wall.
Yeah, it's placed deep enough. Flash, peek, hold on, there's the one fight that he did isolate. Superman was ahead of it. Repositioning now, back to the wall, but there's a pocket to play in here. If he plays it right, gun remains in his hands.
Big mistake.
And here it is, EG. I'm quite aware of this one, but it's a plan for back sight, and look at this. Dejazine sticking all the way, just looking for the signs of where this player might be. The timing just barely missed there. The internal clock missed by a millisecond. The full stick saves the day for EG.
Yeah, he's planning for some kind of spawn play, something like that, but EG on the retake knew exactly where he's gone because he took that dip forwards. I think this is an overcook of a round from Furia, to be honest. They don't default to bait out the Vice wall, but then they Vice ultimate C. The wall doesn't get triggered, so you know it's a fake, and there's two players on B just waiting for it. So, a little bit of an overcook in terms of how the ults are being used here by Furia. Normally a very good team with them, but they've still got enough money.
Rounds are being racked up here. EG have ways to get back in, but like you said, the money is still good for Furia. Enough guns on guns, but not anticipating that Oki would be on that angle already. Takes out Kuala Noob.
When this wall goes down, Dejazine might look for a peek as well.
Sidestep at the C's.
It's an awkward position to play with an op, but he might find a target.
Yeah, it's really awkward. Another flip of the switch. All attention being dragged. Oki's just doing it all.
I think that one was through a smoke.
Prowler. Caught onto Artsin, and not aware of that corner position. Using the wall again to reposition. It's a good defense over towards the A side, but honestly just kind of limp in terms of Furia. And R-ing about whether or not they wanted to commit. And now a lot of contact plays. Hold on. This could go very wrong. I mean, they've already lost two. They brought it into 2v3. Pit dropped and lay it down now. Plantic to the corner. This gives him some coverage. Blind shots.
It is illegal to be losing a 5v2.
You can't be losing it. Praying that one of these shots connects now with that rifle spam, but EU just twisting past the timings here. But as the wall goes down, very much exposed, bit of clearance. Superman gonna spot him out. Yes, eventually cleans him up. No, still alive though with this pit, but very predictable in terms of the positioning that he might be in. The snakebite already expended. Doesn't have that time, still ticking as the decay kicks in. No, okay. Starting to get worried.
Definitely some concern on my side, but EG come away with it. Furia, even when, you know, Artazine was in a bit of a clutch scenario in the 1v3, they are making EG work for these rounds in the late moments. But the early moments, actually, EG are playing some of these slower rounds a lot better. If you look at the bonus and what Furia did, where they ran a fast pre-barrier call, we're going into B, we're accelerating, we're using utility to set Alim up with a judge, and we're going to win the round off the back of playing post-plan. That round looked beautiful.
Yeah.
And EG couldn't keep up with the tempo. But when Furia are playing at a slightly slower pace, EG are hanging with them completely.
Well, I mean, they're chipping it away slowly over the course of the round. I mean, they're giving away first kills, follow-ups. There's no trade in sight as well. The Fury players are not tight enough, I think, to instantly respond.
Yeah, it's 3-4 right now in terms of first kills to first deaths. I mean, pretty, it's identical to the scoreline. That's actually something that I wanted to bring up about Pearl, though, as well. You had 18 rounds played. First kills were 9-9. So, you know, EG are having actually moments, even on the maps where they got dominated. I mean, Pearl here, they did not really have too much of a hope, but they were still getting first kills. So they're not finding themselves in these early rounds at a massive deficit. But, you know, sometimes the positioning, even after they get the first kill, it's either immediately getting traded, or they've given up too much map control, or the plant's already down. Here, though, they're actually putting the squeeze onto Furia.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you know, it's not a firepower issue for EG on that previous map necessarily. well, hold on. But now, trailing just the one round. EG again with this operator. It's roaming around the map in the hands of Digizine, but he's not taking any aggro lines of it. It's always quite...
It is quite passive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's passive, committed into weird angles where you wouldn't expect it. Alim is there. He does have a shotgun. The Judge ready at the waiting. Fast lane. Quick pivot is called for. In through towards B, and he's attracted all that attention, dragging out the bullets from these EG players.
That's definitely Nongshim-esque.
Yep, trading out though, almost instantly at that. So 4v4 here. EG will be able to surround this one, but the plan going down onto B surely signals they're worried about this A presence.
Well, yeah, so they should be. EU's positioning is diabolical.
Oh, okay, shots on wide there. Oh, okay, quick on the reactions. Digizine's there with the operator.
Baiting to try to play Nerve in. 3v4 post-plant. Fury have been immaculate in post-plant positions.
Again, at that disadvantage here, it's based on the timings. Can you sidestep most of the util coming your way? Nightfall, Koala misses the chance to strike there, but already they don't anticipate this! Just dominating, asserting themselves! Up through heaven.
They're so good at being able to... I mean, he knows he's in a horrible spot there, Koala.
Yeah.
And so he just throws caution to the wind and goes for a play, and then the rest of his team is ready to swing off him.
Yep.
He puts himself in a selfless position after he fails the first fight, where he essentially just puts his body on the line for other people to swing off.
The most unexpected play. I mean, nobody was ready for the man who jumps up into heaven.
No.
As you're scaling onto side.
You're just not ready
ridiculous.
for that. And thus ends the EG streak that they were on. Even though they won 3 in a row, we were talking about the fact that they were being made to work for it in the late round. And that translated into economic problems.
Again, the signature play, Koala Noob, he's got that outlaw. Tracking the money. Putting the hurt and the squeeze. Probably goes a bit skew with there, so not going to be getting the information they're looking for.
And one thing the desk were talking about that we haven't seen very much of is Digizine getting pushed onto aggressive positions in Mound or Rubble. I think he's played 1 round at Rubble. Here he's going walkabouts. And this is more reminiscent of what they were doing on Haven, right?
Yeah.
He walks up, he's got a Guardian in hand. On Haven, that's more towards A long. Here he definitely could be the playmaker.
Yeah. With how slow Fury are playing as well, it does give ins. Despite the weaker weaponry of EG.
Giving away his hand a little early.
Yeah. Looking to break some of that util. Peeling back and away, but the rest of Fury are now grouping up. Big stack, all 5 of them.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
EG still seem to think that this is fake pressure seed, and they're going back into A.
The wall only just being triggered. Alan's going to be separated from a lot of his team. And like you said, I mean, EG feel like it is that fake pressure, but we know it's very much real. 20 seconds remaining. Player's not really in position, I don't think, to push this back.
Means that you have to go for a safe plant, which is worse for your post-plant positioning.
He is ready, already with plans at hand. Right forward already. Walls opened up. Bow's just looking to attract attention and pressure. The paranoia sweeps forwards, and EG looking to see if they can claim space. Digizine, that is sharp. Precision needed in a moment like this, and like you mentioned earlier, the plan is just not good in the position that it's in. There is no pushback. There is no win cons here. Digizine, thrifty win, an ace for him.
The round had already been won at that point, but yeah, put it on the board. Those 2 kills that he got with the Guardian, though, are so precise. Look at this second one.
Methodical.
Yeah, I think it's getting him activated is a night and day difference for EG. But here, it's another Furia tripping over their own shoelaces. Yeah. They take so long to get into the seaside. The plant is bad. They can't play for it in the post. They make a big mistake. And actually, another anti-eco loss. Furia have had so many of those today.
Tons and tons and tons of them. Credit to EG, though, to capitalize off all of this and the separation. The Vice util, the Thorns as well to keep the rest of the team out, but shot through the smoke. Artsin's able to trade it. Now priming the ult.
The Vice ultimates have been... I mean, this would only be a second, but this would be a weird spot.
Yeah. Looking to see if he can set this one up. Oh, Keanu's. Yeah, this guy's got a hot hand right now, looking to play all the way into it.
One enemy
As he goes down, the trade is in sight. EG, good control over the whole of the map. But they have slipped and missed the mark here with Artsin hearing a bit of a scuttle in their spawn and knows that there's a fight to be taken. It's Bao that just sidesteps him.
5-5 here.
This is good.
It's not bad for EG. They're finding their way back into rounds, winning important thrifties, challenging Furia early on, being able to get first kills on their side.
It's excellent news for this EG squad. I thought all the wind had been taken out of their sails after that second map, but
yeah.
5-5, drawing level and even with Furia on the decider.
The only major ultimate in play for this round is Artisan's Steel Guard. I want to see them try to get some value out of that. Pace increase, though, from Furia.
Yeah, and Alan's again got that judge ready. Smoke going to be placed down. Okeanos is going to be scared of this one when you hear that neon. Jumping and dashing, attracting all that attention, just trying to be the human drone to see if he can lead the charge. Cracked open the A site. Let's give it out.
Good tempo from Alan as well, always slowing down to wait for that extra piece of utility.
Level of awareness perhaps there for EG this time. Got to keep an eye on the flank. Artisan's there watching from that rubble with very passive positions. The rest of Furia locked in with post-plant controls and the position of Artisan. It is traded, it's good at that. Superman's there. Tap of the switch. They know the time pressure is mounting now and they got to get a bit of a move on, but EU running rings around them. The classic's out now and he's just jumping for joy. Pretty much sealing the deal. Okay.
You can't be giving him that in round 11.
Okay.
And he's cold. Resting heart rate of about 10. He's like a crocodile. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a great round from EU. He finds this opening kill, holding a crack angle. Artisan eventually gets rooted out, and then he plays around this door pretty brilliantly. It takes EG so much time to root out the player Artisan over at rubble or root, and then go back through the door. They're losing these A retakes mostly because Furia are putting extra pressure on them there.
Well, guess what? We're straight back into it. Let's see what the answer is. And Odin at Humbercom, you could be caught way out in the open. So Prowler is going to be catching him right onto the heels there. So nearsighted, but Superman slipping in and out past this wall. So for now, we played here before, found it in, and again that Odin spam. Listen, that's what it takes, but players waiting way out to the open. The Horn connects, they know exactly where Alam is. This is EG, but the entirety A section of the map, and a lock and key. Spike drop down, Alim barely alive. He's going to be limping into the next few engagements. If he even gets a chance for it right now, because all the angles watched. 6-6 for EG.
Same opening from Furia as they took really aggressive space, and yet comes Odin, melts them. Look at all of this damage. This was after he'd already hit about 140 damage onto Alan too. And EG is super happy to take that fight. What a great recovery in this half from EG, down 0-4.
Yeah, an immense amount of credit has to be given to them right now because they are firmly back into that believable territory here. An upset win over Furia within our sights.
They're making me believe.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll see what happens on the other side of this. here. EG on a precipice of pulling off something that nobody thought was really possible, at least from us as well. The predictions of the day, all of us had Furia winning this one.
Yeah.
Off the back of that last week. Now, there's nothing unusual about that, but EG have returned with fire in their bellies, looking to put up a bit of a statement here against a Furia squad that have been left lacking in some areas, I have to say, from one week to the next. Definitely taking a few steps back, but EG good enough to capitalize.
And that's the important thing, right? If you're a team in EG's position, anytime there's an opportunity, you have to jump on it. And that even extends to this half. You've got yourself into a winning position, or a winnable position in this series. You've got to put the dub in the column at this point. Because, you know, when you get to the end of this stage, you don't want to think, oh, well, you know, we could have won against Furia. We had a close game against Furia. What ifs are not going to get you to playoffs?
That's the trouble with the group stage as well. Important matches, you really don't know the importance of it until you get towards the end, but you got to imagine a win against Furia makes your odds of making playoffs much more likely.
Look at this from Bow, really deep vice wall, baited out, so now they know that the defensive pistol round included an aggressive B setup. By the way, it's DG and Superman back at the top of the scoreboard, so whatever wobbles from Pearl, not there anymore.
Alim crouched up. Tiny little trap play being cooked up here, but EU takes one to the dome. And all that prior damage, it's a quick and easy cleanup by Bow.
Great performance from Bow, actually. And that classic calling again, really slow, really controlled on the attack side. Furia, at least, though, looking for information.
Yeah.
Alim trying to challenge. Koala Noob looking at a jump spot. But he's actually missed all of this timing at Mound.
Yeah, and all of that Vice Util is sitting laid down over towards the A site.
That's a lot of spam.
Yeah.
That's going to call these players over immediately. But actually, they spam and rotate, and they're going back into Unk on A.
Superman. Even a Vice Util, though. You got 20 seconds left. Good timing to trigger the wall as well. It has popped the Thorns. There's cause for concern now. Artson doesn't have any util to play off, but his team is going to be rapidly approaching. Play down for now. Stun is good with a connection all the way into the back of Pit. Artson still holding on to control of the back of the site. Plant down and spam again through the dark, and the smoke does bring down Bow from that prior damage. 4v4. EG trying to settle into more comfortable, at least positions, but now looking to maybe take a fight further forwards here, but it's still being held down and watched down. Still, angles are there, ready and waiting. And they're toppled in the blink of an eye. Bandit getting some work done, and Digicine the one wielding it.
19 kills in 13 rounds. This guy is on a heater.
Oh my.
Higher kill per round than even he was dropping in the 30 that he put down on Haven. Not many people going for the Bandit, even when they can afford it, but...
I follow you, my baby.
They're doing a great job of playing him into these situations.
Yeah.
Like, he is actually getting set up better than he was on Pearl, for sure.
Furia. That's exactly what EG tried, only this time player will walk straight into it.
They're allowed to go for that. Digicine only has a Marshal, but the problem is the team is not set up to react on the other side of the map.
No.
Like, the squad was with the Marshal player there, which isn't really how you want that to work.
Not a hero to sound presence, Furia. Starting to get a bit of a read now, more than a bit of a read. That's a very deep TP! Got a hand, 20 HP dropped down to, but Oki's still alive here, and Bow puts a stop to it. With the EU dropped.
The damage is huge, though. There are 3 players that are one shot to Alim's Sheriff. That combo of the Sheriff Marshal, again, Furia weapon abusing.
Yeah. Still in the danger zone. Alim posted. These players are so damn weak. Instantly responding! Shots through the wall, and as you mentioned, you teed it up perfectly. The prior damage has softened up Common Bow. Left alone, seeing if they can piece it together. Both of these players, Lotus comes down to the wire, comes down to stray shots, and a 1v1 com. 30 seconds remaining, it's a mad dash and a sprint. We'll see if it's a soundbait play, if he wants to hard commit all the way to A.
Just 34 HP total across both of these players.
This is absolutely manic, man.
I don't even know whether the Bulldog is favored in this position.
Yeah, I don't know at all. I mean, listen, Nerva's going to be able to get the time to strike, because he hears the scurrying of those footsteps, a thrifty win, and this is where the issues lay.
Oh, I mean, that is diabolical for the EG believers, man.
Yeah.
They get the pistol after going 6-6 in the half, and you're thinking they're set up for a lead, for success, for a potential bonus. It is worse to lose this round than if you had lost the pistol. And I think, you know, huge credit, honestly, to the Marshall value. I know that it's Alim who does most of the killing, but the Marshall body shot damage set it up for it.
Yeah, softened up all the opposition and reminiscent to EG in that last week. Win a pistol, lose the follow-up. You have to convert the advantages when they're handed to you, otherwise you're going to be kicking yourself.
Dejazine now becomes the hero. You know, the buy that they went for, where they had one person pick up a Marshal, one person pick up a Sheriff.
It's weird.
Well, it now means that you have a rifle to work with, but yeah, DG is
700, Superman's on 400.
I guess they're going to try to supplement that with a Judge in the next round, but you are really looking at your 2-star players here with weapons in hand to try to make something happen.
Yeah, they're not down that much, but it's a risky play, and if it goes wrong, economy might be in free fall. Showing a bit of presence over towards A.
But not too much. It's still quiet enough that this could still be Superman on a solo lurk.
Grouped up. Ready to strike at the heart of the A site. Oh my god.
Superman gets a haircut.
Yep.
But no damage done.
Now, breaking of the door, moving over towards that B angle. That's something in your face.
Fake B and
fakes
A.
on fakes, apparently. EG realizes a bit of a crack and weakness over towards the A site.
Com loves calling those.
It has pulled the players away. It's given them enough time, space at least to potentially to get the plant down, but Alim is already there getting active. Needs to be a bit of a follow-up. The trade is there. This is getting really chaotic now in the final details and the final moments.
Where did Dishazine's gun go?
Not too sure. Damage being done. He's dropped it down.
Okeana's picked it up.
He reclaimed. It's important you keep that one into hands where they can do something. Com is walking around the world right now, trying to find the timing, but his team is being eviscerated. And the damage done may be surely there, waiting, the gun holding. No! Hey! Heartbreak at the final moment.
Com's flank, absolutely iconic. But he didn't feel confident going for the classic kill.
The players were weak enough, but yeah.
EG invested into that one, so yeah, we've got to see what they're working with in this round. You had called it out that they went for, it's like a semi-hero buy onto Dejazine and Superman. I mean, Dejazine can just pick up a Judge in this round. Not that he plays with the Judge much, even when he's on Neon. Oh, yeah. You see the frustration.
Killer.
But they also seem still fairly upbeat. Right, it's only one Guardian, actually, the damage done.
It's not too bad. Couple of half armors, I think, to ensure that they have full util. EU quick spam into the corner. I think that's just in case they put down the Vice Flash. Hold on for now, though. Mid-rounding should be ordered up for EG because I think they need to spot out where this Vice util is. Easier said than done. And look at Furia. I mean, they're already doing the job. Very proactive.
The attacking protocols for EG, though, are good in order to escort their people into position. Okeanos is walking up B there with Paranoia to try to shut down Alim if he did go for some kind of aggro reclear. But you're right, they baited out that wall very quickly.
Yeah, fouled it up. Catching signed of Dejazine. He's going to be hearing this. I think the Vice util should be just humming in his ears when he was closer, but...
This feels a little bit like Furia's Haven, though, right now, where they don't know where EG are ending at all.
Yeah. Well, now, could be 5 players stacked up over towards C, and they wouldn't be none the wiser. The wall's still not baited out.
Yeah, the snake bite there, actually huge for Nerve. Because now that is full information.
30 seconds left. Doors opened up now. This time is being taken by Koala, who was trying to slip past the smokes. The wall's still up. It's obfuscating this one. And Alan, okay, he's got that Judge in hand. Paranoia will not matter. Close quarters exactly where it thrives. It's a good trade there by Superman. Revealing him through the dark there. I believe the Haunts as well. Just let him straight to it. The plant down. Now, real pushback. But again, look at the position of Koala Noob.
Oh, look at the position of Bauer. EU missed him. He missed the timing. Went back to check B.
Ships in the night. Koala Noob, though. It's that backstab. No one's expecting that one. Slowly squeezing the life out of these EG players. They might be into the post one, but it all relies on Bao now. Again, taking his turn for the timing, and this time he strikes true to the heart of where it all matters. These players are dropped, and they fall. 8-8 for EG. They are not finished.
What a big lurk from Bao there. gets himself inserted at the very beginning of the round on an aggro B position. Had the wall to make sure that he wasn't going to get re-cleared. Okeanis is holding Paranoia. And then in the late round, he finally grabs that timing. EU's jiggling it, thinking, all right, I'll go back and check it on a timing. I'll go back and check it on another timing. And somehow Bao navigates the ship through those choppy waters. This is still very winnable for EG. Even after failing to convert the pistol. Look at the ults that they're about to get up to. If they can convert this anti-eco, EG are in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, the war chest will be filled to the brim. Could use it to take it one step further, potentially break Furia's economy with another round win after, but got to focus on the round at hand. Yeah, slow siege over towards A, seeing if you can force reactions out of Furia. Flip the switch on the door, bit of spam into the walls.
They lost the previous anti-eco by getting chipped down by a Marshal. And there isn't one in play here. It's more close-range weaponry. I mean, the Sheriffs are not really close range. But you're worried about running into a stack. And right now, C is empty.
Yeah. Only Artisan home. Slightest of off angles he's looking to play off.
That smoke, though, makes EG think twice about this.
Yeah, it could be walking into the unknown, but now going to be sending it full throttle. The stun does connect. Artsin looking to be alive there. Barely just scurries out of dodge, and now finds himself a little corner to tuck in.
Really good entry from Digicine as well. Jump peeks in, pulling away the crosshair of Artazine, and this should now be a really difficult retake. One of the things you don't want to do is feed up Superman's pit, but Furia might still go for it.
Yeah, going for it right now. Even going to be utilizing the overdrive, but Alam is dealt with swiftly. Almost as soon as it's offloaded, Digicine's left wondering where the hell these players are, not knowing that they are waiting right round the corner. And there it is. Takes his time with it, just dissecting the angles, slicing up the pie. Trying to take his time. No, a lot of trip damage done, but snappy stuff towards the end and good adjustment of the rifle aim.
It's not bad though for Furia. The one ultimate that isn't online is that Viper's Pit. And actually they forced out a fade ult too. They traded a couple of ultimates here. We were talking about the overdrive being invested, but they draw out Com's Nightfall.
Yeah.
So I think they can be fairly happy about how that retake attempt worked on the Thrifty. But this is EG's opportunity now to capitalize.
Hey, I want the ecos too, bro.
A one-round lead.
You're looking at Bao. He has Steel Garden. If Com can create a strategy designed around this ultimate, Furia could be broken again.
Deep Haunt, not broken. Gives peace of mind to EG. They know nobody's trying to fight over this Rumble control.
Okay, different look now. Koala Noob fighting Mount aggressively. He can take an angle, take a fight, and then TP out. Or at least pull Util out of Com.
Not entirely hard committed. The Util though, they might have just spotted him. The TP, is he out of the open? Not quite. They could have potentially jumped on it. Has to use two to just get the hell out. Smoke popped up, placed up, but now it's going to be a Steel Garden rapidly approaching. Vacated by Koala Noob. Gives him space.
Important though that he pulled that utility out.
Broke the thorns.
And the retakes have looked fairly good for Furia.
Stop them here. Furia, they could gear up now into rapid tempo. Looking to take over here with a Nightfall to pave the way forwards. Big Decay catches onto a few of these players. Koala Noob!
Oh,
no way! Complete unawareness. Complete collapse from EG. All sound cues cut away. They had no idea at all. Leaves it into the hands of Com, but grouped up. Firing line puts a stop to it from Furia.
It's exactly as they drew it up there. Wow. That ult combo, I don't know. You do see it work fairly often, a Nightfall into the Omen ult, but man, when it happens, you just see the POVs of the other players and you're thinking, surely
someone turns around.
But no, no idea. There is a visual indicator, but they're not looking in that direction.
And so the abundance of util is being thrown at them.
Yeah, exactly. That was EG's opportunity there. They're going to take a tactical timeout. It's not like they're in a bad position still. It's 9-9. They can still be the ones in the driving seat if they want. But the big ultimates that they had to try to pull things in their favor, knock down the economy of Furia, they've missed an opportunity to be fully in control of the end of this match. There's still chances, but they let one slip.
It's a big one too. Furia's economy, again, they wouldn't have money to buy into this next. It would have given them even more breathing room, cemented the lead moving forwards, but like you said, it's not over yet.
I think that's one of the areas that Furia have been most impressive throughout both of these weeks, actually, even with their wobbles today. The post-plant play, whether that be retakes or in the post-plant, has normally been really good. You can see on the timeline that there's a bunch of EG retakes, but those were all in like 3v1 scenarios, that kind of thing, 5v2. So in the like even numbers post-plant scenarios, Furia's protocols are very good. And EG have got to be wary of that.
Yeah.
Try some post-plant aggression yourself, maybe.
You see the fast lane. They want nothing to do with the A-Rubble fight.
Oh, Digizine's flying out there.
Big TP. Okeana's trying to weaken up other areas, extremities of the map. Pull attention towards spawn. Furia don't seem worried about it, though. In fact, the Utah's going to be flying forwards into the B hit momentarily. Adsin does well to play his life. Utah's well to be popped off here. Prowler up into the corner, and they hear that Judge go off. Do you really want to step to it? Gonna have a protocol ready and waiting. Allen might look to glide and slide just to avoid most of this here, but Judge in his hands. Calm demeanor from Digizin. Hard committed to the reload there. The Seas will connect, but just breaking all that util into him, a couple of warning shots, and even just dominating control of that smoke. Running though forwards, Adsin looking to lead the charge for the rest of his team. 2 kills, blink of an eye, he catches the timing of Com when he's repositioning. Oki, it's all on his shoulders now, but he's got a multitude of players to deal with, and Superman left with the follow-up. 3 players against him.
How do they win these situations, man?
It's ridiculous. Adsin, how is he finding those kills?
It's another 5v5 retake, and just as I was talking about even number scenarios being so good for Furia in post-plant scenarios, but this one looked like it was going to go differently. EG are in. They have the Neon Judge on an aggressive angle. But as soon as the Judge took 1 kill, notice how everyone on Furia takes a step back, play the longest lines possible. And when Digizine goes for the second peak on Neon, he's taking a fight way further than he expects. And he can't get a second with the Judge.
Actual Terminator, bro.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Incredible round for Ardazine. Goes up to top fragging for Furia. And this is the round where EG would get broken themselves.
It's the same play that Furia wanted to go for last round, but they were scared up by the fast lane, but now they spotted it. Signs alive here, out into the open. Could be anyone's game. It comes out to the shots. What a response by Digizine.
What a stun as well. Just when it matters most, EG get themselves into a massive player advantage. Their money is not good. They need this round.
They do, and it needs to be clean. No stray kills not going their way. Furia, Nerve and Ardazine are in the right place.
Good discipline, good pause from EG. One of the things they do best on their attack side. You know that Furia have to make a play in a 2v4. You got to be diligent in clearing these spots too.
And Superman, he likes to play here. Be aware of the spot. He was just doing it on the previous half. Walls opened over towards A. Now hearing it. Neon signaling quite a bit in a spot like this. Deep Prowler as well.
Just going as a pack together. You don't need to clear Ardazine if everybody goes through tree.
They've given him a lot of space though. He does have the ult in his back pocket. Nerve, hold on if this kill goes his way. Digizine on top and on point.
Yeah, you're right in the sense that if Furia, if Furia were in a 2v3 with Steel Garden in the back pocket, I could see them maybe going for that, but Digizine.
Playing exit to smart. The money is tight for EG.
Yeah, I think there's a chance here that Ardazine actually does some big economic damage.
We'll see how cleanly EG are able to get out, but right now their only escape option is to go for the double doors. And so, up to Ardazine. Well, the damage done. Chip damage through the wall. Paranoia committed!
I mean, that's big.
He beams down 3 towards the tail end. It is big.
Okeanos gets to save his armor as well, so he can drop a teammate. The rest of them get the plant money, they get the 3K for winning the round, but they do have to buy a lot of utility back as well, so it's not gonna be great out there in terms of the money. Ardazine has really kept the squeeze on EG with that. it's a good opportunity, actually, for somebody on Furia to pick up an outlaw. This is one of those spots where you'd expect them to go for it.
Should be a big deal indeed.
Nobody goes for it, though.
No. Furia, very aggressive position by Koala9. He's happy to really just post himself up over towards C Mound. There hasn't been much off the rip started around EG playing for that space, to be honest. It's been free territory. If you're brave enough to face up on the chance that they might go that way, and Koala9 was getting constant mid-round information.
Yeah, it's very good info from Koala9, but when they challenged him, he didn't have a teammate near enough to be able to hold on to C. Doesn't look like that's going to be relevant for the moment in this round.
Oh, back over towards A. Hot shots, seeing if they can hunt out where some of that Vice util is.
All of that economic pressure from Arzine killing people in the post round means that this is another must-win round for EG. All right, look at the money. Dujazzin's got nothing, Bao's got nothing. Superman with 150.
Who's going to pick that one up? It looks like the end goal is to be moving over towards A again. It's just C pressure. Faking. Pulling the TP here. Koala9 does commit it. And even the rotation as well coming through.
Look at the call. You can just see with Alim's rotate there that he got the call from the C players. Now this is fake.
Realizing they've given that space to Thorns.
Arzine could ult.
Yeah, he does have ult, and even the Vice util on top of it. Overdrive popped off here. Taking a swing and a peek for this one is a prime position for it. The Overdrive is going to be fading away, and Alim just spraying down from that high ground. They got no plan to deal with this at all. It's pistols out. And chaos here for EG. Game plan getting away from them.
Dujazin is going to be so mad about that one, Brent. There's a Vice ultimate out for the defense. He has his Neon ult in his hands. He is the perfect guy for EG to go and take that space, to get the kill onto Arzine, to put EG in a winnable spot.
Yeah.
And you said it. Alim's literally just spraying. He's just spraying through a smoke from top heaven, catches Dujazin in the head, and the superstar player for EG hits the deck. Look at this!
Yeah.
I'd be so frustrated if I was Dujazin in that position, because he had the keys to the castle. And Alim's smart prediction on his pathing saves them. And we said that it was a must-win round for Evil Geniuses. They are now in a spot where their economy is broken. Ardazine's pressure in the post round, taking down a bunch of players, and then having the ultimate in the late round. Great call from Koala9 that it was a C fake. Great ultimate from Arzine, and great spam from Alim. And suddenly it looks like Furia are in control of the game again.
Yeah.
It's giving Haven.
It is up to 11 for Furia themselves. For EG, it's more than just digging deep at this point. You do not want this to be the match that you reflect on over the course of your year and look back at with disappointment about what ifs, questions circling around your minds. You have to find a way forwards. They've been good here and there with the Thrifties, but that's not consistent. But it's what's going to be asked of them.
Yeah, it's a Thrifty coming up. I think the Thrifties have been getting more value just off the top of the dome. It feels like on the defense side.
Yeah.
You know, when they've been able to run the like crazy Bucky rounds, Superman's inside a smoke with a Bucky.
Yeah.
Those have been coming from defense side for EG. What do you do when you're on attack and Dujazin doesn't have an ultimate and you've only got pistols?
I mean, Furia as well, one step ahead, already anticipating the B hit on the eco for EG. Look at the Viper Wall. Cuts off Heaven for a retake.
Yeah. That is a weird
It's a weird one. I've never seen it, but it's purely because they're on an eco and they know that they are, maybe, most likely going to be trying to end B. EG, though, with different ideas. They've been working A lot on their attack.
This wall also draws a clear line in the sand on A.
It is. Adsin overwhelmed by the util. This is ult expended here. Now he's way out into the open. DTP needs to be accounted for. The Horns at his back. Not killed in time. It's still just pistols that you're working with. And EU, he takes that timing. Sees the util. Sailing past him. Good for that. Stray shots, though. Okeana still with that Sheriff, and it's going to take more miracles, more magic like that to see if you can put a stop to it. Because right now, it's Furia in control. It's looking inevitable that it's going to be up to 12 for them. Last player spotted out. An impossibility for Com.
Match point for Furia. 2 opportunities to close. A reminder, though, that on Haven, EG, they looked like they were in a winning position on Haven. It did go to overtime. Furia had chances to close. Couldn't. EG grinded it out. They'll be hoping, they'll be thinking about that map one, seeing if they can do the same thing again. Rifles back on board. Superman with a pit in his back pocket too. If they can get into a post plant.
No more second chances here. It's all in investment from EG. Throwing everything into this round. Koala Noob, the aggro play this time pushed back. It's a Haunt and long range with a util Prowler. Narrowly avoided. Just for that orb control and bow now one away from the Steel Garden.
Most of the time, Ardazine has been setting up on A. Furia have not rotated their positions with the Vice too much.
Same Viper wall on B. Clear game plan for Furia. A lot of spam damage. This is on 21 HP. Gets away from it though, keeps his life intact, and that could be pivotal.
Yeah. There are 3 players stacked on this C site on defense. Not something the Fury have been doing an awful lot. Comms calling has actually been pretty good. Like, the defaults have been denying Furia information. Tapping the door.
Yeah, still got his util. It's lying in wait with the Thorns. The flash towards the back of the wall, but he, critically, is not home.
It's a passive hold on the A site. Superman may be able to get a pit down.
30 seconds, though.
30 seconds left.
Losing the timing now. The Haunt clears most of it. Addison's found a gap. A time in between most of this util and this wall's still there. It's stunted them. They don't know what to do.
There goes the pit.
Superman's down. No pit. And Alim just holding the back. Takes matters into his own hands. Quick dash, quick glide. Dejazine. It's an impossibility, isn't it? How the hell do you find a way forwards? 10 seconds remaining. The spike out of his grasp. So close, yet so far for them. They fall at the final hurdle. It's all Furia dragging it back into their control.
Impressive result from Furia, actually, with the amount of pressure that they were under in maps 1 and 3. To be able to come out with a victory overall here, it was the expected result, but the way in which it happened was not at all. And you've got to give EG their flowers because they played well today. The problem is they actually didn't get the victory when the opportunity was handed to them. And when you're the underdogs in a game like this, you need those points in the win column. They might be looking back at this match at the end of the round-robin stage, gutted that this was what, caused them to miss out on playoffs.
Yeah, for Furia though, they dug deep in a match like this. They definitely got tested in various ways, but they can take a bow, move one step closer. Second win so far in their groups, and they are looking, listen, despite being tested, currently in a prime position for playoff contention.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're still in a good position to be top of the group, maybe even top of Americas. This game, though, was a bit of a fallback after their NRG dominance, right? Yeah. You go up against a team that comes third in Santiago and you wipe the floor with them, and then you get tested by somebody that you're expecting to be one of the lower teams in Americas. I think it shows you a bit of a... I mean, it could be a ceiling and a floor for Furia.
Sure.
But if this is their floor, it's certainly not bad. They're still able to dig deep, find some dominant maps like Pearl.
And listen, that can happen with groups as well. You can have a team that just takes their foot off the gas on a given day. Just for a moment, but there are no slouches, there are no free wins. They had to work for this one. Right down to the bitter end in that final map.
And I think the other teams in their group will be looking at this and thinking, all right, hold on. Maybe we can beat Furia. We'll be coming into this game looking for blood next time.
Not so unstoppable.
But at the same time, man, they maintain that undefeated streak in Americas.
Yeah.
They have yet to lose to an Americas team.
Okay.
So,
that's ridiculous.
as much as we're talking about they looked like EG drew blood here. They looked mortal. Yeah, but they've also not lost.
Yep.
So, who's going to be the team that actually beats them?
Yeah, forgot about that, actually. Pretty key point. Yeah, it's still looking pretty good, aren't they? And, yeah, I mean, they've got plenty more to look forward to as well as we get deeper and deeper into the group. But for now, we're going to send it out to Liz. She's down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ben Sideshow. And I'm here with Ardazine of Furia. You just said to me, I am so tired. Because, I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. That was an unexpected way of getting that result, right? All of the talent predicted you to win, Furia to win. Not as close as that was. In overtime, the first map, almost in overtime, the third map. Talk to me just kind of about the energy, especially going into that third map. Was anyone else tired? How were you keeping up the comms?
Yeah, I think that's the main thing that we had to focus for this series was the energy. I think we started with like really low energy, so it took us to like actually like warm up and realize, wake up guys, we actually need to play, you know what I mean?
So talk to me about that first map, because when I spoke to Camino, he said we just weren't in the server, you know, like what you're saying. That was very, very close. You could have absolutely taken that. What in your eyes in-game besides the comms maybe helped push that in EG's favor?
I think they were playing a really solid game. I think they had a good game plan against how we play. So honestly, it's a good thing for them, honestly. But yeah, we were so tired, like low energy, so we couldn't adapt as fast as we usually do. So that's why it took us to like start winning rounds pretty much.
Was there a conversation between map 1 and map 2 of like, all right guys, like wake up?
Yeah, exactly. I just told them, guys, don't overthink. We have the reads. We just need energy and comms up. Don't play scared. Like stuff that we usually do when you're playing with low energy.
Now, with this being such an unexpected result, my last question for you is how confident are you in Furia making it to playoffs? Because this was very, very close, Arzine.
I think it doesn't change much. I think we're really confident as a team in general. Doesn't matter the team we're playing against. I think this EG game was a good game to actually make us wake up a little bit. So we just make sure we don't do that again next matches.
Well, good luck next match. We're sent over to match point with Alum and EU.
We're live now.
Yeah, we're going live.
No, but no one heard that, Al. No one heard that, right? No one heard that? You'll tell us. In any case, though, welcome to Match Point, friends. I got EU and Alum here with me today. And first things first, congratulations. Hard-fought victory for sure. You know, there was like a pre-hype video coming into it where you guys were talking about the matchup. And, you know, it was like a lot of confidence facing off against EG, because I think you guys have every reason to be confident. But EG definitely gave you guys a fight here. Were you expecting that coming into this one, Alum?
Not really.
Yeah.
Never expect a hard fight. We just go in, play our game. Should have closed out the Haven, but a couple of mistakes here and there, and the game turned like a lot harder than it was going to be, supposed to be.
Yeah.
But no, not.
In those moments where it gets really tough, who do you guys are turning to in that moment to kind of keep you guys focused and centered?
Honestly, like everyone. Just
Everyone?
whoever has the energy or like the read in the round to come up with it. I mean, like we're a team that adapts no matter what. So in a game where it's close or maybe like, you know, we don't have a solution, whoever has the solution would be the one that calls the adaptation.
Okay, so you guys have a pretty fluid structure from what I can gather, which is pretty cool. No, I mean, listen, I think ultimately what makes teams successful is their inability to be flexible, or is their ability, excuse me, to be flexible. And you guys have certainly proved that with that big victory here today. So I need you guys to be still flexible here, because we're gonna play a game, all right? This one is gonna require some quick thinking and a little bit of mathematics, which by the way, I failed at in high school. This is The Buy Is Right. That's right, and I asked for a skinny microphone for this bit, like the old Bob Barker show, but wasn't in the budget. All right, so here we go. Rules are simple. I'm kidding, we do have one, I just couldn't find it. So I'm gonna give you guys an in-game buy, all right? And then you just have to tell me how much it costs. Sounds very simple, right? You guys do this for a living.
Okay.
You know, so you should know the numbers, you know? All right, here we go. Here is our first buy. We have a Stinger, light armor, and 2 Cypher trap wires.
1850?
1850 is a good guess. You?
Yeah, 1850.
1850. And you're wrong. Only by 50 credits.
The Stinger costs
1900 credits. There you have it. There you have it. By the way, if you don't get them right, you're fired. All right, moving on. Next one. I'm kidding. I don't have the authority to do that yet.
Damn.
Here's your next one. You have the Guardian, regen armor, and 1 Brimstone Stim beacon.
2800? 2850?
2850.
3100?
3100, and survey says Alum is right. 3100. Okay.
I thought that was a light shield, by the way. You don't know.
Ooh, okay.
I think I was still wrong anyway.
Heating up. All right, here's another one. We have the dreaded Odin, a heavy shield, and Raze's Boombot, which I don't know how many times Raze is going to get the Odin, but
4,500? I don't know how much the Boombot is.
4,500? 4,500?
Right.
And it is correct. 4,500. Guys, you're really good at this game. Okay.
My first one.
Wait a minute, we're doing this. We're doing it. All right, last one. And this one's a doozy.
Wait.
3 Phantoms, 1 Vandal, 1 Guardian, and light armor. This is a toughie. Gotta do some math. Of course, in chat, you can give us your best number as well. I'll give you
What was the
mine.
fourth thing?
It was put the graphic back up. Three Vandals, three Phantoms, 1 Vandal, Guardian, Light Armor.
I'm not gonna lie, after the screen went down, I completely lost the number that I had.
It's right behind it. It's right behind it. If you want to look.
All right. 14,250?
Okay, that's your guess?
That's my guess.
All right, you? We got 14,250.
There's nothing going through my brain. Like 1,400.
14,250. And it is Alum with 14,250. Now, I do have some stars, but I was told it's not on the budget as well. So we'll have to get you with something next time, buddy. I'm kidding. Jokes aside, though, congratulations, well done. Kurt actually just chimed in my ear, said we're going to get you some job well done stickers. Okay, so by far.
For him or for me?
No. For you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't deserve one.
And then for you, we'll just give you like a pity sticker or something like that. Like a blank white sticker you just put on.
I'll take like a pat on the back.
Hey, we'll give you that. We'll give you that. All right, guys. So with this day's coming to a close, let's take a look at the current standings and where we are right now. Furia, of course, with that victory, sitting on top of the standings, 2-0 to kick things off. Has to feel pretty good to have a strong start to the season like this. I mean, EU, you've been with us for a couple years now. Is this the best you felt at this point? Because it feels like you were playing incredible, Furia's playing incredible. Are you over the moon right now?
I mean, yeah, it feels good, but I don't have like I don't think I've missed playoffs yet ever since I joined VCT. So like 2-0 groups, it's fire. I hope we make playoffs. We probably need like one more win or something to like solidify playoffs, but I haven't missed it. I don't plan on missing it.
This
Feels
guy
good.
doesn't miss playoffs. He has no intention of missing it. Alum, my friend, you have been an absolute demon on the server. Been crushing it through and through. What is it about this team that has brought you guys so much success? Because now it feels like you're really starting to put it together in a way that it's only going to continue to get better from here, at least from the eye test.
Yeah. I mean, in the beginning, it felt like we had the potential, but in the beginning of games, for me personally, there's a lot of nerves.
Yeah.
But after coming back from Masters, come back to Americas Stage feels a lot better.
Yeah.
So we know how good we are. We know each other. We trust each other. And now with those nerves like put aside, it all like starting to stick together.
Okay.
And we're feeling great.
Awesome stuff. Well, by the way, we're just giving the stickers. So there you go. Good job.
Thank you.
And for you, Poppy, a good pat on the back. Well, I'll save this one for me. I'll take it to my nephew. Okay, Kurt said give it to both. You know what? That's Kurt. You should thank Kurt for that.
Thank you, Kurt.
Hey,
Thank
that's
you.
him. That's
You're
him.
the goat, Kurt.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in, as always. For now, here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We're going to dive into Envy versus Cloud9, two teams here that suffered losses back in week 1. Now, one of them has a chance to turn it around. Now into the site, inching forward, but Demon 1's looking the wrong direction. Vic on 3, Vic on 4, untouchable, coming get him. But now things get a little bit more uncomfortable. Rocket popped, has to deliver, has to find it, and he will. Envy take the lead. Demon 1 can't capitalize. Here he comes, and he is out Celsius! Who is this guy? C9 take split. And yet the bodies have started to move. Already 4 players ready to come on out from this. Demon 1 is good for 3.
What happened? They all passed away.
Hasn't been cleared just yet. He's still alive. Now taken out. The challenge. And the shot connects out of Demon 1. The push and pull is perfection. Envy gives C9 a brutal smackdown and send us to a third map. Demon 1 has crept all the way through A short. And C9 are looking the wrong direction. Penny is out in the open. Good God, man. Stepping forward into Cloud9. No, it's a self-stun. Good Lord. C9 stay unpunished for the time being. And now Oxy gets right back into that fight. He's stepping up when it matters for. From 0 to hero, C9 take the round. It's mayhem, it's madness on the site, but it's C9 coming up on top. Demon 1 delivers, dodging out with the smoke blocking his vision. He has to activate. Now he has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it. He has delivered. Demon 1 out of nowhere takes away C9's hope with a Red Bull clutch.
Let's get to it then, man. I mean, we've got Furia, we've got EG, two teams here with different expectations, I think, over the course of the group stage. You can say that again. just trying to light them up. The fast line gets them all the way in, down to that heaven angle. Bow! Activating. Bao knows he can play his life. The time pressure already mounting. The round is won, even if he didn't get a kill. 8-4.5. This player's waiting, no, that's an instant slide to the side. It's traded, but it's plenty more where that came from. Using the wall to see if they can reposition. And the players just line up. Strikes them down where they stand. Again, onto that high ground. It needs to be a trade, and it's there. Digizine, the next wave of resistance. The fuse being stuck all the way. Digizine, savior once more for them. In OT, they drag it across the line here for this opening map. It's a first kill claimed, and now the squeeze being placed onto Alam. He's got to try and box his way out, fighting past it. The stick half onto it. Oh, no way! Oh my God! Superman, got a slight pocket to play in, but as that smoke dissipates, here's the danger. Oh!
Yo, OT, you're dying to a molly, brother? Come on!
Furia, they swiftly handle it. EG looking to see if they can claim space. Digizine, that is sharp. The plan is just not good in the position that it's in. There is no win cons here. Digizine! 50 win! An ace for him! Running though forwards, Artin looking to lead the charge for the rest of his team. 2 kills, blink of an eye!
How do they win these situations, man?
Ridiculous. Wall's still there, it stunted them, they don't know what to do! There goes the pit! And Alan, just holding them back, takes matters into his own hands. It's 10 seconds remaining, the spike out of his grasp. So close, yet so far for them. At the final hurdle, it's all Furia.